Chapter 41 Nourishing Water. 10 minutes later, Mo-Pang and Lali came out, while through the half-hidden door you can see that Wang Meichi was lying on the bed with a numb expression, as if she was dead. But Mo-Pang and Lali did not care. The 6 people took a nap, and dinner was not eaten. They are hard to carry. Mo-Pang of course does not spare his own food, and only 5 people are not likely to bring food over, so just endure it. When they took Xiaoran down, they could have a painful meal. Waiting and waiting, they finally waited until midnight. Action! The 6 of them set off. Mo-Pang didn't even lock the door, not at all afraid of Wang Meichi escaping. Because he made up his mind that he was going to hijack Xiaoran's villa. They came to the garage, flashlights opened the way, and in a short while they arrived under the villa. Looking at the closed iron door, Mo-Pang sneered, "Oldly, it's up to you." "No problem." Oldly went up and fiddled with it. However, he was still fiddling after 10 minutes. "Oldly, why isn't it done yet?" Mo-Pang's 5 people were all frozen enough. Oldly was on the verge of crying. This is the highest grade electronic lock. Damn it, how scared of death is this kid? Even the basement is using such a high-level electronic lock? I need some time. Damn, this weather is too cold, my hands are freezing and shivering, I can't even exert half of my usual strength. Mo-Pang was impatient and said, "Give me a number, how much longer?" 10, 30 minutes it. Oldly said. This made the other 5 people almost collapse. Too cold actually want them to stay in this hellish place for half an hour? Damn it, Oldly, are you using all your strength on women? Someone scolded, obviously you're going to act at night, but you're actually thinking of playing with women. Have you never played with women before? Several people were cursing. They were originally a rabble. If everything went well, then it was naturally safe and sound, but once they encountered a setback, they immediately started to implode, and it wasn't impossible for them to break up in place. Click. But just at this moment, the iron door actually opened. Oldly, there you are. How is it that you just said the fastest 10 minutes, and then immediately opened it next? The crowd was all happy. But Oldly was confused and said, "I didn't open the door." Then what's going on? The 6 people hurriedly stared at the door. Suddenly, a strong light shot over. The eyes went blind. The 6 people were busy backing up, while also shooting over with their flashlights. Xiaoran then appeared in their field of vision. But unlike the kitchen knives, hammers and screwdrivers they were holding in their hands, Xiaoran was actually holding a water gun in his other hand. A water gun? The 6 Mo-Pang people all laughed. Are you planning to use a water gun to nuisance us? At the next moment, Xiaoran fired. Swoosh, swoosh, a water bullet hit over. The speed was fast, and it was particularly painful. Xiaoran smiled. This is an electric-powered water gun. The power is similar to a high-pressure water gun, but concentrated on a water bullet. The striking power is imaginable. This, however, was not the most crucial. The water bullets had hit the face, hands, and neck, immediately causing the 6 people to howl in pain, tearing their lungs apart in pain. This is poisonous water. Poison hailstones. The 6 people finally reacted, but it was too late. They were already lying on the ground due to the intense burning pain and could only howl in pain. Xiaoran did not fire any more shots, but waited. After half an hour, the moans of the 6 people were only a little smaller. Xiaoran also deliberately carried a stove over, mainly for himself to warm his hands with, but it was also so that he did not let Mo-Pang's 6 people freeze to death. Now listen to me. Xiaoran faintly said, I want you guys to do one thing. If you do it, these instant noodles and water will be yours. If you don't do it, or if you want to rob them by force, you are welcome to try. Mo-Pang did not bite the refusal or promise, but asked, what do you want us to do? There was no loss in asking, and with this situation they were in now, they needed time to recover. Xiaoran smiled, go to building 11, room 302, there are 4 people inside, an old couple, a pair of siblings, I want each of you to wheel the 4 of them over again, here, 4 sets per person, and when you're done, come and get your rewards with the sets. Grip, isn't that your ex-wife's house? Mo-Pang's 6 people were all pumping cold air, thinking that this Xiaoran is also too poisonous. But for them, is this job difficult? Oldly can open the lock, and their weapons are readily available. It is not easy to subdue a family of 2 old and 2 young, only 2 men in total? It's just that they can't do anything to the men. Then try to take down Xiaoran directly? Looking at the plastic baskets beside Xiaoran, which were piled high with instant noodles, dried meat, and purified water, made their eyes go green. In the end, everyone's eyes went to Mo Pang. People used to be in gangs, and when it came to being brave and ruthless, it was definitely Mo Pang who was the most powerful. Mo Pang pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, we'll take this job." The remaining 5 people were all puzzled, while Mo Pang winked at them, meaning to be at ease. So the 5 people did not say anything. Xiaoran threw out 3 boxes of condoms and laughed. "If anyone can get a few more rounds, they can collect an extra reward. However, you guys mustn't seriously injure or kill this family. I've got some slow playing to do." You only have 1 day. So ruthless. Wheeling all 4 of them, regardless of gender, and it's still just an appetizer? Just how much do you hate this family? However, they still heard some rumors and knew that it was Zhang Wan who had stolen the man before the wedding and made Xiaoran miserable as a receiver, and when they thought about it this way, they found it understandable. After all, if this matter were to be changed to their heads, maybe they were even more ruthless than Xiaoran. 6 people took the set, then picked up the fallen weapons and tools, began to walk over in front. Xiaoran was holding a water gun to follow behind. Mo Pang said in a low voice, "That kid has a water gun in his hand. As long as we are hit by a water bullet, we will basically lose our resistance, so let's do as he says. When we finish the job, we will take the set and exchange rewards with him. Naturally, we can get close to him, and at that time, we will strike together and take him down. It's really worthy of being Mo Lao Si. The plan is good. Just, do we really have to fuck men?" Someone hesitated. "Shit, eyes closed, who cares if he's a man or a woman?" Mo Pang viciously said. The other 5 people also only nodded their heads, but it's just that it's going to be 4 rounds in 24 hours. It's a bit difficult. After all, none of them are young, fire-filled lads anymore. Before long, they arrived at the door of room 302. Xiaoran also thoughtfully threw out a box of pills and said, "Gingo, know-it-all, can't do it, just came with one." "Shit, you're really thoughtful." Mo Pang silently picked up the pill box. Chapter 42, The Robbery of the Zhang Family. Old Li started to pick the lock. He is indeed a professional, and it only took him half a minute to open the lock. Could not open Xiaoran's lock, that is because Xiaoran spent 80 million for remodeling. The requirement is strong, cannot be destroyed, so the door lock if it is picked by an ordinary locksmith in 3 or 2 times, then even if there is a hailstorm, Xiaoran will have to find out Jia Yungue to finish it off. At once, 6 people rushed in. "What people? What do you guys want?" "You are Mo Laoshi, Old Man Li who opened the lock. And you, Zhang Guowei." The 4 members of the Zhang family immediately let out cries of alarm, but they quickly turned into howls of fear. Xiaoran smiled and turned to leave. "Oh, ex-wife's family, you guys slowly fill my hatred. This is definitely not the end, unless any of the Zhang family will commit suicide. But, as long as there is a little way to live, with the character of the Zhang family, might they commit suicide? So, he should still be able to abuse his ex-wife's family several times." Xiaoran returned home and slept beautifully. The leopard still wanted to go to bed and sleep with him, but was kicked down by Xiaoran and scolded with a laugh, "Don't say you're a male, even if you're a female, you can't go to my bed to change tomorrow when the fog clears. I'll try to see if I can find a female for you." The leopard barked twice at him, not knowing whether it was protesting or urging Xiaoran to hurry up so that it could get out of the ranks of single dogs as soon as possible. The night passed. The neighborhood was buzzing with rumors of the tragic events that happened in the Zhang family. Just last night, Mo Laoshi led a group of people to pry open the door of Zhang's house and rushed in, and ganged up on what seemed like all 4 people in Zhang's house. Why 4? Because the 4 people in Zhang's family were screaming in agony, stopped for a while and then continued. It was really shocking to drop one's eyeballs. If you say Mo Laoshi and the others ganged up on Zhang Wan, it's fine. After all, she's a young daughter-in-law, her face value is still okay, but Lin Meiying is so old, Mo Laoshi and the others actually had their hands on her? That's sick. But the most perverted thing is that Mo Laoshi didn't even spare Zhang Yajuan's father and son. How sick can this be? This is 402's Auntie Zhao said, although she did not see it with her own eyes, but heard it clearly. Not only said in the group, the next morning rushed to the garage, catching people to say this. Scary? Scary. However, there are righteous people to come forward, said to go to the Zhang family to get rid of evil? No. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their door, who cares about the frost on others' roofs? However, everyone has become more cautious. The building managers of each building are running from door to door, ready to unite all the residents. If they encounter the same situation as the Zhang family, then everyone will join together to fight against it. They can't be broken one by one, right? This is feasible in a short period of time, but in a few days, when everyone is a little bit more hungry, a little bit more thirsty, then a lot of people will have to focus on their own building first. After all, a building, how to be familiar with some, otherwise the other family has a few people are not clear, you kill in, the result rushed out 5 strong man, kill you back? Therefore, the persimmon must find the soft pinch. It's just that. The Zheng family has fallen victim. But does anyone sympathize with the Zheng family? How can? And are there any good people in the Zheng family? Zheng Yujun and Lin Meiying, the pair of old bastard is what kind of person is not clear to everyone? Zhang Gang is a standard scoundrel, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling are all proficient, do the right thing? Oh. As for Zhang Wan's words, before there is no bad reputation, but the last 3 months, the persona directly collapse, first exposed unmarried pregnant or adulterous husband's seed, so that honest people to take over the scandal, and the heavy news is what? Some people say that her son was killed by her design. Why? To get compensation. Even her own son, how poisonous must this woman be? So, what happened to the Zhang family can only be described as an evil deed, an evil person's own evil. How can anyone sympathize with them? In the morning, more than 10 o'clock. Xiao Ran woke up and he stretched his waist beautifully. The feeling of sleeping until you wake up naturally was awesome. He washed up and then prepared breakfast. 1 portion for him and 1 portion for Panther, so sumptuous that it would make one's mouth water. It's not an exaggeration to say that even Han Yun doesn't eat as well as Leopard. Oh, is a woman who is just playing around as good as a loyal dog? Just after breakfast, Xiao Ran's cell phone received an alarm alert. Someone was coming. At first he thought it was Han Yun's aunt and sister-in-law, but it turned out not to be, but a woman he hadn't seen before, except that the face captured by the infrared surveillance was black and white, so he could only tell that it was a beautiful woman, but 2 specific details were lacking. There was only her. And she seemed to be a little hesitant, although her hand was up, she was slow to knock down, her teeth biting her lip, a look of not being able to make up her mind. After a full 5 minutes, the woman knocked on the door. Click, but the iron door opened at once. The woman was first stunned, but seeing the light in the room and feeling the overflowing warmth, she couldn't help but walk in. Click, the iron door closed automatically. The woman shuddered uncontrollably, as if startled by the sound of the door closing. Say what you have to say, don't beat around the bush, I don't have that much time. Xiao Ran said while sizing up the woman. The truth was that the last thing everyone lacked right now was time. What, there were still shifts to go to and meetings to be held? But talk is talk, it's 2 different things. The woman bit her lip and gathered her courage to look at Xiao Ran, saying, Can you give me some food? Xiao Ran lost his smile, how do you know I have food here? I heard it from someone else. The woman said, I'm just too hungry and thirsty. That was why she begged to come to the door, but, by and large, she also knew what she had to give, which was why she hesitated at the door. Xiao Ran admired her. Well, the looks were okay, although it couldn't reach 90 points. If it reached 90 points, then it would be the very best, but 80 points there was, a whole lot better than Zhang Wan's stream. The age is probably around 20 years old, is youthful, just the body will not be able to see, was wrapped in a thick winter coat. Xiao Ran smiled, what's your name? Zhong Lei. The woman immediately said, I live in building 16, 2201, but I'm not the owner of the neighborhood, I'm a tenant, I go to school at the University of Suzhou, I'm a senior this year. Xiao Ran asked again, why don't you live on campus? It's not like the school doesn't have dormitories, and renting a house outside costs money. So, Xiao Ran's subtext was, are you being adopted? Zhong Lei explained, I disliked the conditions of the dormitory, and my family didn't lack money, so I found a place to rent near the school, and I originally graduated by the end of the month, but I didn't expect to dash. I didn't expect to actually encounter a natural disaster. Don't say she didn't expect it, who in the world would expect it? This girl was not bad looking, so Xiao Ran naturally did not have the sense to push out the delicious food that was delivered to his door. However, he still said, it's true that I still have a bit of food and fresh water here, but you have to know what the food means right now, and what kind of price you're going to have to pay. I know. Zhong Lei nodded her head, and although she hesitated all the way, she had indeed made up her mind. Chapter 43 Delivery. Row. Xiaoran turned behind the screen, took out a few dishes plus a bowl of rice and put it on the table, prepared another bottle of pure water, and then greeted Zhong Lei over. Seeing this table of food, Zhong Lei couldn't help but gulp. Too hungry and too thirsty. She walked over and sat down. Drinking water first, she was so happy that she was about to moan out as the cold water moisturized her dry and burning throat. Then she wolfed it down. But as she ate, she took off her jacket. Hot. It was too warm in here. You actually have electricity and heat in here? She was shocked beyond belief, then looked at Xiaoran with pleading eyes. Can you let me stay all the way? You can do whatever you want to me. After entering here, she really did not want to leave. Xiaoran naturally refused. Han Yun, who had a higher face value and a better body than you, was not qualified to stay here, so of course you are even less qualified. It doesn't matter if you play around, but to truly be his woman, she must be perfect. The lesson learned from Zhang Wan was painful enough. Are you a virgin? Xiaoran asked indifferently. Zhong Lei could not help but blush and shook her head. She had a boyfriend as early as her sophomore year and lived together, so how could she still be a virgin? However, I've only had one boyfriend. She hurriedly added, giving herself extra points. Is there a difference? Xiaoran was too lazy to waste time on this topic. Eat quickly. Zhong Lei couldn't help but be disappointed, but she didn't dare to disobey and stuffed her head and ate. Xiaoran was very satisfied, so he gave Zhong Lei 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water as a reward. Normal is 1 + 1. He was about to let Zhong Lei leave when he saw the surveillance alert. Someone is coming. Another woman. Xiaoran bared his teeth. Now they all know he is food, so they all come here to sell their bodies? Okay, I'll take the good ones, but forget the bad ones. I'm not greedy for more, and I take the route of fine products. Outside the door, the woman was just about to knock on the door, but the door opened. She could not help but stare, then saw a young beauty walked out. The 2 women struck a glance and immediately understood each other's intention. At once, they were both quite embarrassed. Zhong Lei hurriedly left with quick steps. That woman, on the other hand, walked into the door, only to see Xiaoran walking out in his bathrobe. When she glanced at it, she could not help but blush and hurriedly lowered her head. Xiaoran did not care and said, "You are also here to make a deal? Be direct." The woman's face paled a little, but she still nodded. Xiaoran smiled. Raise your head, let me take a look. Of course you had to inspect the goods before buying them. The woman raised her head. A face value of around 70 points. Xiaoran was a little disappointed. In fact, 60 points is already the passing line of beauty, 70 points is naturally more on the level, just Xiaoran's recent appetite is a bit tricky, not on 80 points cannot really enter his eyes. Just like Zhang Jingya, if she is not with Han Yun together, alone, Xiaoran really do not want. After all, he now has a choice. After being reborn, his physique did have a strong boost, more than 99% of people, but how strong could he spend more than half of his time plowing the land every day? You go back. Xiaoran refused, however, he still handed over a bottle of water and a packet of instant noodles, and I won't let you make a trip for nothing. This was called building word of mouth. The beautiful women in the neighborhood, if you have confidence in yourself, come on, even if you can't do business, but at least you will have travel expenses. The woman first face a white, but see the food and water or eyes light, and quickly took, thank you, thank you. Xiaoran invited the woman out, believing that this matter will soon spread. Beauties, if you can't survive, feel free to come to me. However, in the neighborhood, Han Yun should be the most beautiful and charming body is also the best, want to find out the second is too difficult, and also have to be a virgin, in order to be collected into the home to raise. Xiaoran think in a long time can only be singled together with the leopard. Rather lack, not indiscriminate. What surprised Xiaoran was that Han Yun, the aunt and sister-in-law, didn't actually come to him today. It seems that Han Yun was not stimulated much. Her husband first betrayed and then died, and she was still one of the executioners, although even without the few knives she cut later Lin Yue wouldn't have survived, but Han Yun obviously couldn't have thought so. Before yesterday, she was still a virtuous wife who was willing to sell her body for her husband, but as a result, she turned around and became a poisonous woman who dared to wield a knife at her husband. It would be strange if she didn't have some heart fluctuations. Xiaoran smiled indifferently. Han Yun cannot come out of the shadow of his heart and he has nothing to do with it, but if she cannot think of it, then it is a bit of a pity. Slowly, the sky darkened. By the time it was more than 7 in the evening, Mo Pang and his group came over. Bang bang bang, they knocked on the door. Go to the garage. Xiao Ran's voice came out from the hidden speaker. As a result, the 6 Mo Pang people then exited the access road again and came into the garage. Lin Yue's body had not been dealt with. If Xiao Ran didn't deal with it, no one else would either. Because of the bitterly cold weather, his body was also frozen there, and that was precisely the reason why, even though the death was a bit scary, there was no foul odor coming out. Mo Pang's 6 people saw, or a little frowned. Dead people, who would be comfortable seeing them? Yesterday they came and went in a hurry and they didn't care about it, but today they just happened to retreat to this position, making the 6 people all secretly say bad luck. Mo Lao Si, we all waited for your signal. Zhang Guowei whispered. Mo Ping cursed in his heart, thinking that you guys aren't trying to make me rush to the front? Just as well, he was the one who started this, and as he took the lead, he was bound to get more than his share. For example, this villa. Good. He nodded. At this moment, a flashlight shone over, and Xiao Ran also walked over with large strides. Inspect the goods. Mo Pang took out a plastic bag and threw it towards Xiao Ran, which then contained the 4 condoms he had used. As long as Xiao Ran opened it for inspection, he would be the first to rush up, while Zhang Guowei and the others would also swarm up. Can't 6 big men combine their efforts to cure one person? Without that water gun, you count as a ball. Chapter 44, Salt in the Wound. Xiao Ran smiled, the door of space was already open. He pretended to lower his head and his flashlight shone onto the ground. It was now. At once, Mo Pang was the first to rush over. Die! He yelled. Using this as a rallying cry, he got the others to join him. When Zhang Guowei's 5 people saw Mo Pang rushing out, they naturally followed with a roar and rushed towards Xiao Ran. Then, one after another, they disappeared. Noiselessly. Xiao Ran swept with his mind, only to see that there were already 6 more lifelike corpses in the alien space, with vivid expressions, all of them ferocious and hideous, but still with a hint of fear. This shows that people do not die instantly after entering the foreign space, but there is a process. Though the process is short-lived and incomparable. Hey, even though Mo Pang and the others were beating him up, but he was going to spare these 6 people? The role of these people was to bring pain and humiliation to the Zhang family, and now that their purpose was accomplished, what was the point of keeping them? Xiao Ran smiled. With a thought, he threw out all the corpses in the foreign space. It was filled with supplies, and even if he knew that the dead would not contaminate each other, it still made him uncomfortable to think about it. He used his cell phone to take pictures of the corpses of the 6 people in Mo Pang, before returning to the villa. He sent a message to his ex-wife. I don't know if Zheng Wan's cell phone still has electricity. I hope it does. It has been a long time since I have heard back. Xiao Ran sighed, it seems that her cell phone is out of battery. Forget it, just can't rub salt in the wound. Xiao Ran went to take a shower and was ready to go to bed after washing, but the result was that he picked up his cell phone to see that Zhang Wan had actually returned a message. You killed these 6 beasts? She was obviously very excited and used multiple exclamation points. Xiao Ran smiled and replied, yes. Xiao Ran, thank you, I knew you still had feelings for me. Zhang Wan was so excited that she was about to cry, although she had been ganged up on by 6 evil men. If she could inspire Xiao Ran's sympathy and protectiveness, then she would have earned a lot. She could live in a big villa, eat delicious food, and never have to worry about anything again. She directly called Xiao Ran's phone. Xiao Ran, I'll come over to you now, okay? Did you misunderstand something? Xiao Ran laughed. It's true that I killed Mo Pang and the others, but the fact that they would go to your house was also because they were threatened by me. If they don't go, I'll kill them. That's why they blew up your dad and your brother's asses as well in order to survive. Otherwise, why do you think that they are so heavy-handed? How can you do something bad and not leave a name? I have to make you hate me and make you regret it beyond belief. Zhang Wan couldn't believe it and snapped. The phone in her hand fell to the ground. Zhang Wan, you spoilsport. Only Zhang Yaojuan's angry roar rang out. Obviously Zhang Wan had made a huge mistake putting it on speakerphone. Who let Zhang Wan was too excited, thinking that Xiao Ran still loved her and killed Mo Pang and the others for her, so she couldn't wait to get in front of her parents and her brother to get a little bit of triumph and show off. From now on, I'm the villa mistress. If you guys want to live in it as well, you'd better hurry up and pat me on the back. The result? Is that joy brings sorrow? These 6 people are actually sent by Xiao Ran. Zhang Yujun is a 60-year-old man actually was opened the back door, and has been 6 people. You say, the old thing of the inner heart contains how much anger and stifled. But all this is actually because of Xiao Ran. And why did Xiao Ran want to take such revenge on the Zheng family? It is not because Yu Zhangwan derailed in the first place, no, it is simply pregnant temporarily find an unlucky egg to take over. You say Xiao Ran cannot be angry? So, everything is because of Zhang Wan. If it wasn't for Zhang Wan, why would their family have suffered so much? In the past, for Zhang Wan's compensation money, they even offered her up and coaxed her, but what about now? It's the 6th day of the disaster. What good is money? At least 99% of the people have realized that all the wealth they once had has been reduced to nothing, pure waste paper and meaningless numbers, whereas if they have food and fresh water, that's really real wealth. In that case, would they even care about Zhang Wan? Especially, the old man's ass is now open to the world, and it's actually because of you, bitch? Damn it! Zhang Yujun couldn't stand it anymore. He took off his slippers and lashed out at Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan dodged, but Zhang Gang and Lin Meiying joined in and quickly restrained her and beat her up. Zhang Wan's face was covered with blood and swollen like a pig's head. Only then did Zhang Yujun pick up his cell phone and said in a fawning tone, "Xiao Ran, how about we twist Zhang Wan for? You give us a box of instant noodles and a box of water?" Zhang Wan was lying on the ground grunting in pain, unable to speak at all. The father had betrayed himself just like that. However, she actually wasn't much surprised. After being kicked out of the house twice, she should have come to her senses. Brother-in-law, just take sis back, hey, family reunion. Zheng Gang also said on the side, while stroking his butt, it really hurts, it's hot, it must have cracked. How could Xiao Ran agree? What he wanted was the despair of this family, harboring fights and eventually all dying. Ha ha. He laughed and hung up the phone. Zhang Wan, it feels good to be backstabbed by a loved one, right? Zhang Yujun looked at his daughter. The more he looked, the angrier he got. Dad, I'm starving. Zheng Gang said. Not only did Mo Pang and the others hokey pokey them, but they also tossed out the dinky food and fresh water left in the house, so they were starving for more than a whole day. Zhang Yujun's gaze snapped as he said, tie this bitch up for me. Zheng Gang couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Dad, you don't want to eat sis, do you? Zhang Wan couldn't help but tremble and looked at Zhang Yujun incredulously. It won. Be possible, right? Zhang Yujun waved his hand. Why do you ask so much? Let you tie it. Where is all this nonsense? Oh. Zheng Gang then went to find a rope. Father and son together, Zhang Wan tied up. 2 big men, even if they had been starving for a day, their strength was no match for Zhang Wan, who had also been starving for a day. Go, let's go door to door and ask people if there are any who want to fuck your sister, and charge a pack of instant noodles or 2 tails of rice or a bottle of water for 1 fuck. Zhang Yujun finally said the purpose. Old man, are you crazy? Lin Meiying couldn't believe that Zhang Yujun actually dared to sell his daughter like this. Zhang Yujun glared at her, then go get me food and drink. Lin Meiying opened her mouth, but closed it. Zheng Gang was starving, who cared if Zhang Wan was his own sister. He immediately agreed, Dad, you run the odd-numbered floors, I'll run the even-numbered floors. Okay. Zhang Yujun agreed. Zhang Wan had stopped shedding tears, and her face was numb. What does it mean that there is no greater sorrow than dying in one's heart? This was Chapter 45, Li Zhonglin's Plan. Li Zhonglin had been under a lot of pressure lately, and it was getting worse. At the beginning of the calamity, he had weaved a lie that he had a relative working in the government sector, and that the country had established a shelter, arranging for a very limited number of people to enter it in order to get through the years of calamity. As for him, he was holding 3 places in the shelter. So, a few people actually believed him, and not only did they let him do his bidding and ingratiate themselves to him, but they also offered up all their belongings. There weren't many fools, only 9 in total, and 2 of them were women. Of course he slept with him, only the posture is a little flat, but he is not a big man, there are women to let him play for nothing, and still just how to play can be, he cannot be happy? Just. Time passes day by day, food and fresh water are getting less and less, but the bull he blew out is delayed to cash in, has let those 9 people start to be anxious, every day asked the government to pick up their car when to come over. He was about to run out of new lies to make up. And once the fact that he is a liar is exposed, he will surely be dismantled every bone by these angry and desperate 9 people alive. How chaotic is this world now? Is it strange to kill people? So, he had to think of a way, or he might not even be able to save his life. He gathered the 9 together. I just received a message from my cousin. He said that it's too foggy out there right now for the troops to move yet, so the convoy that will take us away won't arrive for a few more days. Li Zhonglin said. He had already used this excuse several times, so the 9 people all showed impatient expressions. Li Zhonglin hurriedly added, "Food is getting scarce, we have to find a way to survive. My cousin said that it's a special time, so we need to act in a special way." Everyone, I told my cousin about the recent events in the neighborhood, and my cousin suggested that we take Xiao Ran down. This person has extremely serious antisocial tendencies, and during this extraordinary period, he will cause great social harm, so this person must be stopped. My cousin said that after taking down Xiao Ran during this extraordinary period, we can dispose of his materials on our own. At once, several people revealed a look of intent. Why did they gullibly trust Li Zhonglin? Wasn't it because they wanted to live? And why were they anxious now? Worrying about starving to death, dying of thirst, freezing to death, So it all boiled down to one reason. Wanting to live. If they took Xiao Ran down and seized his supplies, themselves they would be able to hold out some more time until the government's rescue arrived. They can't really be said to be stupid, it's just that people always want to hold on to that tiny bit of hope when they're desperate, even if it's nebulous. Moreover, Li Zhongrim also understands human nature, is to use cousin said to convey the order, and who is the cousin? A member of the government. Therefore, taking down Xiao Ran and robbing his supplies became an act of justice. As the saying goes, a division must have a name, and now that the name is there, then they are the division of justice. Yes, this Xiao Ran person is too bad. Showing off his wealth in the group and yet not sharing it with everyone. He also openly killed Lin Yuwei, he's a criminal. We're doing the people a favor by taking him down. The 9 people all said, each very righteous and angry, brainwashing themselves. Li Zhonglin then took the opportunity to say, "Everyone bring your weapons," shouting, "Ruefen, you guys go and knock on the door, that guy Xiao Ran is very horny, and now it's all being rumored that as long as you sleep with him, you can get food and water, so you guys act flirtatious, and as soon as he opens the door, we'll take advantage of the opportunity to take him down." No problem. The only 2 women out of the 10 were confidently patting their chests. Let's go. Li Zhonglin waved his hand, looking spirited. In fact, he was just a salesman with good eloquence. He didn't expect to be able to fool 9 people into listening to his command one day. This was a trip to kill and rob, it wasn't a group going to dinner. So, the gold content of this leader is still full. They came to the garage and used the flashlight to illuminate and open the road. After the power cut, even during the day, the garage is a pitch black, without a flashlight cannot see at all, and at night it is even more, even the entrance to the garage is dark, no light at all. 10 people only have a flashlight, so the back of the people have to grab the front of the people, otherwise it is still not good to walk. Finally, they arrived under the villa. Shouting, "Ruefen, it's up to you," Li Zhonglin said to the 2 women in the group. Then he said to the others, "Let's find a place to hide first." He shook his flashlight and looked for a place to hide. In fact, it was so dark here, was there any need to find a place to hide? This was naturally a matter of empiricism, after all, it had only been 6 days since the beginning of the end times, not everyone could immediately adapt and transform. Ha! Li Zhonglin jolted, grip. What did he see? Only to see that in the middle of the 2 cars, there were actually a lot of people either standing or squatting. How could there be more than 10 of them? They were also ambushing Xiao Ran? Then we have to distribute the benefits first, lest we fight later. He laughed. Are you also here to rid the people of evil? Haha, how about we decide on the distribution after the deed is done first? He waved his hand, signaling his men to follow him. The distribution must be decided first, or else there would definitely be a fight to the death between the 2 waves later on. There are about the same number of people on both of our sides, so no matter how many supplies we get, how about half on one side? Li Zhonglin said. However, the opposite side didn't say anything. This was a bit excessive. Not to mention that Li Zhonglin was secretly furious, his 9 men were also very unhappy. Even if you guys aren't satisfied with this distribution, you shouldn't be too lazy to say a word. Li Zhonglin frowned. Everyone, my proposal should be very sincere, even if you guys aren't satisfied, you can still communicate properly, right, as to not saying a word? He had come very close and his flashlight shone through. Holy shit! At this instant, the 10 people of Li Zhonglin were simultaneously shocked to the point that their heavenly lids flew off. Which was a lot of people ambushed there, they were clearly all corpses. There were a few people with obvious fatal wounds on their bodies, with bloody holes in their foreheads and chests, while one person had his neck wiped open, and his face was still cleaved beyond recognition. Ah! All 10 of Li Zhonglin's people were so scared that they all sat on their asses on the ground, and those 2 women were directly scared to pee, and a warm paste filled their asses all of a sudden. No wonder they have such great perseverance, in such a cold place without saying a word. Ambush, the original. They are simply a corpse. Corpses will still be afraid of the cold? But why are there corpses here? Wait, this is under Xiaoran's house. Could it be? The 10 people all surged up with a guess, then shivered and rolled in cold sweat. Why don't we just forget about it? Someone said in a trembling voice. Chapter 46, All in One Net. What were they here for? To kill Xiaoran and rob the supplies. Of course, killing was secondary, and if Xiaoran was willing to obediently submit, they didn't have to kill. After all, except for born perverts, who would be keen on killing? But now, the risk of killing Xiaoran seemed too great. One would die. In that case, who could not beat a retreat? After all, they were also just ordinary people, not professional killers. Li Zhonglin, on the other hand, was hesitant. If he retreated back like this, then everyone would have to face the desperate situation of lack of water and food again, and he would become a target again, and everyone would put the blame for being trapped here on him, and it was not impossible to beat him to death alive. So, cannot go back. If you want to divert the conflict, then you have to take Xiaoran down. What's a little death? It would be fine if he didn't die. There is no turning back the bow. We must take Xiaoran down today, otherwise we will die of hunger and thirst. Li Zhonglin said morosely, if we don't put up a fight now, we'll really only have to wait for death. Gather your courage for me. Xiaoran is also a human being, and he's only one. Do we need to be afraid of him? He asked loudly. You guys better be afraid of me. However, a voice came from not far away, and then a strong light also shone over. In comparison, the flashlight in their hands was simply a star compared to the white moon. It was too insignificant. Strong light stabbed. 10 people closed their eyes at the same time. It was too harsh on the eyes. Then, they reacted violently. That was Xiaoran. Hiss, what are you doing running to the garage in the middle of the night without sleeping? 1. The leopard roared lowly, and its mouth grinned with a ferocious look. Dogs are very sensitive to malice, and have a strong sense of territory. The piece below the villa has been designated as their own territory, this late at night, but the gang in front of them quietly cover over, obviously with bad intentions. The dog that bites doesn't bark. The leopard just gave a low growl, then quietly covered up towards the 10 people, wanting to launch a sneak attack. Xiaoran did not stop it. In such darkness, dogs were far more agile than people. He did not worry about the leopard getting hurt. He came out in the middle of the night, of course, to walk the leopard, but he did not expect to come back after turning around, only to find Li Zhonglin's group of people wanting to disadvantage themselves. Interesting. In his previous life, Li Zhonglin was also almost killed by the deceived neighborhood owners in the past 2 days, but this life was different and actually aimed the spearhead at himself. At this, Xiaoran smiled happily. It was just the right thing to use to pass the time and add a bit of fun. Ah! Suddenly someone let out a miserable scream. The leopard had already launched a sneak attack, taking a deadly bite on the man's calf. The others again did not know what was happening, and none of them were shocked. The key was that Xiaoran also used a strong light to shine on their eyes, making them unable to see the situation at all, and they could only hear the miserable screams of their companions. Escape! Facing the unknown fear, they were all scared out of their wits and turned around, wanting to escape. Hee hee, you've come and you still want to run? Xiaoran chased after them. What he had to do would be too simple. Just open the space door and the people will disappear one by one. Li Zhonglin's cold hairs stood straight up, gripped by boundless fear. This was because he heard the calls of his men getting fewer and fewer. Some of them were screaming 1 second but ended abruptly and disappeared the next. Those were big living people. How could they disappear out of thin air without a sound? This made Li Zhonglin's heart break in fear. The intense fear made him lose all his strength, and he sat on his butt on the ground, actually crying out. He had been scared out of his wits. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I am willing to do anything, please spare my life. Xiaoran, however, was a little upset because this fellow, sitting like this, actually happened to dodge not entering the space door that he had opened in front of him. Panther, go. He shone his flashlight at Li Zhonglin. The panther was truly like a black panther, swooping over and biting down on Li Zhonglin's throat. Well, Li Zhonglin struggled desperately, but the panther bit down and wouldn't let go. Li Zhonglin flailed his limbs as a sense of suffocation enveloped him, causing him to shit and piss. Leopard, come back. Xiaoran hurriedly said. He could still smell the stench after such a long distance and several layers of clothes. He didn't want to go back and give the leopard a half-hour bath. The leopard was very obedient and immediately let go and ran towards Xiaoran. Xiaoran naturally could not let go of Li Zhonglin and went up to fill a bullet. Cheep you. Poof. The bullet pierced through Li Zhonglin's forehead and bloomed into a splash of blood. Xiaoran disposed of the bodies and piled them all to the side, so as not to affect him coming out to walk his dog at night. This was likewise a deterrent. I'd like to see if anyone else dares to hit me again after these 10 more corpses. Xiaoran brought the leopard home. One person and one dog both took a bath, then Xiaoran went to sleep on the second floor, while the leopard stayed on the first floor, which acted as Xiaoran's guard duty. The night passed, the end of the world entered the 6th day. Today, there are more news circulating in the neighborhood. First is the Zhang family. The father and son of the Zhang family are really strange and desperate. Actually tied up Zhang Wan, who wants to play with her can, as long as a packet of instant noodles will be enough. However, because of the lack of food and water, Zhang Wan's business is not very good, but there are still customers, so at least the Zhang family can survive for a short time. In fact, now sells the body of the woman has not a few, but like the Zhang family, father, brother personally, forced good for prostitution, this is absolutely the first case. Worthy of being the Zhang family, it had set the lower limit again. Xiaoran froze for a moment when he found out, then lost his smile. This was really something that the Zhang family could do. Zhang Yujun was incomparably patriarchal. When he was still in the Zhang family, Zhang Yujun had desperately squeezed him in order to subsidize his son. Why did this large family of 6 have to live together? Zhang Yujun would rather squeeze some, but also impossible to let the daughter and son-in-law live outside, because the person is outside, can still grasp the daughter's family's property? Now Zhang Yujun put his daughter out for sale. This is not Xiaoran's surprise at all. Even if there is no him, then the first to be slaughtered and eaten may be Zhang Wan. Now, Zhang Wan still have some value, and wait for the day she completely out of business. It is estimated to be slaughtered and eaten at the moment. Xiaoran smiled coldly. The bitch, no matter how miserable, cannot cause him to sympathize. After Zhang Wan was eaten, who would be next? Lin Meiying? Zhang Yujun? Or Zhang Gang? Xiaoran really wanted to start a betting game. In the morning, he brushed his teeth and washed his face while listening to a song. Is there anyone else in the whole neighborhood who can brush their teeth and wash their face now? He thought to himself. Once he brushed his teeth, he went to eat breakfast. He ate a bowl of doughua with 2 donuts and the leopard had 2 meat buns, and before he could figure out what to do next, someone came from the basement side. He opened the surveillance and saw, TSK, Han Yun and Zhang Jingya were here. Chapter 47, Building 2 Su Feng. Xiaoran opened the door and let the 2 in. Zhang Jingya was a bit wary, but Han Yun was generous and had a smile on her pretty face as she asked, "Same old story, let us eat first?" Xiaoran made a pleased gesture. He had already prepared the food. When the 2 women started eating and drinking, he casually asked, "Why didn't you come yesterday?" Han Yun paused for a moment and said, "I thought a lot yesterday, and even thought of suicide, but on second thought, it's too unworthy to commit suicide for a smelly man." She shook her head in a sultry and flirty manner. "If I'm so good looking, shouldn't I enjoy a man's favor? In the future, I will never be sad for any stinky man again." Sure enough, what goes around comes around. Thanks to the fact that it was now the end of the world, she could only sell her body to Xiaoran in exchange for favors. If it was in the past, TSK, the leaders in her unit would all fall, right? Xiaoran didn't care. He didn't want Han Yun's feelings. An hour later, Han Yun and her duo left. They were quiet. Now the food was incredibly valuable, but it would also bring great trouble, so they must not let anyone find out. Xiaoran stretched his waist. Well, idle and idle, fitness to go. Building 2. Su Feng was the building manager of this building. After the calamity, he was also active and incomparable in coordinating the neighbor conflicts within the building and was quite prestigious. On this day, he invited 19 owners to his home. "Everyone, I believe I don't need to tell you how dangerous the current situation is. Su Feng said, a man around 40 years old, with a country face and eyes like eagles, as if he could see through people's hearts. His voice was also extremely infectious, and the crowd couldn't help but nod their heads with every word. Therefore, we must save ourselves. And although this situation is dangerous, it is no less than a chance, an opportunity. This caused the crowd to look at him quizzically. Su Feng smiled, don't you all realize that this world has entered a state of anarchy? If you kill someone now, someone else's cell phone, even if it still has power and signal, can call the police, but again, will any police come over? What does that mean? The law doesn't exist anymore. So, if we unite, isn't it possible to do something? Su Feng looked around at the crowd, and when he saw that everyone's eyes began to light up and their breathing was a little short, he continued, the first step is that we first claim the entire neighborhood and become the de facto controllers, and with enough manpower, we can plan to expand outwards. I believe that this hail can't go on forever, and as long as the hail stops, even if there's still fog, with our understanding of the surroundings of the neighborhood, we can completely go to the nearby supermarkets and convenience stores to look for supplies and invade other neighborhoods. Don't you guys want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Don't you want to have a bunch of people serving you? It couldn't have happened before. But now, as long as you guys dare to think, do, and fight, it will definitely happen. Those 19 people, all of them rough and heavy, were nonetheless mobilized and roared with their arms raised. Su Feng saw that the fire was almost ready and said, who is willing to work with me? Me. 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 All 19 people stood up and loudly responded. Su Feng nodded his head, no longer going for the cocktail, but slowly said, the first step, we need to take Xiaoran down. First of all, Xiaoran openly killed people in the neighborhood and killed more than one person. Many people already see him as a demon king, so if we take him down, our prestige can be established at once. Secondly, Xiaoran should have quite a few supplies in his hands, so after we take him down, we should be able to not have to worry about starvation for a short period of time. Then, we can wait calmly until the hailstorm stops. However, these words caused the crowd to hesitate. A man said, Su Feng, there were quite a few people who hit Xiaoran, but all of them died. Some people said that at the entrance of his villa, the bodies piled up are like 20. Right, this person is too ferocious and scary, it's better for us not to provoke him. The others expressed their agreement and nodded their heads. Su Feng smiled and said, no matter how strong Xiaoran is, he's only one person. Could it be that so many of us together still can't subdue him? Moreover, we can still use tricks. The eyes of the crowd lit up. What scheme? Su Feng smiled, lowered his voice and began to speak. After he finished speaking, the crowd could not help but let their eyes light up, no longer having the hesitation and fear they had before. This still couldn't subdue Xiaoran? They would truly not believe it. If there are no problems, then prepare for action. Su Feng sealed the deal. Good. At noon, Xiaoran was about to eat, however, his cell phone started to alarm. At a glance, someone was coming from the basement. He thought it was some big girl or daughter-in-law, but it turned out to be a man, around 50 years old, with a very honest look. Boom boom boom, the man then started knocking on the door. Xiaoran did not go to open the door, but directly sent his voice through the cell phone to the loudspeaker to put out, something wrong? The man stopped knocking on the door, looked towards the place where the sound was emitted and said in a hurry, I have a message to sell to you. What news, how much to sell? Xiaoran asked. The man said, someone is trying to deal with you, if you give me 1 box of instant noodles and 1 box of water, I will tell you their exact plan. Xiaoran looked at him through the surveillance and contemplated slightly before the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile and said, I can give you 3 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water every day, provided you have a role to play. The man considered for a moment and nodded, okay, we can work together for a long time. Go ahead. Xiaoran said. The man said, my name is Guaharan, I'm the owner of Building 2, Room 1902. Today, our building's building manager Su Feng called us over and specially held a meeting to discuss how to kill you. What about the specific plan? Xiaoran asked. Guaharan, however, did not answer, but said, where is my food and water? Chapter 48, Traitor. You step back a bit. Xiaoran said. Guaharan complied and stepped back, far away from the doorway, while in his heart, he said that this Xiaoran was really careful and cautious. Click, the iron door opened. Then, 2 bottles of water and 3 packets of instant noodles were seen appearing on the ground, however, the next moment the iron door closed again. Too cautious. Gua Haoren couldn't help but spit, then said towards the door, Su Feng and the others are planning a night attack tonight. There are welders amongst them. This iron door of yours may not be able to withstand the welding, right? And there are 9 of them in total, all surging in with knives in their hands. Can you block them? He didn't hear Xiao Ran's voice for a while. Just when he thought if Xiao Ran didn't hear him, finally came Xiao Ran's voice, you join them and keep me informed. Gua Haoren, however, refused and said, these things you're giving me are only enough for me to give out information. You want me to be a mole? Have to add money. Okay. The iron door opened again, while on the ground there were 2 more packs of instant noodles and 1 bottle of water. Then Xiao Ran's voice sounded again, keep an eye on them, report back to me at all times, and in the future, I will give you the same amount of food and water every day. Deal. Gua Haoren didn't bargain any further and picked up the instant noodles and purified water on the ground, hiding them in his thick winter coat. He turned around and left, illuminating himself with his cell phone's flashlight. After walking out for a long distance, suddenly, a few lights shone over, and he similarly shone back, only to see that those people on the opposite side were clearly Su Feng and the others. However, Gua Haoren didn't have the slightest fear. Instead he revealed a smile. How was it, did that kid take the bait? Su Feng asked. Gua Haoren, on the other hand, took out the instant noodles and water, 4 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water. You guys, did that kid believe it? Ha ha ha. Su Feng and the others immediately all laughed. That kid would never think that instead of a traitor coming out from amongst us, we deliberately sent him a mole. Now that the power is out, how can welding still work? Les Poor, tell us what's going on in the villa. Gua Haoren, however, shook his head. That kid was incredibly cautious and didn't let me in at all. However, I looked at the thickness of that iron door. It's 20 centimeters, it's controlled by electricity, otherwise it would take quite a bit of effort just to push it open. Even if there's still electricity, it's not realistic to cut through the door with welding. Hiss. The crowd all exclaimed, what is the concept of a 20 centimeter thick iron door? The iron door of a human defense is probably only 20 centimeters thick. You've turned your home into a bomb shelter level? Luckily we didn't plan to attack from the basement, or else it would only be futile. But, didn't get a good feel of the villa's internal structure. It doesn't matter, right now this kid's attention is all in the basement. We'll act according to the plan at night. The second team will pretend to attack from the basement to attract Xiao Ran's attention, while the first team will attack from the ground to catch Xiao Ran off guard. By the time we attack the villa, that kid is only 1 person, how can he stop us? Su Feng loudly cheered up the crowd, which also made the crowd like chicken blood, and all of them raised their arms and yelled. The villa. Xiao Ran scat and laughed. Would he believe Gua Haoren? Of course he doesn't believe it, not even half a word. Right now he only believed himself. He just pretended that he believed it and accompanied Gua Haoren to act out the drama. After all, the unchanging life was too boring. Telling me to attack from the basement, then the real attack should be from somewhere else. Sounding out the east and diverting my attention. But, they really dared to attack from the ground? Xiao Ran thought about it, and it was still a real possibility. For example, if you drive a car out, although the glass of the car will be smashed by the hail, but, you can spread a quilt on top of the glass of the car in advance, anyway, it's in the neighborhood, and drive the car into a turtle speed, can it still arrive at the entrance of the villa? By then, the people inside from the car out, head or with bedding blocked, a short period of time should not be smashed by hail. Then, the sledgehammer knock, of course, the courtyard door immediately opened, and then the same bombardment villa front door, not can rush into the villa? The premise of being able to do so was that Xiao Ran's villa had not been remodeled. But the problem is, Xiao Ran spent $80 million for the remodeling. Even if you drove a bulldozer over, Xiao Ran was confident enough that the villa would block the bulldozer instead of being bulldozed over. Manpower wants to destroy the villa? Oh, isn't it funny? He was very much looking forward to the look on these people's faces when they couldn't attack. A nap then, might have to sleep late again tonight. He went to bed, but not a moment later he was woken up by the sound of an alarm. He grabbed his cell phone only to see that someone else was here. A woman. Seems kind of familiar. Come to think of it. That mouthy guy's wife. When the natural disaster first started, Xiao Ran had once met a group of people who asked him to buy supplies when he was walking his leopard, but naturally, Xiao Ran did not agree, and one of the mouthy guys even sarcastically used the matter of Zheng Jie being a wild seed in a conspiratorial manner, and was beaten up by him. At that time, he also sent a deliberate invitation to the wife of the mouthy guy to come to him when she was hungry. The result really came? Xiaoran could not help but shake his head. People are starved, but also really what dignity cannot want. Not right. Xiaoran saw another person in the passage. The man with a bad mouth. Not only was he ambushed by the door, but he was also holding a stick in his hand. Was this waiting for himself to open the door and then sneak attack himself? He was wrong. The other party was not putting down his dignity to betray himself, but was planning to use color seduction with the intention of getting himself killed. Tough enough. Just this mouthy man is not forgetting, at that time he was beaten up by himself and swollen. With this combat power still want to get me killed? Oh, sneak attack. Sneak attack, this is not much to do with the fighting strength, not to be on guard, you a stick into, fighting champions also have to immediately turn in. Hey, the big show hasn't started yet, let's have an appetizer first. Can. Xiaoran came to the basement and asked through the door, who? Xiaoran, it's me, Lin. The woman outside said, didn't you say that I can ask you for food whenever I'm hungry? Xiaoran pretended to reminisce for a moment before he so quietly said, then laughed, I have food, but do you know what price you have to pay? No. Lin said. Good. Xiaoran said, then heard a click as the door opened. Light and warm air poured out at the same time. Lin could not help but look at her husband, while the yawning man nodded at her, meaning, you go in first, I'll follow you, and when I see Xiaoran, I'll slam a stick on it. Lin gathered her courage and walked towards the room. In fact, the light was attracting her, not to mention the warmth, it simply mesmerized her. The mouthy man lowered his body and was just about to follow when he didn't realize that the iron door actually closed automatically. Startled, he hastily reached for the door handle, trying to stop it. However, the force of the iron door closing was too great, which was something he could resist, and with a clang, the door closed tightly. The mouthy man was instantly dumbfounded. I'm still outside. Chapter 49 The Partition Wall. Lin entered the basement. She twisted her head and was dumbfounded. Where's hubby? Where is my husband, man? Xiaoran, however, walked over and casually threw out a few packets of instant noodles and even a few marinated eggs, in addition to a few bottles of mineral water, while ordering, lean against the door. Lin was subconsciously about to refuse, but when she looked at the bountiful food on the floor, the refusal that reached her mouth turned into a silent turning of her lips. She had been starving for several days, or else she wouldn't have been able to follow her husband to run here in desperation. Xiaoran smiled and even handed over a leg from a roasted chicken. Eat it. Lin couldn't help but reach out and catch it. The flavor of the roasted chicken was too fragrant and enticing, she couldn't help but take a bite of it, while Xiaoran also thoughtfully handed over a bottle of water, which she also took and drank, and her bubbling throat was immediately moisturized. 10 minutes later, she ate all the food. Are you full? Xiaoran asked with a smile. Aha. As far as Xiaoran was concerned, this was of course just a small episode. He knew that the mouthy man wanted to get himself killed, but he didn't kill because he was merciful? No, it was called killing to kill. People can be killed anytime, but what's the point of killing directly? Let you live in remorse and shame all the time, this is the right thing to do. Xiaoran dared to do so, because he has enough strength, otherwise, if he is just an ordinary person, it will certainly be as far as possible to nip all the threats in the bud. He wants to kill the mouthos the man whenever he can. Could the other party run out of this neighborhood? Xiaoran didn't even need to do it himself, as long as he threw out some food as a bounty for others to do it. How many people do you think would be eager to be this executioner? Nowadays, human life was too worthless, and it was too easy to kill a person. Xiaoran used the resources in his hands and only needed to take out a drop to create a bloody storm in the neighborhood. In the past, that was called the power of money, and now? The power of food. He didn't do it simply because he didn't want people to die too quickly and bore him. Just hang in there, at least until the hail stops or the fog lifts, then I'll have to focus on gathering energy, and once I can get out there, there'll be more interesting people for him to spend his time with, instead of having to staring at his neighbors in the neighborhood. He waited for night to fall. It was night. Su Feng and the others made their move. They were divided into two groups, one led by Su Feng, a feint attack since he had confused Xiaoran. Su Feng, the leader, must be seen and heard by Xiaoran, so that he would not be suspicious. The other team was much more dangerous. They carried a bed to the bottom of the unit building, in the bed covered with bedding, hanging down, can protect most of their bodies, and the mattress in the middle of the plastic layer. To prevent the hail melting, poisonous water may drip down on them. Although there was only about 1 meter of visibility outside, the neighborhood was that big, and they were also very familiar with the place, so how could they possibly get lost? 10 people, all standing underneath the bed and carrying it, a distance of hundreds of meters was absolutely no problem. Su Feng once again pumped up the crowd. Brothers, whether we can get rich, whether we can eat good food and drink good food, whether we can make a beautiful woman lie in front of us and obediently call out to her father, depends on this time. Roar! The crowd all shouted out, appearing to be full of morale. Depart! Chapter 50, Defeat on Both Roads. Su Feng and the others split up, one in the light and one in the dark, heading towards the villa where Xiao Ran was. Definitely the group that went through the basement arrived first, and with 2 flashlights, they began to study the iron door. Knocking once, it buzzed with a muffled sound. Hiss, this guy is really willing to give up, actually remodeling the basement entrance to be so sturdy. Someone exclaimed, hearing this sound, one could tell that the iron door was bound to be incredibly thick. Someone laughed, could it be that this guy is still unpredictable, knowing that there will be an apocalypse? Su Feng snorted, must have watched too many zombie movies. This thick iron gate is naturally zombie-proof, now it's just poisonous hail, the weather is cold, so what's the point of this iron gate being thicker? However, if this kid is really brainwashed by the Doomsday movie, the material stockpiled at home should still exceed our imagination. Not bad. Everyone's eyes lit up. Therefore, their harvest this time would still exceed expectations. Quick, faint. They took the iron and rubbed it on the iron door, making a piercing sound to simulate the illusion of being electrically welded. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and pressed on his cell phone. Suddenly, the fire sprinkler system and the entire passageway all turned on and the water liquid spilled down. In fact, Jia Yungue could not possibly agree to remodel the firefighting facilities of the neighborhood. Once he was found out, he would have to suffer from a criminal lawsuit, so Xiao Ran let him build an extra set of firefighting facilities, which was always no problem, right? And this set of fire sprinkler system, what water source did Xiao Ran connect? Of course, it was the water from the poisonous hailstones, but it was diluted. Ah! At once, there were screams of misery in the passageway. This is poisonous water. Fuck, that kid is too poisonous. Run! Su Feng and the others were all rolling and crawling, running towards the outside of the passageway. With great difficulty, they finally escaped out of the passageway and out of the range of the poisonous water spray, and they also all sat down paralyzed. Each and every one of them was shocked and scared. Xiao Ran had actually changed the fire sprinkler system. Damn the property. Damn URA. Damned Fire Bureau. This kind of obvious violation actually doesn't care? They obviously didn't notice that Xiao Ran didn't modify the fire facilities, he just added an extra set. But was there a discrepancy? What to do? The people looked at each other. Their mission was to attract Xiao Ran's attention from underneath, so that the ground troops could smoothly kill their way into the villa, but all of them became piggybacks. Did this hold Xiao Ran's attention even a little bit? Almost nothing. Su Feng was a bit dumbfounded. This situation was completely out of his expectation. Xiao Ran didn't even show up and tease them miserably, and this result was also far beyond his expectations, so how could he respond? For a moment, his head was as big as a bucket. Go back and get the umbrella. He finally had a bright idea. Right. At once, the crowd hurriedly rushed back to get their umbrellas again. It was also fortunate that what they had been sprayed with was a thinned-out poisonous hail liquid, otherwise, it wouldn't be a matter of hurting for a bit, but at least half an hour on the ground. We still have to change out of our wet clothes. Right, otherwise we'll freeze to death first. They rushed back, while at the same time, the ground troops killed in front of Xiao Ran's villa. Break the door. With a knock of the sledgehammer, clang, the courtyard door of the villa was easily smashed open, and the crowd was immediately greatly encouraged and continued to advance. They arrived in front of a window and swung their hammers and smashed it. Bam! With a heavy sound, the man who swung the hammer had both his arms numbed by the shock, directly letting the sledgehammer fall to the ground, just hitting the tops of his own feet, causing tears to immediately soar out of his eyes from the pain. What's the situation? The crowd took a flashlight and shone it over, and were immediately dumbfounded. Where is the window? Where is the window? It was clearly a steel plate. The crowd did not believe, some even touched it, but the original should be the location of the window but suddenly replaced with a thick steel plate, so this hammer smashed through. Of course, the result is that both arms were shocked numb. Can this still hit in? How is it possible? What to do? What else can we do? Withdraw. Why don't we try the gate? Are you stupid? Even the windows are sealed with steel plates, the door is unprotected? Hurry up and retreat, I'm running out of strength after holding on to such a heavy bed. Me. Too, besides, it's wet and cold outside, I feel like there's poisonous water about to seep in. Hurry back, it would have been impossible for us to last long outside with this kind of protection. Replan. The crowd was about to retreat, but just then, a window opened on the second floor, and then Xiao Ran's voice could be heard coming from the second floor. You don't have to leave if you're here. Xiao Ran. They exclaimed at the same time and tried to look up, but they were blocked by the bed. But if they couldn't see it, they had to leave now or they wouldn't be able to hold on. Boom! Suddenly, the bed shook and they were almost shaken to the point of falling down. What the hell? Boom, there was another muffled sound, and the sound of something heavy hitting could be heard next, much like the sound of a stone hitting a rock. Strange, how could this happen? Squeak squeak dash. However, the bed made an unbearable sound. How did it go back? Boom! Before one of their thoughts could turn around, the bed was the one that collapsed with a loud bang, instantly crushing everyone solidly and triggering a chorus of screams. These people wanted to climb out, but were horrified to find that the bed was ridiculously heavy, and they simply couldn't break free. And at this time they also finally saw clearly, the bed was actually pressed with a small mountain of high stones. No wonder the bed was collapsed, and no wonder their 10 big men also could not hold up at all. The hailstones are still smashing. Although the hailstones were much smaller than the previous days, but, one by one, it still hurt. The key hailstones were poisonous, hitting the skin would allow the toxins to enter the body, and the pain was as if it was on fire. Ah! The 10 men screamed miserably, as if they had fallen into hell. Chapter 51, Reward for the Leaky Fish. Xiao Ran closed the window. The screaming was too loud, harsh and unpleasant. Naturally, he used a piece of stone to crush the bed shield that these people were carrying. Stone, iron, steel bar, these things he did not have less. Woof! The leopard barked lowly, baring its teeth, ferociously. If Xiao Ran opened the door at this moment, it would definitely rush out regardless. But of course Xiao Ran will not open the door. Now the 10 people outside will only wait for death, and is a little bit smashed by the hail, or by the heavy objects alive, or maybe poisoned to death. The specific method of death cannot be determined now, but the death is certain. Therefore, with the end has been doomed to certain death, the people have what good to calculate it. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and led the leopard out the door. Underground garage. The leopard had a good nose and could smell people from a long distance, so it could work wonders in the dark underground space. Of course, if the visitor used a flashlight, it would be even more of a self-disclosure of his position. Xiao Ran did a bit of arranging and fixed several flashlights in different locations. Don't look at them as flashlights with little technology, but with infrared remote control. Xiao Ran only had to press a button and they would light up and go out at the same time. He turned off the light and waited quietly with the leopard. Not long after, Su Feng and the others finally made a comeback. There was no way. It took a while just to climb the stairs, and then they had to change their clothes, almost from the inside out. Could it be fast enough? The column of light from the flashlight wavered. Su Feng and the others were getting closer and closer. Almost there. Xiao Ran pressed it, and instantly 7 high-power flashlights glowed together, shining at Su Feng and the others. Although Su Feng and the others also had flashlights in their hands, but they wouldn't shine them at themselves, so suddenly being illuminated by 7 powerful flashlights, their eyes couldn't stand it, and they couldn't help but use their hands to block in front of them. At this moment, they panicked more than anything else. Xiao Ran walked out holding the leopard with a calm and unhurried look. A light hit his back, casting a long shadow and making him appear tall and majestic. This was certainly a designed appearance. Xiao Ran. Su Feng and the others saw through the cracks in their fingers, and none of them exclaimed. This person had appeared. They were panicked. After all, too many people had tried to deal with Xiao Ran up until now, and what was the result? Look at the corpses piled up at the passageway at the entrance of Xiao Ran's villa. They were about to become a small mountain. Never let it be said that these people ran over there on their own to die. So, Xiao Ran was obviously just an ordinary person. Why would he have such fighting power? This was what everyone was puzzled about. A strong fear arose because of the unknown. Xiaoran smiled slightly and pulled out a gun from his pocket. It was an imitation gun with a silencer. He aimed the gun at Su Feng. "Kneel down," he said indifferently. "Gun." The crowd could not help but show a look of fear, and at the same time, it dawned on them. No wonder so many people were taken out by Xiaoran, so there was a gun. Bah, why am I so calm? That's a gun. After understanding, the crowd trembled again. Su Feng was just about to kneel down, but then stopped and said, almost fooled by you. You're not a police officer, and since guns are banned in China, I don't believe that you can get a gun. Those people who were scared by one of your fake guns before actually died of their own stupidity. The analysis made sense. However, Xiaoran smiled faintly and slightly deflected the muzzle of the gun before pulling the trigger. Click. Wordlessly, a person fell on his back, but his body still made a not-so-small sound when it hit the ground. Boom. Dead, with a large bloody hole in his head, his eyes were wide open, as if saying, I didn't say I didn't believe you, so why did you have to hit me? At that moment, all the people were trembling. The real gun is the real gun. Ah. Su Feng immediately knelt down. A great man can bend and bend, as long as he can keep his life, there is always a chance that he can take revenge. Xiaoran smiled, imitation guns plus real bullets in the alien space, TSK, just ask who can not be afraid? Want to live? He asked. Want to. Su Feng hurriedly said. Hee, it's a pity that I don't want to give you the chance. Xiaoran said, and as his fingers snapped, the bullets in the alien space shot out. Hearing his words, Su Feng knew that it was not good and had already rolled and ran, but how fast could a person be faster than a bullet? Moreover, Xiaoran had purposely set up 7 flashlights for illumination. Su Feng didn't even have a chance to dodge a bullet by relying on the darkness. However, after this shot, the others also fled in fear. Xiaoran did not want to spare them at all. As long as they escaped into the darkness, then they could live. However, a bullet flew out from the alien space and chased after those people. Boom, 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 one by one, people fell down. But someone still escaped into the darkness. It was Guahaoren. However, the leopard had already chased after him. Guahaoren's scream came, but it was also accompanied by the low roar of the leopard in pain. Leopard, come back! Xiaoran shouted. In his opinion, the leopard's life was much more important than Guahaoren. Not long after, the leopard ran back, and there was obviously a wound on its left ear. However, it had a very smug look on its face. This was because it had bitten Guahaoren even harder. Good job, leopard. Xiaoran laughed, let's go back and treat you. As for Guahaoren, he didn't need to go after it. But to just spare this person? It was also impossible. Xiaoran laughed coldly. Returning to the villa, he first helped the leopard to be medicated, and then sent a message in the large group, reward Guahaoren, whoever kills him and sends the photo in the group can come to Xiaoran to receive 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water. Oh, there will be a brave man with a heavy reward. Once this reward comes out, Guahaoren is bound to be suspicious of anyone who can't believe it, and it won't take more than a few days for him to be found out for sure and get him killed. As for killing Guahaoren to die a few people, Xiaoran naturally does not care. Off his ass. Does he have the sense to find out by himself? Does he think he can't afford this instant noodles and water or what? Xiaoran took a shower and lay down on the bed to go to sleep. In no time, he slept peacefully and was very relieved. The villa that cost $80 million to remodel, if it still can't make him feel safe, then it's really a waste of time. However, although he slept soundly, the whole neighborhood was boiling because of the bounty he offered. 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water. Not 2 packs and 1 bottle, but boxes. If we get this bounty, how many days can we last? A natural disaster can never last forever, so the longer one lasts, the more likely one is to get through it and become a survivor of this natural disaster. It was true that there were so many people who were asleep, and some others whose cell phones were dead and could not see the bounty Xiaoran had sent out, but there were still many people who were heavily armed and came out of the house to start searching and hunting. Now, what is the concept of 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water? It was worth more than even 10 million in the past. The point is, even if you kill someone now, so what? Who's going to catch them? The social order had collapsed a long time ago. Chapter 52, The God's Magician. Xiao Ran woke up with a start. End times, Day 8. He leisurely went to brush his teeth and wash his face, and then started eating breakfast. Only then did he pick up his cell phone and look at it. Hua Haoren was found and had his throat slit. Someone had at him in the group and posted a picture. So fast, he guessed Hua Haoren could have been hiding for days. Xiao Ran then replied in the group, "Add me as a friend and come to collect the reward whenever you want, set the time." A moment later, he received a friend request. He chose to pass it. The other party said, "I'll come over at 3 in the afternoon, and you can leave the stuff at the door." "Okay." Xiao Ran replied. He looked at the person's information and it was Sun Jihao from Building 2. Thinking that Hua Haoren was also from Building 2, it was estimated that this Sun Jihao should have known the other party in order to trick the other party's door and kill Hua Haoren very easily. He didn't care how the process went, Hua Haoren being dead was fine. Instant noodles and water? If he wanted to, he could pile up the entire neighborhood with instant noodles or flood the entire neighborhood with clean water. It was just so bold. Building 3. Unlike the other buildings, which are scattered, Building 3 has already been unified and follows the orders of one person. However, he is not the building manager, but a man named Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan, now 51 years old, is a full-time missionary. Originally, his business was not very good, the attitude of the people of the country to the gods, which spirit will worship which, will not deliberately limited to which big god, but when the disaster occurred, his business has suddenly done well. Such a bizarre natural disaster can easily be associated with the gods, so Zhang Kuan took the opportunity to say that this is a test of the gods, to cleanse the world of sin. Only those who believe in the Lord can get through the hard times, blah blah blah, but by him all the people in Building 3 brainwashed. There's always someone who hasn't been brainwashed, right? The Lord said, "He that believeth not in me is an infidel, and shall be burned at the stake." Now, of course, there will be no burning, so Zhang Kuan took the lead and killed all these infidels. So now there is only one voice in Building 3. The voice of God, that is, the voice of Zhang Kuan. Although the power is in his hands, the whole Building 112 families, 407 people are his fanatical believers, but Zhang Kuan still has a big problem. People believe in him because they believe that they can follow him to live, not some bullshit salvation. What's the problem now? Food and water. He had to solve the problem of staying alive, or else these believers would kneel down to him today, but tomorrow they would dare to dismantle him and stew him in soup. What to do? His first reaction was naturally to snatch the supplies from Xiao Ran's hands, but Su Feng and the others had already proved with their lives that trying to snatch food from a tiger's mouth, the only result would be to be swatted by the tiger, and that it was simply impossible to succeed. Then, there were only 2 ways to go. The first was to lull. If he could get Xiao Ran to believe in God as well, then he could get all of Xiao Ran's supplies without any effort. You offer everything to the Lord, isn't that very proper? Second, negotiate. Give Xiao Ran what he needs and then get the supplies. After considering for a long time, Zhang Kuan dialed Xiao Ran's phone. The electricity had been cut off, so even if the base station was still working, how many days could it last? In 2 more days, it was estimated that they would have to run to people's doorsteps in order to communicate. "Hey, Xiao Ran, I'm Zhang Kuan, the representative of Building 3. Zhang Kuan said, "At the same time, I am also the Lord's representative on earth. Anyone who believes in the Lord can be saved with me." Godly man ah. Xiao Ran recalled this person's information. Oh, there was indeed such a person who used the end of the world to preach about the gods and heavenly punishment, claiming that the reason for such a disaster was because the gods were dissatisfied with mankind, so they had to send down a disaster, and only those who were devout in their belief in the gods could survive, and those who did not believe in the Lord would have to be annihilated. However, Xiao Ran knows that this person is already 2 days before his death, so he does not know much about this person in this church. In his previous life, of course, he could not have any interactions with Zhang Kuan, but this life was different. Something is wrong? Xiao Ran asked indifferently. Zhang Kuan said, "Oh sinful man, you're just a lost sheep dash." Stop. Xiao Ran interrupted, "Get to the point or I'll hang up. Don't you know how precious electricity is nowadays?" Chapter 53, Offering a Reward Again. Zhang Kuan looked a little embarrassed. Nonsense, of course he knows how precious electricity is nowadays. There are a few people whose cell phones still work because of the rechargeable treasure, but how long can the rechargeable treasure last? If I didn't see the supplies in your hand, do you think I would be willing to find you? Jean Cohen took a deep breath. He had naturally been rejected by countless people when he was persuading people to join the sect before the calamity, and had long since developed a good amount of patience. He said very calmly, I want to buy some supplies from you, a building full of people who are all wailing. I hope that you can oblige. Xiaoran lost his smile. Don't you think you should pray to your God to grant you supplies? Rely. Even as a clergyman, Jean Cohen wanted to explode. If the Lord could give food, then who needed to work hard? It's just a belief. Faith, do you understand? Bah, faithless dogs. Jean Cohen despised Xiaoran in his heart, while his mouth said, I know that you like women, and there are 2 female members of our church who are willing to sacrifice themselves to fulfill your request every day, so how about you give us 2 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food, plus 2 boxes of water every day? Xiaoran directly lost his laughter. After laughing for a while, Jean Cohen couldn't help but speak, have you laughed enough? Only then did Xiaoran stop and said, first of all, are you guys a church or a kiln? Secondly, since you are chickens, you need to know the market well. Right now, you only charge 1 packet of instant noodles for sleeping with you once, and water is calculated separately. Are your 2 female givers encrusted with diamonds, or are they as beautiful as heavenly fairies, to actually charge a box of water and noodles each? If you're in the neighborhood, Han Yun should be the best quality, but Xiaoran only fills her up every time, plus gives her 3 to 4 packs of instant noodles and water. You're purely asking for a lion's share. Jean Cohen disliked him so much that his face turned red. He really didn't know the market, which was why he was laughed at so much by Xiaoran. He suppressed his anger and said, we have too many people in this building, we need at least 2 boxes of instant noodles and water every day. How about this? How many more women do you need? I'll go mobilize again and see if anyone is willing to sacrifice on their own accord. Don't you move to sacrifice or anything, make it seem like you're high and mighty. Obviously is out to sell, doing pimping work, how to make it seem as if it is the savior in general. Xiaoran leisurely said, I do not lack of women, so you do not have to bother. However, since you buy to sacrifice, so, you find 3 men to your chrysanthemum burst, pass the video over, I'll give you a box of instant noodles, said to do. Oh, it's easy to let others sacrifice, what about when it's your turn? Jean Cohen was instantly speechless, and after a while, he said, you actually dare to humiliate a God's messenger like this? Xiaoran lost his smile, aren't you all God's believers? What, are you still divided into 3, 6, 9 classes? Just others can be sacrificed, but not you? I put my words, want to eat, you can, find 3 people to take a turn off, and don't forget to take a video. That's it. He hung up the phone. There's always someone with a little power who thinks he's above it all and different. Actually, Jean Cohen is dissatisfied? Then let him be dissatisfied, a bunch of rabble. You really think that if you join the church, you will follow you to the end? How can that be? There is a Chinese saying, called the temporary clasp, that is, I have something, then temporarily believe in you, if you cannot help, cannot save me, then you better goodbye. Come and try, do your believers believe in God or do they believe in supplies that can survive? Xiaoran spoke in the group, anyone who pops Jean Cohen in building 3 in the ass, reward 10 boxes of instant noodles or an equal amount of anything. Oh, 10 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food or water, is this price enough to make a warrior step forward and pop Jean Cohen's asshole? Absolutely enough. Dare to threaten me? I don't even need to take action myself, I can let you play with your balls by offering a reward. Xiaoran laughed and didn't think about this person Cohen anymore. In the afternoon, he put the promised food and water at the door and then watched through the surveillance. At 3 o'clock or so, a man came over. Around 30 years old, his body was very strong, and his looks were quite tough, with tattoos on the inside of his neck and a scar on his face, belonging to the kind that could scare children in broad daylight. He was wearing a flashlight, and when he saw the food lying on the ground, he smiled and carried the food up. He was very strong, and it was easy for him to carry these supplies by himself. Xiaoran watched him leave the passageway and enter the underground garage, but then the next step was beyond the range of the surveillance and he couldn't see it. I wonder if anyone will rob this Sun Jihao? Xiaoran suddenly thought, but he was just curious for a moment, not particularly concerned, and shook his head to not care about this. Building 7, 902 doorway. Buckling, the door to the room knocked. The owner of the house was called Song Fei, and he looked towards through the cat's eye to check, only to see a very pretty and also very young woman standing at the door, with a scared look on her face, and also clasping her arms with both hands, as if she was frozen in appearance. That's right, she was wearing a thin sweater, in such a low temperature cannot be cold? However, it was also the case that it could be seen that the woman possessed a voluptuous figure, her round breasts forming tantalizing curves that made him unable to resist the shrug in his throat. Anyone? The woman let out a trembling voice. Please, I'm thirsty, hungry and cold, take me in, will you? I'll listen to you and everything. Song Fei couldn't help himself and clicked the door lock open, saying, Beauty dash. Put. The woman who had a soft look just now suddenly had a fierce look in her eyes, and with a flip of her wrist, she already had an extra sharp dagger, and with a swing, she slashed Song Fei's neck open, and blood gurgled out at once. Ho ho! Song Fei could no longer speak, his eyes looked at this murderous beauty in horror, one hand reached out, seemingly still wanting to grab this beauty in front of him, questioning why the other party was killing him painfully, but he was slapped away by that beauty with a disgusted slap. Boom, Song Fei fell to the ground, blood gushing out and quickly flowing all over the place. Hearing such a big commotion emanating from the doorway, Song Fei's wife walked out and said, Hubby, what's happening dash? Before she could finish a sentence, she saw her husband collapsed in a pool of blood and couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Ah! However, only after the scream started, the woman rushed up with an arrow step and directly locked her throat. Song Fei's wife struggled desperately, but she couldn't get away at all, she could only flail her limbs futilely, and finally her legs went up, and her whole body went limp. Dead. Only then did that beautiful woman let go, and although she had killed 2 people in a row, her expression did not change in any way. Because she was a professional killer. Chapter 54, Staring at Xiaoran. Killing Song Fei with a knife was because the other party was a male and the killer was a female, and she was at a disadvantage in terms of strength, so in order to ensure that she finished this person off in the first place, this female killer chose to use a knife, whereas killing a woman was done with a chokehold to make the other party suffocate because she was certain of killing her target, and using a knife would make blood spray and splash on her body. Now where was the water to bathe in? So, she chose to consume her physical strength. This damn natural disaster. The female assassin cursed as she rummaged through the house. She searched the house in a circle. One was to look for food, and the other was if there were any leaks. She put her winter coat on, covering her plump and attractive figure, then found some of the last food in Seinfeld's house and slowly ate it. Her name was Akai Sakari, that's right, she wasn't a national, while her profession was that of an assassin, fluent in 5 languages, good at disguises, and proficient in fighting skills. She came to Sioux City because she accepted a killing mission, male of course, she never took on missions to kill men only, because with her beautiful and moving beauty, it was too easy to kill men, so it was natural to take advantage of her innate strengths. But she had just rented a room here to stay, and the operation hadn't even officially started yet, and it turned out that she actually encountered a natural disaster. She was a professional killer but not a survival expert, and she was dumbfounded when she encountered such a situation. She had no choice but to do her old job. Killing people. Killing people, then other people's things would be hers. She flipped through Song Fei's cell phone, and it was the only one that still had the last charge left. This Xiaoran guy seems to have a lot of supplies. Akai Sakari's eyes lit up. The same killing, the food obtained from killing the 2 people here would at most allow her to live for 1 more day, but Xiaoran casually dangled a bounty of food and water by the crate. She licked her lips, her eyes burning. This person is so horny that he is hunting for sex in the entire neighborhood? The woman couldn't help but sneer. It won't take much to kill you. However, she also saw the fear that everyone in the neighborhood had for Xiaoran. This man was suspected to have a gun. Akai Sakari couldn't help but flinch, although she was a professional assassin and was proficient in all kinds of killing methods, but if it was 7 paces away, then it was definitely the gun that was fast, and it wouldn't be useful for her to fight for her life anymore. And if it was within 7 paces? The gun is accurate and fast. So, the kind of movie sequences of grabbing a gun in close quarters and dodging bullets are all lies. Unless the person using the gun is a rookie. It's not good with a gun. Akai Sakari hesitated slightly, but immediately smiled brightly like a flower. However, this person is horny, so at most I'll just sell my color a little bit, and I'll make him negligent before stabbing him to death. She began to get ready, sticking the dagger into her boot. Taking off her jacket and taking a look in the mirror, under the sweater wrapping, that curve, that curvature, TSK, a man would be tempted to look at it. Go to seduce that colorful man. She put on her winter clothes again. Coming to the underground garage, she used her cell phone to illuminate, and after walking for a while, she came under Xiaoran's villa. With the light from her cell phone, she saw the corpses stuck in the middle of the cars and couldn't help but draw a cold breath. Gunshot wounds. She could not help but feel a chill in her heart and her face changed dramatically. She was a professional assassin, so she was naturally not unfamiliar with wounds caused by bullets, only from the wounds, it was clearly made by rifle bullets. To know that China banned guns, even she did not dare to bring a gun into the country, but went to get a dagger after entering the country. So, where did Xiao Ran get the gun and bullets? It was even a rifle. Did this guy used to be a soldier? But a soldier can bring a gun home? Obviously not. Akai Sakari was a bit confused, and even more hesitant to not mess with this mysterious guy. After all, there were so many corpses down outside. But on second thought, what was her advantage? Pretty. And Xiao Ran's weakness? Being horny. I can definitely succeed. And as long as I make this job, I should be able to live a comfortable life for a long time. She decided to put up a fight. Akai Sakari didn't hesitate any longer and walked into the passageway, taking off her jacket first. Even though she was freezing and shivering because of it, she still forced herself to endure it and even used her cell phone to shine it on her face, just in case Xiao Ran couldn't see that she was a big beautiful woman. Boom boom boom, she slapped up the iron door with force. It was still really thick. She could not help but be staggered. With her specialty, she was completely sure that this iron door could not be blown open even with a large amount of C4. It had a higher defense rating than a normal bank vault. She waited for Xiao Ran to appear. At this moment, Xiao Ran naturally discovered Akai Sakari as well. Which building's owner is this? Although it was impossible for him to recognize all the residents in the district, one as beautiful as her would have heard of her even if he hadn't seen her before. Xiao Ran sked slightly and asked, "Who are you and what do you want?" "My name is Zhangli, I want some food," she said in the softest of tones. Xiao Ran looked at the surveillance screen and confirmed that she was the only one before opening the iron door, and when Akai Sakari came in, he then closed the iron door. This iron door was a remote control plus fingerprint control, so even if someone else came in, they could only stare at the iron door. When the iron door was closed, Akai Sakari could not help but feel a tightness in her heart. She had already labeled Xiao Ran as a suspected veteran, sniper, and fighting expert in her heart, and now that she had to face such a person alone, she was still quite nervous. However, it was so warm here. She had intentionally taken off her winter clothes in order to show off her figure and strengthen her personal charisma, and she was originally shivering from the cold, but now there was no chill at all. It's heated here. Awesome. She wanted to occupy this place even more. Even, there were lights. Her heart jumped in excitement, but her face put on a petulant expression and asked, "Where are you?" "Here." Xiao Ran's voice came out from behind the screen, "Take off your clothes." "What?" Akai Sakari couldn't believe it. "You're in too much of a hurry." Xiao Ran laughed. Of course he wasn't in a hurry, but he felt that there was something wrong with this woman. He needed to know if the other party had any weapons on her. Which of the others also didn't take their coats off on purpose at the door? She was the first and only one. "You know how cold it is now? A dozen degrees below zero. Although taking off the jacket in a short period of time is impossible to be frozen to death, but just this perseverance is also enough to make Xiao Ran alert. Try to ask, how many people can take off the jacket in such cold weather? The moment the cold invaded them, they would just jump straight to their feet. But she did so. Xiao Ran could think that this was a deliberate attempt to emphasize her good figure, but as much as that? When a person possessed an endurance that ordinary people could hardly possess, it was naturally worth paying attention and being careful. Akai Sakari, if she had known that she was being clever, then she definitely wouldn't have taken off her jacket. Chapter 55, The Lady Killer and Lu Bingcheng. Akai Sakari hesitated for a moment, but the person had already come in. Could she still give up at this point? She gritted her teeth and began to take off her clothes. The speed was slow, which was also very much in line with the reserve of a virtuous woman. Luckily the dagger was in her boots, she said secretly. Even slower and slower, she stripped herself down to just her underwear. "It's okay." Xiao Ran, however, laughed. "You still wear underwear when you bathe? You can still bathe here?" Akai Sakari but asked back in shock. Xiao Ran just hummed from his nose. Faced with the temptation to take a bath, Akai Sakari still succumbed. She stepped into the bathroom and clattered as the shower sprayed down hot water, and she was first careful to touch it with her fingertips, and was thrilled beyond belief when she realized that it was indeed safe water. But she was also appalled. Other people are having trouble even getting a drink of water right now, even to the point of fighting, and you have the luxury of bathing in hot water. It's too crazy. How did you manage to do that? But she didn't think so much about it for now, and instead enjoyed the shock of the hot water to her heart's content. It's been 8 days since she took a bath. Even though the current temperature was extremely low and it was basically impossible to sweat, what she did for a living, no matter how careful she was, she would still get some blood on her, so she had actually been disgusted by the smell emanating from her body. Now she could finally take a painful shower. At this moment, she was incomparably determined to take over this place. Where was Xiaoran? She was suddenly startled, as she had actually not paid attention to Xiaoran's movements for quite a while because she was so focused on being shocked. What was he doing? Akaiban Riko did not dare to underestimate Xiaoran in the slightest. But at that moment, she saw a man walk into the bathroom as well. How could you come in? She was ashamed and angry. Xiaoran lost his smile. Didn't you send yourself to the door? And now you are reserved? However, I didn't realize that you are a mixed-race child. Xiaoran said, being rinsed by the water so much, the woman's originally black hair actually turned blonde. Akai Sakari knew that she couldn't hide it, so she even removed her pupils, now showing a pair of turquoise-blue pupils. That's right, my father is an ugly nation. She said with great pride. Grass, is this worth being proud of? Xiaoran was extremely upset and stepped forward to strike. Akai Sakari immediately counterattacked. She was now so angry that she no longer wanted to endure, but to kill this Chinese. Even if she was unarmed, as a professional killer, her unarmed combat ability could not be underestimated. The problem was that her opponent was not an ordinary person. After being reborn, Xiaoran's body seemed to have been remodeled as well, and it was incomparably strong, definitely at the world's top level, while Akai Sakari, although not weak, was still far from the world's top. Therefore, the result of the unarmed battle was that she lost miserably. Akai Sakari recovered from gasping for air and said in annoyance, still not rolling away? Xiaoran, however, said indifferently, your muscles are very strong, moreover, your fighting skills just now were also very good beauty. What exactly are you? Akai Sakari couldn't help but feel weak in her heart and said, I'm a fighting enthusiast, is that not okay? Yes, of course. Xiaoran laughed, his hand circled around the woman's neck, seemingly in love with the swan-like snow-white and slender neck, but Akai Sakari could not help but be flooded with goosebumps. However, I found a dagger in your boots. Xiaoran's voice came through. Akai Sakari realized that something was wrong, and just as she tried to move, the large pair of hands in her neck tightened violently. She let out a ho-ho sound while desperately struggling, and tried to reach out her foot to kick Xiaoran, but she couldn't kick at all, the scene in front of her eyes was getting more and more blurry, and the severe lack of oxygen was making it unbearable for her. Just when she thought she was going to die, Xiaoran suddenly let go of her hand. What is your true identity? Xiaoran asked, but his voice seemed to come from the sky, cold and desperate. To someone who wanted to kill himself, Xiaoran naturally would not be polite. Akai Sakari's will had already disintegrated at the edge of life and death, and she hurriedly said, my real name is Akai Sakari, I come from Kodomo, my father is from Ugly Kingdom, I am a professional assassin, and this time I came to China in order to kill a person named Lu Bingcheng, not you. She was now scared to death of Xiaoran. The original is a small day, no wonder when mentioning the ugly country so proud, because the ugly country is not the father of the small day? Physically it's also dad, Lu Bingcheng? This name seems quite familiar. Xiaoran thought about it and couldn't help but a little. Lu Bingcheng is a famous entrepreneur in Suzhou City. It is said that he is still a flunky, but it seems that he has taken the script of the hero of the cool article, and all the way to open up, and developed his wife's company from a small factory to a $10 billion level of the big group. Hanyuan Real Estate, which is a private enterprise ranked in the top 10 in Suzhou City. But who would hire a killer to murder a star entrepreneur? Forget it, it's none of my business. The flavor of the Little Day women is not bad. When I have the chance to go to Tokyo, I will find a few more to play with. Xiaoran said, a murderous aura reappearing in his eyes. He just wanted to know if Akai Sakari was specifically here to kill herself, and if she had any accomplices, and now that he had asked clearly, what was he waiting for if he didn't send her on her way? Keeping an assassin by your side? Not to mention that she is still an uncultivated small day, white-eyed wolf, even if she is a nationalist. Xiao Ran will not take this risk. Akai Sakari saw the situation, quickly cried and begged, "Please don't kill me, I'm still a virgin, really, just now that was my first time." A virgin is exempt from death? You come to kill me, I might spare you because you are a virgin. Xiao Ran had a heart of stone, he could never have a trace of mercy when treating his enemies. So what if you are a beautiful woman? If it threatened one's life, it would be wiped out without mercy. Xiao Ran grabbed Akai Sakari and pushed her with a force, and Akai Sakari retreated backwards, but only after 2 steps, she suddenly disappeared. Falling into the other dimension. This was definitely dead. Who would hire a small-time assassin to come to the country to kill people? Xiao Ran was a little curious, but this was destined to become an unsolved case. He disposed of the things left behind by Akai Sakari, killers, nothing to sympathize with. After it was all done, he came upstairs. But the phone suddenly rang. Xiao Ran looked at it, the number was unfamiliar. He thought about it, but still connected. Hello. Hello Mr. Xiao, first introduce yourself, my name is Lu Bingcheng. Chapter 56, The Old General Manager Who Sells His Wife. Xiao Ran froze. He now seriously suspected that Akai Sakari and this Lu Bingcheng were accomplices, otherwise how could one have just arrived and the other had called in? Hello, Mr. Xiao, are you still there? Lu Bingcheng could not help but ask when he saw that Xiao Ran was slow to respond. Xiao Ran smiled, I'm here, go ahead. I don't know if Mr. Xiao knows my identity, I better introduce myself first. Lu Bingcheng said, has Mr. Xiao heard of Han Yuan Real Estate? I know that you are the boss of Han Yuan Real Estate. Xiao Ran said, lest Lu Bingcheng go on at length. Lu Bingcheng smiled, it's good that Mr. Xiao knows. I have a proposal, if Mr. Xiao is willing to let the villa out, or let us live in it, then, when the natural disaster is over, Mr. Lu is willing to give half of the shares in his hand. Yo, big boldness. This is definitely a billion-dollar fortune. Unfortunately. Xiao Ran shook his head, Mr. Lu doesn't have to give me a pie, this natural disaster. Not to mention when it will end, even if it can end in a short period of time, how many people will die? Under such an impact, Mr. Lu thinks the stocks in your hand are still worth how much money? Even if the natural disaster can end in a short period of time, but the impact of the biggest industry, real estate absolutely have a share, and even will completely collapse. Therefore, Lu Bingcheng hands of the stock is not to say in waste paper almost, but no better. The key is, even if the hail stopped, the fog also dissipated, but outside the plant also died out, the next is the terrible famine in a long time, the most shortages, the most urgent things are food and water. Money? There is gross use. Lu Bingcheng seemed to be a little speechless by him, and only after a while did he say, okay, then we won't talk about money, I heard that you like beautiful women, I just happen to have one here, so you can first see if it's not suitable for your eyes. After a while, Xiao Ran received an MMS with a few life photos attached. This is a top 20 years old beauty, not only beautiful, and look especially pure, long hair, shoulders, eyes as if a pool of clear water. Height cannot be seen from the photo, but very well proportioned, waist thin only can be a grip, but the chest is large, buttocks round, is indeed the ultimate. If I give this woman to you, how much food and clear water can you give me? Lu Bingcheng asked in a deep voice. Xiao Ran lost his smile, isn't what Mr. Lu is selling a house, when did he become a human trafficker? His tone was already somewhat unkind. Even if he wanted to do business, he did it with myself, not the middleman to earn the difference. Lu Bingcheng was silent for a moment and said, I will tell you a story, does Mr. Xiao have time to listen? Xiao Ran laughed, it is rare to be able to listen to Mr. Lu, such a big man, to tell a story, please say it. Lu Bingcheng said, I came from a poor background, but I studied hard and got into a famous university, and my looks were good, so not long after I graduated from the university, I married my wife. However, my wife's family was in a good condition, so I'm a door-to-door son-in-law. Mr. Xiao is also a door-to-door son-in-law, so we should understand our difficulties, right? Xiao Ran smiled, the same as the door-to-door son-in-law, this condition can be 100 times better than me. Lu Bingcheng continued, however, my wife's body is a bit of a problem, married so long has never given birth, and I don't want to work hard to fight the cause of the hand over to the wife's mother's family of those assholes, so I looked for a woman, gave me a son. My wife's family is still very powerful, so I put the child in this neighborhood, and only take the time to visit once a month. Coincidentally, it happened to be June 1st at the time of the disaster, and I came over early, intending to take my son out for the day, but it turned out the result was, needless to say, trapped here. Xiao Ran's heart stirred, suddenly understanding why there were killers targeting Lu Bingchang. You raised an illegitimate child, then surely you will try to find a way to hand over the Hangyuan real estate to the illegitimate child's hands, but will your wife's family obediently agree? When it comes to tens of billions of dollars in assets, what's so strange about hiring a hitman? Once Lu Bingcheng is dead, Everest real estate will naturally belong to his wife's family. The bastard? You killed the bastard too. Wait a minute. Xiao Ran froze. The photo you just showed me, it will not be your lover, right? Lu Bingcheng directly admitted, not bad, it's my lover, however, I'm old enough to be her father, and I chose her because she's pretty enough, and a senior at a prestigious university, so she can give my son the best genes. I'm not hiding any of this from you, I just want you to know that everything I'm doing is just so I can keep my son alive. For the sake of my son, I can give up everything, but in the same way, for his sake, I can also give up everything. The last sentence was a complete threat. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Is Mr. Lu going to start a war with me? Speaking of which, you should still be thanking me, but I just took care of an assassin. However, with the natural disaster happening, I guess Akai Sakari shouldn't be interested in continuing this mission anymore, right? Forget it, I didn't kill for you anyway. Lu Bingcheng pondered for a moment and smiled. Of course I'm unwilling to go to war with Mr. Xiao, after all, Mr. Xiao's battle results these days are quite impressive. I still hope that Mr. Xiao can accept my offer. I can give you my woman, and you only need to give my son enough food and water. Xiao Ran could accept a woman to make a deal with him, but what kind of a condescending person are you who always looks like a loving father? But in reality, what's the difference between that and those who want to rob him of his resources? What if I don't agree? He asked indifferently. It's best to promise. Lu Bingcheng also said casually, I also brought 2 bodyguards, both have been mercenaries. Strength, a person unarmed to kill 4 or 5 adult men is not a problem, and then use knives, a fight 10 is not difficult. Therefore, Mr. Xiao had better accept Mr. Lu's offer, so that all will be happy. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, not a bad offer, but don't mention it next time, goodbye. He directly hung up the phone. Taking his own woman as goods to trade, Xiao Ran instinctively had a distaste for Lu Bingcheng. Maybe Lu Bingcheng was a lord, but definitely not to his liking. No way. Xiao Ran picked up his cell phone and started to issue another reward, this time for Lu Bingcheng. This person should be much more dangerous than Zhang Kuan, after all, he is the one who was the boss, and can completely convince many people with that set just now, and is much more powerful than Zhang Kuan's magic stick technique. By the life of one person, name, Lu Bingcheng, the old boss of Hanyuan Real Estate, is now in our neighborhood, surrounded by at least 2 bodyguards. I don't care how many people do it, as long as I can kill Lu Bingcheng, I will reward 20 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of supplies. He downed a few pictures of Lu Bingcheng on the internet and posted them in the group. Chapter 57, Lu Mei's Advice. Lu Bingcheng slowly hung up the phone. Mr. Lu? The 4 bodyguards looked at him at the same time. Lu Bingcheng lied, he had not just 2 bodyguards, but 4. Lu Bingcheng placed the phone on the table, frowned slightly, and looked towards a beautiful woman on the side, who was about 24 or 25 years old, with a 3 or 4-year-old boy in her arms, sleeping soundly. He refused. Lu Bingcheng said indifferently. The beautiful woman held the child, and coaxed him twice, saying, didn't you say that he was horny, and could actually refuse such a tempting offer? Lu Bingcheng smiled, yeah, so this is really out of my expectation. He rubbed his temples with a distressed look. Mr. Lu, what should we do then? A bodyguard asked, strong attack? Strong attack? Lu Bingcheng lost his smile, didn't several waves of people go for a strong attack before? Although your fighting strength is quite a bit stronger than normal people, but just talking about strength, you are at most twice as strong as a normal person, so just the 4 of you want to forcefully break through the door? Impossible. The beautiful woman then said, then I'll go bait him to open the door. Lu Bingcheng still shook his head, that kid's villa is bound to have been remodeled. If it were me, after spending so much money on remodeling, would I not install surveillance? Now although the power outage, but I can completely self-provided generator, with diesel gasoline and so on, last 10 days and a half months absolutely no problem. So, if we stop at the door, even if we don't make a sound, we won't be able to hide it from that kid inside. And Lu Bingcheng sighed, didn't that Guaharan say before, Xiao Ran can also control the fire sprinkler system and splash poisonous water on their gang? I'll ask you guys, you go to people's doorsteps to ambush them, but they directly shower you with poisonous water, how are you going to defuse it? The 4 bodyguards were dumbfounded. When it comes to fighting and even killing, they are professional, but, like now, this kind of work that requires the use of the brain, they are too bad at it. Then what to do? Lu Bingcheng shook his head. Why are you guys always staring at Xiaoran? Although he should have a lot of supplies in his hands, however, this current situation is not easy to deal with. Let's focus on others first, for example, rule the entire neighborhood at our feet, and then, well, if people go straight to digging the wall, we don't believe that we can't dig that kid out. The crowd couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Indeed, there were so many families in the neighborhood, why did they have to barricade themselves against Xiaoran? Other people's food is not food, fresh water is not fresh water? To say the mind, they have Lu Bingcheng. To say the force, the 4 bodyguards are also each 1 to 10, so, they such a combination cannot dominate the district and neighborhood? The beautiful woman just hugged the child without saying anything. Xiaoran stretched his back and did some math. There were already 2 waves of people inside the neighborhood who had issued threats to him. One was a godly man and the other was an old boss. Neither should be underestimated. Xiaoran muttered. In his previous life, he was just a nobody, so it was impossible for him to cross paths with such a big shot, so it was obvious that he was in a neighborhood, but it was as if they were in 2 different worlds. But now, 2 waves of people's eyes are staring at his body. Because he had a villa and enough supplies. This naturally made people covet it. In fact, there were quite a few greedy people, such as the Qin family, such as Su Feng, and what happened? All became frozen corpses in the garage. Zhang Kuan or Lu Bingcheng, the ending would not be any different. The fog hasn't dissipated yet, so I'll play with you guys again. Xiaoran said to himself. All in all, he would not leave the villa in any way, so he was born to stand undefeated. What was there to be afraid of? Frontal confrontation, not to mention how many believers Zhang Kuan has, and how many capable bodyguards Lu Bingcheng has, so what if he has been a mercenary? Under the fire coverage, all beings are equal. What I need to pay attention to, just don't let anyone get shady. For that matter, just pay attention to the women who bring them to your door. If strange women, they could all be instructed by these 2 waves, and even Han Yun and the others could defect. It's all just profit. A woman just has to be stupid enough to believe the conditions offered by others, like sharing half of her supplies or something after taking me down, and she might fall for it. After all, there's no relationship between me and them at all, it's purely a transaction. If I believe that there is any relationship of trust with them, then I am really the number 1 fool in the world. Xiaoran was curious. After the 2 bounties were issued, could anyone be successful and how long would it take? Then I will wait and see. Xiaoran followed the news in the group. However, by the time night fell, the network was suddenly interrupted. The base station also crashed. Now, the cell phone had become a mere decoration even if it still had power, and apart from the single-player games that could be played, and just looking at the locally stored photos and videos, nothing else could be done. However, this one in Xiaoran's hand was different. This could make satellite phone calls. He went to the 3rd floor and then got in touch with Lu Mei. The signal is completely cut off. Yeah, from now on, we can only use the satellite phone to contact each other. Think of something happier. It shouldn't be possible for someone to charge us for satellite calls. Lu Mei couldn't help but snort out a laugh and said, "You're really optimistic. You're still in the mood to joke now." Of course I'm optimistic. I've saved up enough food for a few hundred lifetimes and made the villa a safe fortress, so what do I need to worry about? The 2 of them had a word for each other, and the natural disaster had also made Lu Mei become very dependent on Xiaoran, because now the only person she could talk to, besides her little sister, was Xiaoran. Xiaoran, did you eat enough? Lu Mei also cared. If you don't eat enough, you have to find a way to come to us. The food prepared by you is enough. Is this considered a saintly mother? Xiaoran smiled. Others being good to themselves shouldn't be considered a saintly mother, whereas if Lu Mei was good to anyone, that would be a saintly mother. I have food, I just happened to stock up on a wave before the end of the day. Xiaoran said, if you guys run out of food, you can also come over to me. What I have here won't be a problem for 2 or 3 years. Lu Mei then froze. She already felt that it was exaggerated enough when her little sister had prepared food that could be eaten for a few months, but Xiaoran had actually stocked food that could be eaten for 2 or 3 years? Goodness. This person's doomsday syndrome was even heavier. It was just that no one would have thought that the doomsday would actually come one day, and Xiaoran instantly became the biggest beneficiary. You must be careful and never let anyone know that you have a large amount of supplies. Lu Mei suddenly sounded stern. Now and in the future, the world will only become more and more chaotic, and people will do anything ugly for a bite to eat. Therefore, you must keep a low profile. Chapter 58, A New Source of Information. When he heard Lu Mei exhorting this, Xiao Ran knew that she had a very clear understanding of the end times and could not possibly be a saintly mother. He chatted with Lu Mei for a while longer before hanging up the phone. Sleep. Xiao Ran woke up with a start and slowly went to brush his teeth and wash his face before calling Panther to have breakfast. Subconsciously, he took out his cell phone and swiped it, but the icon of no signal appeared in front of him, and it dawned on him that the signal had been completely cut off. Now, everyone had become a true island. He tossed the phone aside. Now the only thing the phone could do was make satellite calls. It's fine, I'll just watch TV then. He had prepared a lot of portable hard disks, which were copied full of movies, TV dramas, and variety shows, and paired with the thousands of batteries he had prepared that were already fully charged, it was enough for him to use for half a year or even longer. After all, lighting doesn't consume a few kilowatts of electricity. Originally, the big head of power consumption was the air conditioner, but now Xiao Ran was using the fireplace, and even the hot water used for bathing was the hot water burned out by the fireplace, so the villa really couldn't use more than a few kilowatts of electricity a day. By noon, Han Yun, Zhang Jingya, and Zhong Lei appeared on time. Still an hour, Xiao Ran unceremoniously drove the three women out. Staying in the villa for the night? Don't even think about it. However, Xiao Ran still let the three daughters go and poke around to find out if there were any major events happening inside the neighborhood, and report back to him every day in the future. There is no way, now that the network is completely cut off, if you want to get news, you can only do it through oral transmission and listening. What a night back to the primitive society, ah! Xiao Ran lamented, but apart from communication, he didn't seem to be affected too much. He could still brush up on dramas and watch movies, and play games as well. Play games. He found out one of the latest games, quickly got started and began to play. The quality of the game was good. Xiao Ran was a bit wasted, playing until late at night before stopping. The next day he still continued to pass, or was it because Han Yun's three girls came over that interrupted his gaming addiction? The game continued in the afternoon. This day he played until 3 a.m. and finally cleared the game. LOL. He climbed into bed and slept until more than 10 o'clock the next day, still having a bit of a headache. Playing games can be addictive. I can't do this in the future. Xiao Ran reflected, while preparing breakfast for himself and Panther. After eating breakfast, he came to the third floor, leaning against the window to look outside, but the fog is filled, can only see more than 1 meter away, and can appreciate what scenery? But vaguely can hear a noisy voice outside. By noon, Han Yun's three girls appeared at the usual time. However, after the end of the day, Xiao Ran did not rush people at the first time, but asked them if there were any major events in the neighborhood in the past 2 days, only that the three women basically did not dare to go out, and naturally it was impossible to pry into any useful news. Alas, forget it. Xiao Ran had a bit of a headache. Disconnected from the internet is really not used to. However, there is no one over to find him to collect the reward actually already explains the problem. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingchang are still alive and well. It is quite difficult to deal with. Xiao Ran also did not care. Anyway, these people cannot kill into the villa, and head-on confrontation, the entire neighborhood of people multiplied by 10 times, are only by Xiao Ran all the parts. I want to have a self-preservation supernatural ability, then I can really go on a rampage. Xiao Ran said with some regret. The three Han Yun girls left, but Xiao Ran only returned upstairs and sat there for a while before his cell phone started to call the police. Someone was coming. When he took a look, it was actually the mouthy man's wife, Lin Lin. Ha! He looked and realized that there was no figure of the mouthy man in the passageway. So what was the meaning of this? Xiao Ran went downstairs and opened the door to let Lin Lin in. What are you doing here? Xiao Ran asked. Lin Lin bit her lip and said after a while, I want to eat. Xiao Ran lost his smile. In front of filling his stomach, anyone had to lower his head. Come on. He placed a few dishes on the table, so Lin Lin immediately sat down and wolfed them down. Xiao Ran asked, Does your husband know you came over? Lin Lin stammered a few times before saying, Knows. Xiao Ran couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Knows and still allows you to come over? Oh, what starving to death is a small matter, losing one's honor is a big matter. It has to be the other way around. Xiao Ran shook his head, thought of something and said, Has your husband ever mentioned to you what's going on in the neighborhood now? Lin Lin did not expect Xiao Ran to ask such a question and froze for a moment before she recalled and began to speak. It was true that neither Zhang Kuan nor Lu Bingcheng had been taken out, however, the situation of the two was diametrically opposed. It was true that there were people who wanted to take the bounty and launched attacks on Zhang and Lu, but they were all blocked, but Zhang Kuan was now becoming more and more disunited internally. It was easy to believe in God, but when would God come to their rescue? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, waiting for a long time, no one is impatient, so the collapse of faith may be within these few days, maybe, a few more days there will be believers to burst Zhang Kuan's asshole and run to Xiao Ran to collect the reward. However, Lu Bingcheng's situation was very different. His 4 bodyguards were loyal to him and very strong in battle, defeating all the incoming offenders, and Lu Bingcheng relied on his pre-catastrophe identity, plus eloquence to lobby, and now there were many people who had chosen to follow him. Today, Lu Bingcheng's team has grown to more than 20 people. The key is what? These were all lean and strong men, not like Zhang Kuan's followers, who were a mixed bag of good and bad, and whose real fighting ability could be slagged to the ground. Lin Lin would know this because her husband also wanted to join Lu Bingcheng's team, only Lu Bingcheng couldn't see it, and returned her husband, making her husband very angry, and scolding Lu Bingcheng in the house for a long time. Chapter 59 Different Directions. It is night. Xiao Ran was working out hard, covered in sweat, when the sound of the cell phone alarm came. Ha! He stopped and picked up his cell phone to take a look. Someone had come and was knocking on the door, still holding the cell phone in his hand, holding it up high and releasing a video into the surveillance. It was hard to see, only vaguely child-appropriate. He came down to the basement and opened the door remotely. Click, the iron door opened wide. The man at the door froze, then walked over, immediately showing a shocked look. There was light here, which wasn't that uncommon, but how could it be so warm? He looked at Xiao Ran, his gaze flickering a little, probably considering whether or not to make a move and take over this place. However, he eventually held back. After all, Xiao Ran had a fierce reputation. This is the video you wanted. The man raised his cell phone. Put it on the table. Xiao Ran said. The man walked over and put it down, but when he saw that Xiao Ran did not move, he could not help but wonder, aren't you going to watch it? Aren't you going to back away? Xiao Ran asked back. You are really cautious. The man nodded and backed away. Xiao Ran smiled, the truth is that I'm helping to save your life, otherwise I might have just sent a bullet through. It was just that he wanted to avoid killing people in his home as much as possible, after all, dealing with blood was a bit of a hassle. Xiao Ran walked over and picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was indeed a child-unfriendly video featuring 2 men. One was Zhang Kuan and the other was this one in front of him. Hiss, knowing men and going on awe. You are really a warrior. Xiao Ran nodded and threw the phone back to the man, saying, Go wait outside, I'll move the stuff down. Good. The man backed out while Xiao Ran closed the iron door. Not long after, the iron door reopened. The man walked in, only to see that there were indeed several boxes of instant noodles and water on the ground. He squatted down and carried out the boxes of food and water. However, he was very careful and was also staring at Xiao Ran while doing so, as if he was afraid that he would suddenly rise up and attack. Finally, he finished moving all the supplies and boom, the iron door closed at the same time. Xiao Ran wouldn't care about this tiny bit of material, it wasn't even a hair of a cow, destroying his credibility just for this bit of stuff? No way. However, Zhang Kuan actually got his ass blown off. What does this mean? That little church of his had fallen apart. Disasters actually gather the most faith, but at the same time, in the face of life and death, faith is most likely to collapse. Zhang Kuan had gathered a large group of people by faith, but there was no way to bring them out of their predicament, so these people did not hesitate to betray him in front of enough temptation, and even popped him in the ass. Xiao Ran shook his head, but on the contrary, looking at Lu Bingcheng's side was different. Not only did he not die from the bounty, on the contrary, his power was getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, a flicker that is absolutely not work, itself must also have the strength and personal charisma, in order to let itself become the focus, attracting other people, such as the stars, stand out and become the king. And the more in this kind of natural disaster, the more personal charisma can play a role, firmly unite all the people. Because, the more helpless people are, the more they want to be led by someone who will take them out of their predicament. Undoubtedly, Lu Bingcheng gave these people hope. That is to say, the conditions I offered are no longer enough to make those people rebel. He gave a smile. In fact, he could still significantly increase the reward amount. Even if he offered 100 cases of instant noodles or even 1,000 cases, it would still be a drop in the bucket for him, but there was no need for it at all. I'm looking forward to the moment when Lu Bingqing calls, "Let them see my true strength." If he were to go all out, then he would definitely kill people without revealing the secret of his possessing the ability of other dimensionality. Even though the communication was now broken and it would be difficult for others to spread the word if they knew, Xiaoran was still unwilling to take the risk. In such a chaotic world, no amount of caution could be too much. Zheng family. Zheng Wan was doing her final lobbying. "You just need to let me go. I'll be your woman from now on. It's only natural that I'll be with you, and you won't have to pay anymore. Brother Can, I know you truly like me, otherwise it is impossible to come to me for 4 consecutive days. You believe me, as long as you help me, I will never betray you." This one, who was called Brother Can, was a man around 40 years old, very small, and even more ugly looking, with dark skin, but in Zhang Wan's eyes, this was now the only lifesaver that could get her out of her predicament. His full name is Lu Can. Lu Can, however, was still a bit hesitant. "No one will like me, I'm so ugly and I don't have any money dash." "Brother Can, do you want me to swear?" Zhang Wan urgently said, "Help me out of this, I will keep my promise. Now everyone is betraying me, only you are good to me. If I don't follow you, then who will I follow?" Lu Can was already moved by the idea, but when he heard this, he didn't hesitate anymore and untied Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan hurriedly put her clothes on. Before she was hiding under the quilt, but now since she was about to leave the quilt, if she still didn't put her clothes on, she would definitely be frozen to death, not because of shame. Lying here to be toyed with, what shame does she have? "Brother Can, when we go out later, we'll kill all the people outside," Zhang Wan said morosely. Lu Can was shocked. "The people outside are all your relatives." But on second thought, isn't Zhang Wan also their loved one? What kind of person ties up their loved ones and sells them? So, Zhang Wan hated them justifiably. He thought about it and gritted his teeth. "For you, I'm willing." "Brother Can, you're so nice." Zhang Wan took the initiative to send a kiss, causing Lu Can's dark face to blossom. "Brother Can, you go out first and ambush behind them, then I'll open the door and come out to attract their attention. They must be very surprised to see me, so you'll take the opportunity to strike and prioritize attacking the 2 men," Zhang Wan said. She was still quite level-headed, knowing that the men were the main combatants, and once Zhang Yujun and Zhang Gang were resolved, Lin Meiying was simply not enough. Lu Can nodded repeatedly. He opened the door and went out. Zhang Yujun glanced at him and said, "You stayed too long. If it wasn't for the fact that you come every day, how could I charge you for another half a bell?" Lu Can didn't say anything, just nodded. Zhang Yujun was used to his reticence and didn't take it to heart, but just then, the door to the room actually opened again. He was startled, only to see Zhang Wan actually walk out. His face changed drastically and he was about to speak, but he didn't prevent Zhang Ken from waving his ashtray and smashing it over. With a clang, Zhang Yujun was knocked unconscious. At this point, Zhang just reacted, but instead of doing anything immediately, he shouted, "Mom! Mom!" Zhang Wan had long looked at this brother with displeasure and immediately rushed over. Lu Can also hurriedly followed, and the 3 of them immediately fought into a mess. When Lin Meiying heard the sound and ran out, she was just in time to see her daughter swinging her high-heeled shoe and smashing it hard against her son's temple. No. Chapter 60, The Anti-Shah Alliance. Zhang Wan also purposely paused for a moment and glanced at her mother before revealing a cruel smile and striking down with a forceful blow. Put! The heel of the high-heeled shoe was inserted raw into Zhang Gang's temple, and instantly, the intense pain caused Zhang Gang to struggle desperately, erupting with a strength far beyond normal, and he was actually able to break free. However, he staggered on his feet as if he was drunk. "Mom, why can't I stand still?" Zhang Gang said, only for him to fall down with a loud thud just after these words were said. "Dead! Zhang Gang!" Lin Meiying screamed, screaming and jumping as if she had gone mad, then pointed straight at Zhang Wan. "You poisonous woman, you actually killed your own brother with your own hands." Zhang Wan laughed coldly, picking up her other high-heeled shoe and smashing it down with a blow at Zhang Yujun as well. Zhang Yujun was already in a comatose state. This blow didn't even struggle at all, he just twitched his limbs and went to his death. "Old man!" Lin Meiying screamed again, staring at Zhang Wan with a fearful and resentful gaze, hating to eat her alive. Only then did Zhang Zhuanlu leisurely say, "Ever since I was a child, you guys have always favored my brother, and only cared for him when there was something good. Have you ever considered my feelings? Ha, I even engineered my son to death. What's killing my younger brother and killing my father? You dash Lin Meiying was so terrified that she couldn't speak at all. Grab her. Zhang Wan said coldly. Lucan obeyed and immediately went over to grab Lin Meiying. Only then did it dawn on Lin Meiying that her daughter was trying to kill herself as well. The desire for survival immediately overrode everything, and she hurriedly said, I'm your mother. I have never harmed you, and what you did like that before was also your father's idea, and it has nothing to do with me at all. Zhang Wan laughed maniacally, fetched a kitchen knife from the kitchen and gestured at Lin Meiying's head. But did you stop it again? Nope. What mom would witness her daughter being a chicken and being toyed with by different men? You don't deserve it. With that, she slashed down. The chopper cut into Lin Meiying's head, but Zhang Wan was a woman after all. Her strength was limited. The chop did go in but not deep, and Lin Meiying's intense pain from being chopped like that inspired her strength. She actually broke free from Lucan's restraints and grabbed the door. Lucan wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by Zhang Wan. There's no need to chase after her, she won't live long in this condition. Zhang Wan said coldly. Oh. Lucan didn't have much of an opinion and only knew how to nod his head. Zhang Wan glanced at him with some disgust. Lucan's fighting ability was too weak. However, right now, she only had this one person available, so what could she do with more dislike? I need more helpers, she said in her mind. How to get helpers? Money was useless right now, which of course she didn't have, and supplies were even more in short supply, so how could she bribe people to do her bidding? Only her body. She could at least be considered a 70-point beauty. Other women would only trade their bodies for supplies, but I'm different. I don't want to be someone's plaything anymore. I want to be the queen who manipulates other people's destinies. She waved her hand, starting with Lucan. She was going to build an army in the neighborhood that would follow her orders. What's going on out there now? She asked Lucan. Lucan hurriedly went over some of the major events that had happened so far, causing Zhang Wan to listen in disbelief. Xiao Ran was actually that fierce, killing 20 to 30 people? Is that possible? What kind of person was her ex-husband? Was she still unclear? No, it seemed like she really wasn't clear. After the divorce, it was as if he had completely changed into another person. Why was there such a change? Zhang Wan was puzzled. However, Xiao Ran was still a loner and hadn't built up any power. Too selfish, I guess, not wanting anyone to share what he has. Zhang Wan guessed, however, this is good, one person can be better to deal with than a group of people. Quite a few people have a grudge against Xiao Ran now, I'll pull these people together first. Saying that, she did it. She immediately went to find the mouthy man. This person had been publicly slapped in the face by Xiao Ran and his wife had been molested by Xiao Ran, so she thought that he would definitely loathe Xiao Ran very much. She didn't know that the man with a bad mouth had already gone to take revenge, and as a result, the revenge didn't come true, but his wife was played by Xiao Ran. Buckling, she knocked on the door of the mouthy man's house. Who? The mouthy man asked, his tone was very unkind. There was food as well as water in the house now, he was afraid of being robbed. I'm Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan? The mouthy man froze. Of course he knew who Zhang Wan was, but why would she come to find him? I know you have a grudge against Xiao Ran, so don't you want to take revenge? Zhang Wan said indifferently. With a click, the door opened. Come in and talk. Another day passed and the end times entered the 12th day. Xiao Ran picked up his cell phone and looked at it, June 12th. In his previous life, 3 days later was the day of his death, but in this life, he was living an incomparably extravagant life, eating what he wanted to eat, drinking what he wanted to drink, heating in hot water, even wanting to play with a woman and a beautiful woman to send herself to the door. Both can be a single-person line, but also can be a double flight, 3 flights and 4 flights. This day is not comparable to the previous life? The days were as usual, but before noon arrived, there was a person who ran over first. It was actually Lin. Came so early today? Xiao Ran looked, and when he realized that she was the only one, he opened the iron door and let her in. Xiao Ran, I have a message for you. Unexpectedly, Lin did not ask for food but came up with this sentence. Oh, what news? Xiao Ran asked casually. Lin said, your ex-wife has found my husband and dragged him into some kind of inverted Xiao alliance for the purpose of dealing with you. Xiao Ran froze. Zhang Wan actually got out of the trap? The news he had gotten before was that Zhang Wan had been tied to a bed by her family to receive customers, and it didn't seem like it had been more than a few days, so this woman actually got out of trouble? Lin Lin nodded. She compelled a. John not only released her, but also killed her parents and brother, and someone saw Lin Meiying die in the stairway with a kitchen knife embedded in her forehead. When talking about the John, she couldn't help but blush, because she wasn't too different from Zhang Wan. Weren't they both selling their bodies? Xiao Ran couldn't help but lose his smile. He didn't realize that Zhang Wan was quite powerful, and could still turn the tables in a situation like that. As for what inverted Xiao alliance, Xiao Ran naturally would not care at all. A bunch of rabble, if they dared to come to him, he would solve all of them with a single pike or put them away in the alien space and save a lot of bullets. What is your husband's attitude? Xiao Ran was curious about this point. To say that the mouthy man had gotten together with Zhang Wan, then Lin Lin's confession would be interesting. Chapter 61, Smashing the Wall. Lin Lin bit her lip and said, "It's my husband who asked me to snitch." He. Xiao Ran was all a bit surprised. Or your husband took the initiative to let you come here? Yes. Lin Lin nodded her head, her pretty face flushed red. In the beginning, her husband was very angry and couldn't wait to chop Xiao Ran into mincemeat, but after being starved for a few days, the mouthy man slowly changed his mind. People were dying, what else was there to care about? So, the mouthy man even took the initiative to let her come to Xiao Ran. But can this be said? It's too humiliating. My husband thinks that Zhang Wan definitely can't fight you, so he asked me to come and remind you, which is also considered pleasing you. Lin Lin said. Because of the power outage, the entire garage was dark day and night, so Xiao Ran didn't intentionally wait until night. He took the leopard for a walk at noon, and half an hour later, still the leopard was afraid of the cold and couldn't carry on, so they went back to the villa. Just before entering the passageway, Xiao Ran froze and stopped in his tracks. He took a few steps backwards and shone his flashlight. There were 2 bodies missing. Xiao Ran could be sure that the people were all killed by his own hands, so he naturally knew best how many corpses there should be here, and there were just 2 missing. The corpses naturally wouldn't have grown legs and run away by themselves. Moreover, the toxins in the hailstones only killed people. It was not heard that they could turn into zombies, so it was impossible that those 2 corpses had turned into zombies and run away. Then there was only one possibility. Being moved away. Why? Food. Xiao Ran's previous life was victimized by his ex-wife's family and dismembered alive as food, so he was very sensitive to this. Counting the time, it was now the 12th day of the end times, so it was normal that too many people had eaten all the food and were forced to stare at the corpses. After all, when people are hungry, what is there that they dare not eat or cannot eat? Xiao Ran sighed. The scene of cannibalism was finally staged again. In front of survival, both men and women let go of their dignity and morality and returned to the primitive. Xiao Ran shook his head and took the leopard back to the villa. At night, Lu Bingqing's house. Today, there were more than 20 people gathered here. Lu Bingqing was sitting on a chair, smoking the last cigarette, so obviously he had already smoked the butt of the cigarette, but he still couldn't bear to throw it away. As a matter of fact, a pack of cigarettes could be smoked up to this point. He was already frugal enough. Ready for action. He finally flicked his cigarette butt away. Yes. Everyone agreed in unison. Lu Bingqing had brains, status, and most importantly, he also had 4 bodyguards with excellent skills, making everyone very convinced of him, forming a strong cohesive force that neither Su Feng, Li Zhonglin, and the others had before. They brought their tools and went out, and even Lu Bingqing's mistress held her child along. Because, today's goal is to capture Xiao Ran's villa. With a villa, what do you need this house for? A group of people quickly arrived at the villa. However, they did not enter the passageway. Smash it for me. Lu Bingqing said coldly. At once, 2 people carrying sledgehammers walked forward. So many days Lu Bingqing, in addition to gathering people, but also did a very important preparation, that is to collect sledgehammers. Coincidentally, there just happened to be a family in the neighborhood in the renovation, so provided him with 2 sledgehammers, smashing the kind of wall. Since he knew that the fire sprinkler system in the passageway was controlled by Xiao Ran and could sprinkle poisonous water, with Lu Bingqing's shrewdness, how could he make another low-level mistake and attack the villa from the passageway? No door, then the wall directly smashed through it is not good? Boom! 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 The 2 men then began to smash up the wall. 80! 80! There were people cheering on the side, causing many people to spurt out in laughter. The man who smashed the wall soon quit, put the big iron smash down, and said, "Change." He was also really tired. So, the replacement continued. The sledgehammer was used to smash the wall. It could be said that it was a professional counterpart, so it soon smashed a hole out of the wall, and it was getting bigger and bigger, gradually to a size that could allow one person to drill through, and the wall smasher was also replaced with 5 waves. A bodyguard named Lubo laughed. Xiaoran should have already heard the commotion. However, we don't follow the common sense and don't go through the passageway at all, so we can only stare at it. Another human bodyguard named Chen Chang also laughed. It's still our Mr. Lu. Breaking the rules, why must we enter through the door? Can't we just smash the wall? Ha, a different way of thinking. All of a sudden the sea is wide open. Lu Bingqing just smiled haughtily, but inwardly he was still very pleased. He was already estimating how much he could gain from this line. Clang! The person who smashed the wall was about to give a final blow to completely smash the wall open, but the forceful slam caused his hands to directly shock his tiger's mouth to crack. Every bone in his body trembled as if he was about to turn his internal organs upside down. What was this? Why is there this sound? It seems like a metal clash. Could it be that there happens to be something like a refrigerator behind the wall? The crowd hurriedly shone their flashlights over, only to see that the thing behind the wall was actually glowing with a metallic luster. Is this a steel plate? Someone knocked on it, and the muffled, dull sound was definitely metal, just not sure if it was a steel plate or not. The crowd was just dumbfounded. This was too much of a coincidence. Change position. They changed the position and continued to smash it. This smashing was another half an hour or so. Finally, they smashed another hole that could allow one person to pass through, but after completely destroying the wall, they were once again disappointed. It was a metal wall again. Could it be that there was a layer of metal wall all behind the entire wall? Undeterred, they simply peeled off the entire wall. Anyway, 2 big holes had already been smashed out. It wouldn't take much effort to pull down the whole wall. Then, when the flashlight shone through, a blinding metallic light reflected back, dazzling their eyes. Chapter 62. What kind of despairing discovery was this? After painstakingly smashing all of one wall down, another wall appeared, and it was still pure steel plate. Not to mention that they only had sledgehammers in their hands. Even if they took a hydraulic cutter, how long would it take to cut the steel wall apart? To take a step back, even if they had such a tool in their hands, would there be electricity for them to play with? No. So, under the current conditions, the wall should be unbreakable. How exhilarated they were originally, how desperate they were now. What to do now? Everyone looked at Lu Bingcheng, who frowned. He also completely did not expect such an outcome, and for a moment did not know what to do. This kid actually transformed the villa into such a brick wall. Lu Bingcheng lamented. Xiaoran bought the villa and didn't move in the first time, but found someone to remodel it. This point was known to so many people, just that everyone thought that Xiaoran was simply redecorating it. How could they possibly think that it would be like this? Is this redecorating? It is clearly building an impenetrable fortress. The crowd followed suit and lamented a bit. However, lamenting was not the purpose. What they wanted was the way to break through this copper and iron fortress. Right at this moment, only to see that a hole actually appeared in the wall, and then Xiaoran's voice also came out. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, knocking and banging here, not afraid of alarming the neighbors? The crowd was first startled, then they were bashful. They knocked the wall so loudly, not to mention Xiaoran in the villa, even the people in the other buildings would be startled, right? Xiaoran, if you have any comments, you can come out and speak. Lu Bingcheng said indifferently, didn't you offer a reward for my life? Now I'm right here, just come and take it if you have the ability. This seemed to be said in a very bright and open manner, but Xiaoran was only one person. How many people did he have? So, is this fair? Xiaoran laughed. Lu Bingcheng, you do have the temperament of a leader. My reward not only failed to take your life, but let you grow in strength. But, for one thing, you are just a rabble, and for another, I'm just too lazy to raise the reward, or else, believe it or not, your team will fall apart immediately? Lu Bingcheng laughed loudly. Good you can open the price. The higher the price you open, it means that the more supplies you have in your hands. Then, when we pull you out and finish you off, our harvest is naturally also the greater. We can obviously take it ourselves. Why do we have to ask you for a handout? Worthy of being a big businessman, he was very good at compelling people. Why do you need charity? Wouldn't it be better to just rob it? Moreover, the harvest was even greater. At once, the crowd originally had some hesitation in their eyes, but now they were immediately firm. Xiao Ran just smiled. If he were to take out a full table, would Lu Bingcheng still be able to talk so calmly and eloquently? However, he was too lazy to do so. Lu Bingcheng, I'm right here, how are you going to get my supplies? He laughed. Let you be tongue-tied again, but in the end, if you rely on painting a cake to feed others, they will be foolish enough to always listen to your mercy? Lu Bingcheng faintly said, so, are you just going to keep hiding and be a shrunken head turtle? All he could do now was to provoke Xiao Ran to run out on his own, otherwise he really had no way at all. Breaking through such a steel fortress? How could it be possible? Xiao Ran smiled and said, how about this, Lu Bingcheng, I will make a deal with you. What deal? Lu Bingcheng frowned, suddenly having a bad feeling. Xiao Ran was not angered by him at all and was very calm, so this deal would definitely not make him feel better. Xiao Ran laughed, since you are full of benevolence and morality, and are so considerate of your so-called brothers, how about this, if you let your women come in and let me have some fun, I can give each of you a packet of instant noodles plus a bottle of pure water, how about it? This time, the problem was thrown to Lu Bingcheng. Before, Lu Bingcheng said that he would give his mistress to Xiao Ran. Was this sincere? Obviously not possible. He had 4 bodyguards, so he must have wanted to take advantage of Xiao Ran opening the door to strike, and after taking Xiao Ran down, the entire villa would be his, so what else would be the deal? Therefore, Xiao Ran now proposed to take his lover as a deal in public, which naturally made his expression ugly. But the question was, how did he unite that gang before? What kind of persona was created? Speaking of righteousness. As long as one followed him, then he would definitely bring the people out of their predicament and live a good life. Now there is such a chance, as long as your woman sleeps with others, each of them will get a food and a bottle of water, so are you willing to sacrifice for your brothers? In normal times, who dares to let a 10 billion-old boss so sacrifice? But now the words, 10 billion-old boss is only ordinary people, so Lu Bingcheng just rely on 2 pieces of lips to fool everyone, really want to let you pay for the brothers, but you do not agree? This persona is not all of a sudden collapse? You say I mouth blooming lotus flower, then you, and not. Lu Bingcheng's face turned blue. This move really put him in the army. He couldn't help but look at his lover. This beautiful little young woman hugged her son a little tighter and shook her head in a hurry. She is not a chicken. But then look at the others, which one is not looking at him with an expectant gaze? Lu Bingcheng took a deep breath and shouted, okay, I promise you. No, I don't promise. The pretty little young woman shouted in a hurry. Lu Bingcheng lowered his voice and said, stop it. I'm just tricking that kid into opening the door, and as soon as he comes out, I'll let someone take him down and won't let you lose anything. What do you think I am? Would I allow my woman to play for another man? That pretty little young woman then nodded her head. Lu Bingcheng blurted out again, what's the deal going to be? Xiao Ran smiled, you let your woman come closer to the wall and let me see clearly. If she doesn't look pretty enough, I'm not interested in touching. This hole you left can not only transmit sound, but also see people? Lu Bingcheng looked towards his woman while the pretty little young woman handed her son in her arms to him and walked towards the metal wall before stopping at that hole so that Xiao Ran could see her face and figure clearly. Xiao Ran, you. Lu Bingcheng had just said a word, but coldly surprised that a door actually opened on the metal wall without any sound, he saw Xiao Ran yanking the pretty little young lady over with one hand, firmly controlling her in his hands. Grass. This guy did not intend to make a deal. The purpose of a circle is to let himself to the woman personally sent out. Lu Bingcheng was furious, but the reaction of the 4 bodyguards was also extremely fast, and immediately grabbed a step out, and was about to launch an attack on Xiao Ran. As long as the Xiao Ran takedown, not to mention Lu Bingcheng's lover back, is this villa will also become their bag. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and had a water pistol in his hand. Chapter 63, Water Gun Put Down. No one saw how Xiao Ran took out a water pistol, but this is not important, because Xiao Ran has already shot. Ah! Even if the 4 bodyguards were professionals, how could they dodge the water bullets? And the water bullets were made of hail, the original, how toxic was it? Therefore, as soon as the water bombs hit the skin, the pain that even the most professional bodyguards could not withstand, immediately rolling on the ground, letting out incomparably painful screams. Anyone else? Xiao Ran was carrying the water gun in one hand, while one hand was grasping the arm of the pretty little young woman. No matter how she struggled, it was useless, the power gap was just too big. Lu Bingcheng was shocked. His 4 bodyguards could all be professionals, but Xiao Ran had solved them with just a water gun. How did this make him believe? How to do? Even the professional bodyguards had become this virtuous, and still expect a group of rabble to turn the tables? No way. They can only play in a good game, but a bad game? They will only pull back. Lu Bingcheng gritted his teeth, but kept his expression calm and said, "Now that you've got people, where's the food?" In this way, he could still pretend, "I'm not falling for your tricks, I'm just finalizing a deal with you." It was salvaging as much respect as possible. Xiaoran laughed out loud and looked down, asking, "What's your name?" The woman bit her red lips before spitting out 3 words, "Wang Lulu." Xiaoran owed, "Lu Bingcheng has given up on you, do you have any feelings?" This is killing to kill the heart. Wang Lulu naturally looked at him with a resentful and angry gaze. If the gaze could kill, I believe Xiaoran had already been killed by her many times. Xiaoran did not pay attention to her, but led Wang Lulu to retreat inside the villa, brushing. The door automatically closed, tightly, not a trace could be seen at all, even, the hole just now also closed, as if it did not exist at all. Therefore, want to use fire, flooding, smoke to make Xiaoran in the way, had to escape from the villa, obviously is delusional. Lu Bingqing's hands tightly clenched into fists, wishing that Xiaoran was right in front of him so that he could beat him up, but this was destined to be a fantasy. However, this also reminded him. There could be weapons everywhere outside. The poisonous hailstones didn't even need to be melted, just rubbing against the skin would cause a fiery pain, and being touched by the liquid that the poisonous hailstones were made of? That was even more painful. Today he was attacked by Xiaoran with such a weapon, the next time he will also make use of the poisonous hail. This is also too simple, also too good to use, for professional bodyguards are instantly put down, not even a little play. Just let Lu Bingcheng cannot figure out words, now the weather is so cold, Xiaoran, and how to melt the hail? Wrapped in plastic bags, and then rely on body temperature to melt? Okay is okay, but itself is almost frozen to death, but also to melt the ice? You don't want to die fast enough? So, what is Xiaoran using again? If the poisonous hailstones could not be melted, then the power of the poisonous hailstones themselves alone would be limited, and could only be used as stones to stone people. Then, he couldn't help but think of Wang Lulu. Even if he had a deep city, he couldn't help but have his face twitch up. He was used to being the head of a big company, everyone was respectful when he said a word. How had he ever been ridden on his head? Xiaoran, you must die. His face was blue and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 64, The Temptation of Hot Pot. 1 hour later. Only to hear a click, the iron door opened. Wang Lulu walked out first, then Xiaoran, actually holding a stove. Xiao Ran. Lu Bingran gritted his teeth, wanting to bite Xiaoran to death. Xiaoran was unimpressed, put the stove down, then put on the hot coals, and then brought out a pot from the room and put it on the stove. Snap, the electric light came on, only to see red hot oil rolling around in the pot, and vaguely visible ingredients. Man, that's hot pot. When the crowd saw it, they couldn't help but make a swallowing motion, their mouths watering and craving for more than they could name. At a time when one was hungry and cold, was there anything more pleasant than eating a steaming hot pot? This Xiaoran was too abominable to lure them like this. Lu Bingcheng, however, did not even look at the hot pot, but just rushed at Wang Lulu and said, "Come here." Wang Lulu shivered and walked over. Xiaoran brought out another plate of shabu-shabu meat and vegetables. He smiled slightly and looked at the crowd, only to see an incomparable look of longing on everyone's face. "Want to eat?" he asked indifferently. Who didn't want to? However, who dared to come over? Not to mention the water gun in Xiaoran's hand. Let's just talk about this passageway, but there could be poisonous water sprayed down at any time. Xiaoran was there? But he's too close to the iron gate, he can rush into the villa with a single lunge. What will happen to the others then? However, the smell of the hot pot was really fragrant and tantalizing, making each of them drool furiously, unable to stop it. Xiaoran had already started shabu-shabuing the meat, dipped it into the seasoning and took a bite into it. Oh, it was so hot, he almost spat it out in one mouthful, and plopped it in his mouth for several times before he started chewing on it. Fragrant, really delicious. Xiaoran swallowed a mouthful and said to the crowd, "It's also very simple. If you want to eat it, one person will kowtow to me, and then yell at Lu Bingcheng for being a fool on the line." This. The crowd was hesitant. Kowtow ahead is nothing, these days dignity has no use, shame on shame. However, calling Lu Bingcheng a fool is different. How can a subordinate scold the leader? In the future, do you want to mix together? Lu Bingcheng raised an eyebrow. Xiaoran, this is a blow to his own prestige. How could he lead others in the future if he was to be humiliated like this? This would be the black history of his life. He stared at Xiao Ran and had the intention to give the order to attack, but the 4 bodyguards were still lying on the ground, and at this point, they had already fallen into a comatose state, and it was not known if they would still be able to wake up, so would he let them rush into the passageway now? What if Xiao Ran suddenly let the sprinkler system activate? Others are not stupid, who would dare to rush at this time? Why didn't Xiao Ran eat hot pot somewhere else but at that location? He was certain that no one would dare to make a move there. This kid is not that old, why is he so difficult to deal with? He almost gritted his teeth and squeezed out words from between his teeth. You're just a thug, what's there to be proud of? But he won $500 million by lottery. After paying taxes, he only had $400 million left. What qualification is there to compare with him, the boss of a $10 billion group? Xiao Ran lost his smile. It seems that Mr. Lu is also a commoner in origin, and it was only after hugging his mother's family's thigh that he started to soar. So, since neither of them started from nothing, what qualifications do you have to mock me? Moreover, now if you want to compare your financial strength. Mr. Lu, it seems like there is no difference between you and a pauper, right? Does everyone want to eat hot pot? The offer I just made has a time limit. There are still 30, 29, 28 left. Listening to him count down, the crowd couldn't help but get anxious. Only 30 seconds of consideration time, it's too short. Want to eat? Starving to death. There's still meat. Finally, someone couldn't help himself and first knelt down and kowtowed to Xiao Ran, then whispered I'm offended to Lu Bingcheng and shouted, silly. After saying that, he boldly walked towards Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was also in the passageway now, so as long as Xiao Ran was still sitting there, it was impossible for poisonous water to rain down. Even if he died, he would still be a satiated dead ghost. Can I eat? The man asked. Xiao Ran made a pleased gesture. There is no stool, make do, squat and eat. How could the man mind? He hurriedly grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks and ate. He shabbled a piece of mutton, fished it up, dipped it in the seasoning again, and when he brought it into his mouth, he couldn't help but feel his eyebrows comfortably open, and his tears almost fell out. He thought he would never be able to eat shabu shabu in his life. Seeing him devouring it, the others couldn't sit still. Someone had made a start, so what was everyone hesitating for? Sorry, Mr. Lu. Sorry, Mr. Lu. The crowd all greeted Lu Bingcheng first, then they cursed stupid, then proceeded to kowtow to Xiao Ran and hurriedly ran over, and a group of people gathered around the fireplace and ate. Too happy. In such a cold day, you can eat hot pot around the fireplace, a mouthful of hot dishes down, that is called a warm. Comfortable. It could even be said to be happiness. At this time, if Xiao Ran opened his mouth to solicit their words, not to say that everyone will immediately nod, but at least 9 out of 10 will agree, the remaining one, at most 3 minutes of hesitation will also nod. What is the most important thing now? Food, of course. And hot, meaty, vegetarian hot pot? Who could not love it? Unfortunately, Xiao Ran did not have this intention at all. To be honest, Lu Bingcheng was craving for it, but he knew that even if he begged for mercy, Xiao Ran would not be able to say yes, so he still clung on to that last tiny bit of his dignity and did not open his mouth. Dad, I'm hungry. At this time, the little child suddenly rang out. It was too cold outside, and the little child was frozen awake. Lu Bingcheng gritted his teeth and said, let's go back and eat instant noodles. No, I want to eat meat. I want to eat hot pot. The little child pointed to the fireplace and said, he was being held by Lu Bingcheng. Naturally he could see clearly, there was a steaming pot right there, a group of people were gathering around to shabu shabu the meat. What are you eating? Lu Bingcheng said in annoyance, those people betrayed themselves, should his son do the same? No, I want to eat. I want to eat. The little child immediately cried out, obviously spoiled master. Lu Bingcheng was upset, couldn't help but smack his son's buttocks a few times, the pain caused his son to scream. You're crazy, the son is only so young, and how many days have not eaten well, is not gluttony a normal thing? Wang Lulu hastily snatched her son over, glaring at Lu Bingcheng. In fact, Lu Bingcheng regretted hitting, he fanned his hand, signaling Wang Lulu to hold his son farther away, and was about to speak when he saw the first person who walked towards Xiao Ran suddenly fall on his butt and sit down on the ground, his hands covering his throat, and his face instantly turned blue. Chapter 65 Collective Poisoning. What the situation? Everyone was startled, and none of them looked towards the person who fell and sat down. That person, on the other hand, grabbed his own throat and began to vomit. Wah 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 wah, all the things he had just eaten came out. Well. Another person fell down and sat down, also vomiting. It was as if this had flipped a certain switch, and everyone gathered here all fell to the ground and vomited violently. Therefore, the answer was self-evident. Xiao Ran. Lu Bingcheng was really angry and shocked, thinking that letting you bastards crave, now well, this is definitely food poisoning. Xiao Ran gave something, is that good to take? Now you're eating your own bad fruit. But he was also puzzled. Xiao Ran obviously ate with these people, and he was the first one, how come he was fine? You poisoned them? He asked aloud. By this time, the others had already fallen into unconsciousness. Xiao Ran smiled, actually, it's not really poisoning, I just gave them some apple seeds. Lu Bingcheng was stunned at first, then after a second thought, he blurted out, cyanide poisoning. Xiao Ran was surprised, then laughed, reacting so quickly, isn't it true that you haven't thought much about poisoning your own wife? How could you get so many apples? Lu Bingcheng couldn't figure it out. Apple seeds contain cyanide inside, but to reach a lethal amount to a person, how much would this require? Dozens of pounds? Hundreds of pounds? What time is it now that you are actually able to get hundreds of pounds of apples? Xiao Ran smiled slightly, I bought them in the past, I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I never engage in this looting thing. Is this a clear irony that he came to seize the villa? Lu Bingcheng naturally did not blush, but asked, but why are you okay? Xiao Ran swept a glance at those people on the ground, the cyanide's toxicity was so intense that these people had already gradually lost their movement, he smiled and said, because, I only sprinkled the powder ground from the apple seeds into their seasoning. In order to ensure that these people would definitely use the seasoning, he didn't put a single grain of salt in the hot pot, so after eating a mouthful of flavorless food, these people would naturally subconsciously go ahead and use the seasoning. Lu Bingcheng came to a realization and couldn't help but say, you're really insidious. However, your patience is really good, you actually chipped out one apple core and extracted the seeds for grinding, why don't you just use the poisonous hail? Xiao Ran shook his head, even if the flavor of the seasoning is that heavy, it can't hide the smell of the poisonous water, instead, it's the apple seeds, the smell is easily covered. Of course, the main reason that would do this was still that he was too idle. What could he have to do? He had to find something to do besides watching TV shows, playing poker, and working out every day. Therefore, using apple seeds to poison such a thing that requires patience was thought up by him. Lu Bingcheng looked at Xiao Ran dumbfounded, he really couldn't imagine what kind of mindset Xiao Ran was in to complete the preliminary work. You are also too idle. No, your supplies are also too much. Hundreds of pounds of apples you said you peeled? Don't you know that even one fresh apple can keep a woman company for a night nowadays? He naturally wouldn't know, Xiao Ran wouldn't have the slightest waste, the peeled apples wouldn't go bad if they were thrown into the alien space, they could still be eaten in the future. At this time, the people who just ate the hot pot have all broken. The toxicity of cyanide was too violent. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and walked towards Lu Bingcheng. Lu Bingcheng could not help but feel a chill through his body. Had Xiao Ran actually displayed any excessive force value? Not at all. In the beginning, he used a water gun to directly solve his 4 bodyguards with superb combat strength, and then he used the hot pot as bait to let his men take the poison themselves, accomplishing the feat of killing many with one. From beginning to end, Xiao Ran only moved his hand a little bit when he robbed Wang Lulu, the rest of the time can be said to be a wise man, and even the weapons he used were the most unusual, all over the place. Poisonous hail, apples. How common things. Lu Bingcheng boasted of his cleverness, but lost in this exchange. Seeing Xiao Ran approaching step by step, Lu Bingcheng completely lost his fighting spirit. Just now, so many people couldn't defeat Xiao Ran, now he was alone? Oh, there was also Wang Lulu and his son, but surely these two were not dragging their feet? The 4 bodyguards that he most relied on were all lying on the ground, life and death uncertain, but lying in such a cold environment was basically a dead end, so how was he going to fight with Xiao Ran, the big murderer? After glancing at his son, he violently turned around and ran. The speed was flying fast. Moreover, he had also extinguished his flashlight, so that it was almost impossible to find him in this pitch-black garage. But almost did not mean absolutely impossible. Xiao Ran smiled, the door of space opened, and swoosh, 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 dozens of bullets poured out. Ah! A sharp scream rang out, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling, and then complete silence. Shaoran equivalent to a machine gun in the sweeping do not need to aim, there are always a few can hit, and even if hit by a in such a cold environment represents death. Lu Bingchang died. Like the words of the man, no threat, so Shaoran can let him live, because when you want to kill him can, but Lu Bingchang cannot, even if his 4 bodyguards are hanging, but he can still set off the wind and waves. If there was a threat, then it had to be dealt with. Unfortunately, if he's dead, playing with Wang Lulu again seems a bit less enjoyable. Shit, am I a bit perverted? Shaoran could not help but reflect. Then he lost his smile. In such a world, who could not be perverted? In comparison, he was at best somewhat of a chow thief with a limited degree of perversion. Then, Shaoran looked at Wang Lulu and said, "Come find me when you are hungry in the future." Wang Lulu does not know whether she should be happy or sad. Her backing is Lu Bingchang, but Lu Bingchang abandoned their mother and son and fled. She did not know that Lu Bingchang is actually dead, can still be her backing? Look around, vaguely flashlight light, apparently heard the commotion down to watch the neighbors. Now what time, actually still in the mood to watch, these people do not know how to think. This service, Shaoran will completely establish his fierce reputation, no one should dare to be his enemy again. Wang Lulu naturally only submitted and asked, "Can I bring my son along?" Shaoran shook his head without hesitation. "I can let you bring some food back, but you bring the kid over, huh?" What, let the kid enjoy their transaction process? Then Shaoran would really be perverted. Wang Lulu just wanted her son to have a hot bite and a better one too. She didn't think too much about it, and after being rejected, she also felt bad, so she nodded to Shaoran and hurriedly left with her son in her arms. She still had some water and supplies in her clothes, and had to hurry home lest she be targeted by the people here. Shaoran, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said loudly, "I'm here to announce a few rules. First, whoever dares to touch a woman that I have my eye on will be killed by me. Second, confident beauties are welcome to trade with me. I can provide food and water." After saying that, he turned around and went back to the villa. He knew that quite a few people were hiding in the shadows, so these words were addressed to them. With his current fierce reputation, who would dare to take his words as a whisper? Chapter 66, Moving Past. Shaoran certainly wasn't concerned about Han Yun, Wang Lulu and the others, but if he couldn't guarantee their safety, how would they come over and let him play? He was definitely unwilling to go out. For one, it was cold, and for another, it was unsafe. Even if he was invincible from the front, what if he was attacked from behind? Being careful was never too much to ask for, and when it came to safety, no amount of caution and prudence was too much to ask for. What time is it now? Were there still royal laws and morals? So, one must be careful on one's own. Sure enough, this battle allowed Shaoran to be completely sealed as a god. God of murder. After the natural disaster, how many people died in Shaoran's hands? Dozens. If this is not a god of murder, what is it if it is not a demon? But how many people would think about it? Were these people killed by Shaoran for no reason? Wrong, not only is it not for no reason, but all of them are evil people who want to invade Shaoran's home. Is it wrong to protect yourself and your home? Others would not think so, they would only think of Shaoran's ferocity. However, this is also the result Shaoran wants. He does not need others' sympathy, admiration, or love. Fear? Fear? In a room, Zheng Wan's face was ugly. Lu Bingcheng, such an outstanding person, was unable to defeat Shaoran. How could she take revenge? Now, even if she had a large amount of supplies, could she use it to lure others to help her deal with Shaoran? Who would dare? Besides, isn't it easier to kill Shaoran rather than her? The current Shaoran was just like the existence of the great Demon King. Of course, this is based on the premise that everyone uses cold weapons. If anyone can get a gun, then. Oh, again, the people dare to challenge Shaoran, right? But how to get a gun? This is not an ugly country with guns everywhere. Unless one can go outside, there's definitely no one in the police station right now, someone who's also frozen to death, then getting a gun would be a breeze. She thought hard about it. It wasn't actually completely impossible to go outside. After putting on heavy clothing, a raincoat on the outside would go a long way towards preventing the toxins from touching it, and then going out on top of a table or something, it should be possible to wrestle with it at short range. Just there is another big problem, is that the fog is really too big, visibility is so low, even the sign on the building may not be able to see clearly, so it is easy to go out, wanna come back again, that would be difficult. And it's so cold out there that simple defenses can't possibly hold out for too long. and the end result is either being pelted with hail, poisoned alive, or frozen to death. In fact, people had gone out 2 days before looking for food, but had anyone come back? Yes, there is only one, but that person is just out of the door of the neighborhood, found that something is not right, immediately turned back, but all out of the neighborhood will not be able to come back. Jiang Wan just thought about it, and then threw this tempting idea aside. No one would be willing to accompany her in her madness. Wait a minute. Couldn't she work with Lu Bingcheng? Anyone in the neighborhood could submit to Xiao Ran, but Lu Bingcheng definitely wouldn't. Because once Lu Bingcheng submits, it means he is dead. Therefore, he and Xiao Ran were mortal enemies. It is possible to give it a try. But there was one problem: Lu Bingcheng did not know where to go. She did not yet know that Lu Bingcheng was actually dead. Jiang Wan's gaze was resentful as she skewered Xiao Ran for all the reasons for her broken family and the deaths of her loved ones. I must kill you. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth and looked resentful. Lu Bingcheng died, while Zhang Kuan got his ass blown off a few more times. After Xiao Ran gave the reward according to the agreement, he also announced the end of the bounty against Zhang Kuan. The district is just an old thing, no one wants to follow him anymore. What kind of splash can he turn up? Xiao Ran didn't even bother to take care of him. The next day, Xiao Ran paid attention to the fact that the corpses in the garage decreased by 1 to 2 every day. Who was stealing the corpses? Xiao Ran was a bit curious, so he installed another monitor right on those corpses. And, this way he could also monitor the situation in the garage. In fact, he wanted Jia Yungui to install one when the house was being remodeled, but Jia Yungui insisted that it couldn't be installed in the public area, but under Xiao Ran's persuasion, he still pulled a wire over. So, what Xiao Ran had to do was very simple: he only needed to install the camera on it. Done. He didn't pay any more attention and went back to the gym. Today was already the 13th day of the end times. 2 more days would be the date of his death in his previous life, and the closer he got to that date, the more he had an uneasy feeling because he was afraid that all of this was now a fantasy, a flashback before he died. And in fact, he was still dismembered by Zhang Wan's family. It was only his strong hatred and unwillingness that made him form this false vision. So, he simply didn't think about anything, just indulging in pleasure. In a flash, 2 days passed. The 15th day of the end times. On this day, he didn't even let Han Yun and the girls come over, instead choosing to laze around in the house alone, with only the leopard accompanying him. Time passed little by little, and when night fell, he lay on his bed, his eyes wide open, unable to fall asleep. One night passed, the 16th day of the end times. Xiao Ran woke up. The window was still dark. He first looked at the time display on his cell phone: June 16th, 4:12 a.m. In his previous life, but his life ended on June 15th. So, all of this was not a fantasy in his dying moments, but had indeed happened. He, reborn. With memories and countless supplies. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ran also made it a point to call Lu Mei. Hello. Lu Mei's voice seemed a little lethargic. Apparently she was sleeping and was woken up by Xiao Ran. It was also true that it was only after 4 o'clock. Xiao Ran, you better have a very fitting reason, otherwise I will definitely beat you to death later, she said. Xiao Ran smiled. I'm not dreaming, am I? You called me on the satellite phone in the middle of the night just to ask if you were dreaming? Lu Mei pulled up her volume. Her anger value was estimated to have exploded. Mei, who is it? A woman's voice rang out from the side, sweet and cloying, tickling the heart. Chapter 67: Manslaughter. Xiao Ran could not help but feel a stir in his heart. Is this Lu Mei's best friend, the girl called you? They actually slept together. Hiss, could there be some kind of Lily's or other erotic relationship? Xiao Ran only felt more itchy in his heart. Really want to drill out from the end of the phone. Feast your eyes while is not also able to join this battle? Lu Mei can be really excellent. I don't know if it's a virgin. After suffering a betrayal from the marriage smoke, Xiao Ran is now very mindful of whether a woman is a virgin or not. Okay, it's good that it's not a dream. You guys continue to sleep. Xiao Ran laughed and hung up the phone decisively. This made Lu Mei on the other end of the phone almost go crazy. You wake someone up from a dream with a phone call, say one sentence and hang up? Don't bring you to toss people like this. No way. Lu Mei has no more sleep, immediately called back, but she found that she actually cannot dial Xiao Ran's phone. Xiao Ran had already turned off his phone. Xiao Ran, you son of a bitch. Lu Mei was frantic. The sky, finally, brightened. Xiao Ran climbed up and stretched, in high spirits. Coming from the 15th to the 16th, it was also as if he had changed into a different person. There was no longer any affliction. He had indeed gained a new life. In this life, he was going to live an incomparably wonderful life and was no longer bound by any constraints. I can do whatever I want. Who is going to catch me? The corner of Xiao Ran's mouth hooked into an evil smile. What to do today? Xiao Ran couldn't help but think of his ex-wife, and since it was past the 15th, he should also let go of the knots from his previous life. Well, it was possible to get her killed. Xiao Ran didn't have any intention of making a trip out himself. Instead he took the microphone, connected the speakers, and then opened the window with the volume turned up to the maximum. Dear neighbors, there is now a bounty on a person by the name of Zheng Wan. Whoever will bring her here alive will be able to get 2 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food. After saying that, he hurriedly closed the window. The cold wind blew in freezing. He was fine, but the entire neighborhood was blowing up like a pot. Knowing that the longer one enters the doomsday, the more severe the shortage of food and clean water becomes, how much has the value of today's 2 boxes of instant noodles increased compared to the first and second day of the doomsday? It could be said that the food was enough to drive people crazy. In a certain room in the neighborhood, Zhang Wan paced back and forth, her face grim to the core. She now finally knew that Lu Bingcheng was dead, so there was one less potential ally, a discovery that made her resign and desperate, but the announcement that resounded through the neighborhood just now left her cold and upset. The so-called heavy reward will be brave. She wasn't Lu Bingcheng, who would be jealous of her. So, anyone could strike at her next. Who else could she trust? She paced back and coldly bumped into someone. It was Lu Kan. Zheng Wan glanced at him and couldn't help but feel a tightening in her heart as she saw that Lu Kan's hand was clearly holding a kitchen knife. His face was even more murderous, and his mouth was open as if he was about to speak. In this instant, she only had one thought. Strike first. Thus, she immediately swung out the fruit knife in her hand. Put. Lu Kan didn't resist at all, seemingly completely unanticipated, and was immediately slashed across his throat with a knife, and immediately, blood gushed out like a fountain. He stared blankly at Zheng Wan, his face filled with disbelief, as if he hadn't expected Zheng Wan to strike at him at all. Zheng Wan's eyes flashed with a ferocious aura. If you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Want to capture me to collect the reward from Xiao Ran? Die. At this time, 2 more men rushed in and couldn't help but freeze at the sight of the scene. Zheng Wan hurriedly explained, saying, It's Lu Kan who wants to catch me to collect the reward from Xiao Ran. You guys mustn't misunderstand. These 2 were the helpers she had pulled in over the last few days, so if they misunderstood that they had killed and maimed their companions, then their little group would have to fall apart immediately. Those 2 were Luo Hu and Duan Jingtai. Duan Jingtai was Lin Lin's husband, the man with the bad mouth. They looked at the corpse on the ground, and then looked up at Zheng Wan, and there was nothing that didn't show an odd smile on their faces. Put. Ha 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 ha. The 2 of them suddenly burst out laughing, leaning forward and back as if they had encountered a heavenly delight. Zheng Wan was puzzled by their laughter and couldn't help but ask, What are you guys laughing at? Laughing at you for being a fool. Luo Wu snorted, The 2 of us were quietly discussing sending you to Xiao Ran's side. We didn't expect to be overheard by this guy Lu Kan, so we chased him out and tried to get him killed, but we didn't expect to still let him run to you, just dash. Just who would have thought that Zheng Wan would actually kill the only person who was looking towards her with her own hands? Ironic and ridiculous. Originally Zheng Wan has Lu Kan's help, may not be unable to let go of the fight, 2 against 2, even if Zheng Wan is a woman, but the urgency to fight for their lives but may not have no chance of winning, and, Luo Wu 2 people have to think about, in case they are a disastrous victory, have to pay a huge price it? Then still want to continue? But now? Ha ha. Zheng Wan couldn't help but tremble physically. She had actually destroyed herself. Now, how was a weak woman like her going to fight against 2 big men? Why was she so impulsive? Why didn't she let Lu Kan get his words out? The other party clearly wanted to speak but she was too anxious and too scared, too eager to make the first move. No, she shouldn't be blamed, but rather Lu Kan was bad. He clearly could have spoken as soon as he came in. Why did he have to let her misunderstand? In a situation like that, anyone would have made a move, right? Naturally, she would not blame herself, but dumped the pot onto Lu Kan's head. No longer thinking about this, she waved the fruit knife in her hand and said loudly, Don't come over. Don't come over. Luo Hu and his duo just laughed coldly. If there was another Lu Can, they would indeed be scrupulous, but just one woman, Zhang Wan? He. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, wrapped up from both sides. Xiao Ran opened the door and sent Han Yun and the girls away. After another moment, the doorbell in the basement suddenly rang. Xiao Ran took a look through the surveillance. There were 3 people in total, but 2 of them he recognized. One was Lin Lin's husband, the man with the bad mouth, and the other was his ex-wife, Zhang Wan. However, she was in a bad state at this time, her hands were tied up, and her face had multiple injuries, and her expression was even more resentful. Chapter 68, The Grudges of the Past Life and the Present Life. Efficiency is really high. The corner of Xiao Ran's mouth hooked into a smile as he painfully opened the door. If this was a trap, and the mouthy man duo wanted to use this opportunity to trick him into opening the door and take him down while they had the chance, then the only result would be to be mercilessly swallowed by the space gate. However, the mouth-owed man smiled incomparably fawningly, with a bowed and flattered look. Xiao Ran could not help but sigh, this person's spine has been broken. Playing with his wife and still being able to greet her with such a smile, it is evident that he has already given in from the bottom of his heart. Boring as hell. He pointed to the 2 boxes of instant noodles inside the door. Take it. Both of the mouthy men were overjoyed and first pushed Zhang Wan in, then each picked up a box of instant noodles and ran away. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, pressed the remote control and closed the iron door, then looked at his ex-wife indifferently. Zhang Wan forcibly put away her resentful expression and squeezed out a smile. Xiao Ran, there are too many misunderstandings between us. Xiao Ran pressed his hand and did not let her continue. What do you think of this place? He asked. Zhang Wan was dumbfounded, and only after a few seconds did she say, good, this place is too good. Could it not be good? Just saying that there was heating and electricity could make the once big stars and noble women put down their stature and beg Xiao Ran to take them in, right? She finally understood what name Xiao Ran had remodeled the villa for 2 months. Xiao Ran smiled and pushed her up the stairs. The 2 of them arrived on the first floor, and Zhang Wan saw the roaring fireplace at a glance. While it was clearly warmer here, even to the point of making her sweat from the heat, she was still wearing her thick winter coat, only her hands were bound, and she was unable to undress herself. Xiao Ran didn't have that in mind either, as the leopard walked over and stared at Zhang Wan with an unkind gaze, letting out a low growl that would have definitely pounced on her had it not been for Xiao Ran's order. Zhang Wan trembled a little. A dog that bites does not bark. The leopard is obviously a vicious dog. However, Xiao Ran took out a plate with a piece of fried steak and put it in front of the leopard. Eat it. The leopard did not take a bite and kept staring at Zhang Wan. In its simple consciousness, Zhang Wan was an enemy, so how could it possibly eat when there was an enemy in its home? It wanted to protect its master and guard its territory. You actually gave a dog a steak? Zhang Wan was shocked beyond words and couldn't even believe it. What do people eat nowadays? Instant noodles, cookies, bread. Only those families with plenty of food left over had white rice to eat. Meat? I'm sorry, whose family would stock up on tons of fresh meat? Even if it's salted meat, not every family cures it. So, you're actually so extravagant as to give your dog a steak? Aren't you afraid of being scolded to death? Xiao Ran smiled faintly and sat right in front of the dining table, which was already filled with all kinds of food. There are king crabs, river shrimps, sheep soup, and marinated beef. To be as sumptuous as possible. You are going to eat so many things by yourself? Aren't you afraid of bracing yourself to death? Wasteful, too wasteful. Envious? Xiao Ran asked. Zhang Wan subconsciously nodded her head, and the hatred in her gaze toward Xiao Ran faded, replaced by a strong thirst. Hubby, let's start over, okay? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ran laughed, full of mockery. Let's see you watch something. He turned on the TV and tuned it, and immediately images popped out. This was Han Yun's aunt and sister-in-law, as well as Zhong Lei and Wang Lulu, taken just today at noon, hidden camera, but 8K Ultra HD. The image effect was superb, so Zhang Wan could clearly see what everyone looked like, even every detail. Han Yun and Wang Lulu were too pretty. That body shape. Even if she was a woman and considered herself beautiful, she had to bow down in front of the 2 women. But even such a beautiful woman only had the part of kneeling in front of Xiao Ran and serving humbly. She could not help but pale. Xiao Ran had played with such an extreme beauty, would he still look at her? Xiao Ran, what grudge do I have against you? Why are you doing this to me? She suddenly became hysterical, no longer condescending but looking viciously at Xiao Ran as her last bit of fluke and hope was gone. Xiao Ran lost his smile. You actually have the nerve to question me? As expected, a poisonous woman is a poisonous woman, never reflecting on herself. However, I have no intention of arguing with you either. I'm only showing you these to let you know how well I'm doing right now, to make you regret, to make you jealous, to make you harbor hatred. Scolding you awake and making you cry and repent? Hee, this is what you should go to hell to do, and all I'm going to do is just send you down to hell. Xiao Ran smiled and pushed Zhang Wan to the front door. Zhang Wan was shocked and realized what Xiao Ran wanted to do. She could not help but panic and screamed in a hurry, Xiao Ran, what are you trying to do? Trying to do something. No. 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 Xiao Ran was completely unfazed and opened the gate. A smile appeared on his face and bang, he kicked Zhang Wan out. Whether it's in a past life or in this life, goodbye. Bang. He closed the gate without hesitation. Zhang Wan hurriedly tried to run back, but a hailstone smashed right on his face. Although the hailstones were not as big as they were at the beginning, they were still like marbles, and it was still very painful to be smashed. The key was that the hailstones were poisonous, and the skin was hot and raw when it rubbed against it. She let out a miserable scream, wanting to find a place to hide, but more hailstones smashed down without mercy, making her scream repeatedly, completely unable to withstand it, falling to the ground, rolling around in pain. Xiao Ran, save me! Save me! She screamed towards the only person who could possibly save her, but her voice grew fainter and fainter and eventually disappeared. She was also immobile. It wasn't the toxin that killed her, it was just the skin staining, not so fast, but the extreme cold. Xiao Ran was watching from the window, not a single expression on his face. As he said, Zhang Wan was dead, and the hatred of his past life and present life was cancelled. He could finally let go. Xiao Ran turned around and left, in a particularly relaxed mood. Firstly, the 15-day period had passed, proving that he was truly reborn, and secondly, the last person of the Zhang family was dead, and the knot in his heart was completely untied. Next, he just needed to enjoy life as he pleased. He hummed a song and began to get up and work out. This could not be left behind in the slightest. After he finished working out, he took a shower and started going through the surveillance cameras. The new one in the garage. He was jumping around looking at it and soon realized another body was missing. He looked backwards and locked in on the body thieves. It was a couple of large men, lifting a body and quickly disappearing into the darkness. Lu Yang from Building 4. Xiao Ran recognized one of them. So, the entire Building 4 has started cannibalizing people? He could not help but feel a sense of awe, because Lu Yang and the others stole corpses so frequently that they would come and move one in almost 2 days, and an adult weighed at least 100 pounds, so how could a few people eat them all in 2 days? So, it should be that the entire building was involved. Thinking of this, Xiao Ran's body chilled. This world way. Chapter 69 Going Out. Another night passed. End times, day 17. Xiao Ran woke up and was immediately in a happy mood. Because every day was now a brand new day for him. Ha! He looked out of the window in surprise, only to see that the originally gloomy and depressing window actually appeared to be visibly bright white. This is... The fog dispersed. Xiao Ran could not help but be excited. An arrow step rushed to the window, and sure enough, the visibility reached about 20 meters at once, although the distance from the complete fog dispersal is still a bit far, but, in this state of weather travel already do not have to worry about getting lost. Can go out. Xiao Ran inwardly leaped, to know that he is also trapped in the neighborhood for more than half a month, even if every day there are women to play, but that thing cannot be in addition to eating and sleeping all the time to do it, so, he is still quite boring. After all, being forced to be an otaku and actively being an otaku were two different things. It was time to go out for a spin. Most importantly, he needed to get some energy, such as gasoline, diesel, and the like, which was impossible to get in large quantities before the end of the world. That best friend of Lu Mei's was another story. People should have a great background, otherwise it would be impossible for a few acres of land to be granted and given to her to build a doomsday fortress. Rich and powerful, more diesel gasoline is not simple? Forget it, it doesn't matter, it's not too late to buy it for $0. Xiao Ran revealed a smile. His big G only spent more than 2 million to buy, but the transformation spent more than 5 million. The car glass was replaced with bulletproof, tires are also anti-skid, the body is both. A powerful warming effect, the heating equipment is even more special, and the entire car's defensive ability is also extremely strong. After waiting for so many days, finally have a use for it. I just hope the road outside won't be clogged. This point is very problematic. Because when the hail smashed down, the rush hour of work had not ended, so there were a lot of cars on the street. There must be many vehicles that could not find cover in time and were smashed through the glass, plus the fog. How many people would directly abandon their cars on the road? At this moment, Xiaoran so wished he had prepared a tank. The only good news was that the nearest gas station to the neighborhood was only about 2 kilometers away. There shouldn't be much difficulty. Xiaoran prepared and set off. Panther, I can't bring you this time, give me a good look at home. The leopard woofed, not sure if it understood. Xiaoran arrived at the ground-level garage. The villa's garage was on the ground, of course. The first floor could also be transformed into a garage, depending on the owner's own choice, like Xiaoran had transformed the basement into a living room and monitoring room in order to increase the space. Get in the car, close the door, boom, the engine starts, and Big G slowly drives out of the garage. The hailstones immediately hit the roof of the car, making a crisp ringing sound. Xiaoran smiled faintly, not worried. Ordinary cars didn't have to worry about their roofs being smashed unless they were so inferior that they were filled with foam, so of course, Xiaoran's modified and reinforced luxury car had even less to worry about. Of course there were hailstones that smashed on the glass, and that was the real test. But don't say that the glass of the Big G is bulletproof, and can even raise the wire mesh to directly isolate the hailstones from the outside. Stable than one. The ground has long been frozen, oddly slippery, available on the anti-skid tires. Big G still drives steadily. Xiaoran is still very careful, keeping the car speed at about 20 yards. Now need to hurry? Ha! The car wove its way through the neighborhood, and in no time at all, it arrived at the gate, but of course the sensing device had long since stopped working, and it was impossible for the pole to be raised. It's okay, I'll bump. Xiaoran kicked the gas, and boom, the car rushed through. Adding the crash bar, and it is the best quality kind, plus the modified engine, not to mention just a pole, it is a wall for you to push down. However, Xiaoran didn't cover his tracks, and now that the visibility was about 20 meters again, it naturally made a lot of people see it. Who is that? Xiaoran, I think. I saw that car drive out from the villa. How did this guy dare to go out? Isn't he afraid that the hailstones will break the car glass? Yes, although the fog has lifted today, the hail hasn't stopped. Let's go out and try our luck too. Yes, you can use the quilt to protect the car glass, only leave a small hole, can see the road on the line, and then drive a little slower, a little more careful. Go out is not difficult. Right, we must go and take the risk, otherwise we will really die of hunger and thirst. A good number of people gathered courage and ran to the underground garage, but there were still many people who didn't dare to, or didn't have a car, basically old people, and although they also went to the underground garage, they were discussing something else. Instead of going out and taking risks, why not get something for nothing? Xiaoran didn't care about the others. He drove, and although his car was not fast, he really had to leave the neighborhood. He rather had the feeling of a submerged dragon coming out of the sea. Cool. Moreover, Xiaoran's luck was good. Although there were indeed quite a few vehicles parked horizontally on the street, it was barely possible to go around. There was only one place that really didn't work, where 3 cars crashed into each other, blocking the road completely. It's okay, he rolled down the window, first held an umbrella out, then reached out and pressed on a car, and all of a sudden, the car disappeared into thin air. Into the alien space. Just get rid of a car. Xiaoran collected the umbrella, closed the window, and continued to move forward. Just about 2 kilometers, he quickly arrived at the gas station. He stopped the car, came down, locked the car, and went straight to the place where the fuel tanks were stored. To take, just 1 can. He took 1 oil canister after another into the isospace. There were a total of 3 oil cans, corresponding to 92 and 98 gasoline and diesel fuel. The lack of 95 gasoline made Xiaoran a little upset, making the same trip but collecting 1 less can of oil. Fortunately, each tank was almost full. It seemed to have been filled up just before the end of the day. Phew, not bad, not bad. Xiaoran held his umbrella and was about to go back to his car when he coldly saw a few cars driving over crookedly, almost hitting his car, and what made Xiaoran frown was that these cars had also surrounded the Big G. At this time, the car also jumped down quite a few people. They obviously came to refuel, and they went to fetch the fuel gun, only for one thing, the power outage, the fuel gun could no longer be used, and secondly, the fuel tank was also taken away by Xiaoran, so naturally it was even more unlikely that there would be any oil coming out of it. The top of the gas station is rainproof, naturally can also block the hail, is not cold, these people are not freezing shivering, all hugging arms, head wearing a hat, face masked cloth, completely invisible appearance. They naturally saw Xiaoran and immediately stared at the clothes he was wearing. That was a customized assault suit, which could be used for climbing Mount Everest, so the warmth effect was naturally great. Even if they couldn't read the goods, they could still tell just by looking at it that it was definitely high-grade goods. Hey, if you don't want to be beaten to death by us, immediately take off your clothes. One man raised the stick in his hand and shouted towards Xiaoran. Chapter 70, I must kill you to silence you. Xiaoran frowned and said, it's so cold, what if I freeze to death if I take my clothes off? Ha, whether you freeze to death or not is none of our business? The person who spoke just now said, he should be the leader of this group of people, now he was the only one who spoke, while the others laughed coldly, but either waved the sticks in their hands or kitchen knives, in a manner that if you don't behave yourself, we will smash you and cut you. Xiaoran shook his head, look, it's not like he's a murderous person, but it's just that some people want to force him. He laughed and reached into his pocket, then took an imitation gun out from the alien space. What? At that moment, the gang's pupils were tightened, tense, and they couldn't help but back away. Gun ah, who does not see fear? Crazy ah, you continue to crazy. Xiaoran faintly said, now, all of you give me to run to the road, who falls in the last one, I will kill him. The group of people fell back in unison. We'll be smashed to death by the hail. They said in unison. This hail was poisonous, there were two types of pain when it hit, and the pain from the toxin was simply unbearable, and would cause people to directly roll all over the ground. Rolling on the ground in such weather? Iron surely finished. Xiaoran snorted and said, none of my business. The original words were returned. The group of people looked at me and I looked at you, all revealing ferocious auras. In that case, let's fight to the death. You're only one person and one gun, but we have 11 people, how many can you kill? Fight! They all roared and charged towards Xiaoran. After entering the end times, so many people had become vicious, and since it was either you or me now, naturally everyone had to fight for their lives. Xiaoran smiled faintly, I am afraid that you guys will not rush. In this way, I can save some bullets. He opened the space gate. Those who rushed in front immediately disappeared, while those who were slightly a few steps behind, even though they realized that something was wrong, they could no longer break their footsteps and still crashed headlong into the door of space. Only one person was spared, and his speed was too slow. That person was shivering, his face full of fear. Don't kill me. Please spare me. He was completely devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Xiaoran shook his head, you know my secret, I must kill you to silence you. The man was so aggrieved that he cried, but I don't know anything. He only saw one person disappear, but he didn't have any idea of. He only saw people disappearing, but he didn't know how they disappeared. How did he know your secret? You want to kill me because of this, isn't it too much? Xiaoran laughed, a bullet from the foreign space flew out quietly, poof, a splash of blood immediately bloomed on the man's forehead, he looked at Xiaoran unwillingly, but fell back to the sky. Boom! He fell to the ground and died in peace. Xiaoran reached out and collected a car that was blocking the front and back of Big G, then opened the door and sat in, and intense warmth immediately surrounded him. He didn't turn off the engine, the air conditioner was working all the time. Save this bit of gas? Lousy looks like the Lord who lacks money? Home. Xiaoran also do not know whether this fog will continue to dissipate, or will become dense again, now he also completely without foresight, so naturally safety first. After saving so many supplies and making enough preparations, if he is trapped outside because of the fog, can't return home, or even freezes to death, then isn't it funny? Safety first, that's the guideline. Driving carefully, because the road had been cleared out when he came, going back was a breeze, and he soon saw the gate of the neighborhood. He found that although the railing into the neighborhood had been knocked away by him, there were now suddenly a few more stone piers blocking the road. In the security room, on the other hand, there were a dozen or so old people sitting in the security room, and after discovering that Xiaoran had come back, none of them showed a color of excitement. Xiaoran lowered the window a bit and asked, what do you all mean by this? Xiaoran, we are all about to die of hunger and thirst, so you have to give us food and water or we won't let you enter the neighborhood," one of the old men said as he opened the window. Although there was still a roof above the security room, which could ensure that no hailstones hit them, it could neither protect against the wind nor the freezing temperatures, and with this opening of the window, the cold wind struck, making the dozen or so old men shiver with coldness without fail. Xiao Ran lost his smile. "Aren't you guys afraid of me making a move? He, we are not stupid." Only to see that these old men actually took out a toy water gun one after another and aimed it at Xiao Ran. This is the most common water gun, squeeze type, just a tube of the amount, can only spray 3 to 5 meters away, but as long as Xiao Ran gets off the car, go to move the stone pier or directly into the neighborhood, they can spray Xiao Ran with the water gun. Thinking about it, I also know that the water gun is definitely not filled with proper water, but it is made of poisonous hail. Xiao Ran smiled. "The weather is so cold, he just need to delay some time, the poisonous water in the water gun will naturally freeze, how to squeeze out a tube of ice." However, he was not interested in wasting time with these old farts here. As soon as he stepped on the gas, the car rushed forward. The crash bar was the first to top the stone piers, and the strong horsepower pushed the 2 piers forward in a raw manner, which could not block the car's advance at all. Then, Xiao Ran backed up a bit, adjusted his direction, and got rid of these stone piers. However, he didn't take off, but took out 2 packs of instant noodles and threw them towards the security room people. The old goods were originally extremely disappointed, because Xiao Ran was too rigid, directly arching away from the blockade with his car. Could they still be allowed to block in front of the car to touch the porcelain? With the ferocity of the people now, they definitely crashed into it with a foot of gas. However, Xiao Ran actually threw out 2 packages of instant noodles. Now, how could the old goods hold back, like a tide rushing out from inside the security room, because the 2 packets of instant noodles started a scramble? Don't look at their usual sickly look on the bus to be let sit, but in the face of the temptation of 2 packets of instant noodles, they do not burst out of the amazing strength, like a hungry wolf pouncing on food, fierce and fierce. "You a fist, I a foot, this is okay," some of the old men aimed very much, actually towards the lower 3 ways to greet. At once, there were miserable screams and muffled grunts. Xiao Ran watched this farce through the glass of the car, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. You see, the alliance that was just formed immediately fell apart. This is human nature. Human nature cannot withstand the test, and immediately reveals itself in front of interests, life and death. The old goods fought into a ball, and it was estimated that their brains would come out in the end, so Xiao Ran had no interest in watching any longer, and started the engine and left. Parking the car, Xiao Ran took off his jacket, and the leopard also greeted him with its tail raised. Rubbing the dog's head, Xiao Ran looked at the time. It was still 3 minutes short of 11 o'clock. He then ate with the leopard first. After eating, he straightened some fruits. After eating the fruits, he made a cup of wolfberry tea. There is no way, every day is consuming, people have to learn to maintain. After a little while longer, Han Yun's 4 girls arrived on time. Chapter 71 Building 4. Xiao Ran was satisfied, so he invited the 4 to eat watermelon. 2 pieces per person, not less, but not too much. The 4 girls certainly ate happily. Supplies were naturally a small thing for Xiao Ran. Too much, just talking about watermelon, there were thousands of tons of it. Even if he ate one a day, how long could he eat it? But for the 4 girls, any fruit is a luxury now. Moreover, the weather outside is so cold, but they are inside the warm house, eating hot pot until they are sweating profusely, and then nibbling on the cold watermelon. What kind of enjoyment is this? The gods are just like this. Can they still leave Xiao Ran? Even if Xiao Ran wanted them to be slaves, they would still be obedient. These days, whoever holds the supplies is the boss. Of course, there must also be the ability to hold on to the supplies, or else you're just giving away money. On the contrary, Xiao Ran had both. He could easily become the master of the entire neighborhood if he wanted to. However, what is the point? To have a bunch of henchmen, did they go and fight? Would a large-scale war still break out these days? How to go out? No, it should be said that in a few days most people would starve to death, and with the global population plummeting, how could there still be a large-scale war? Therefore, in the case of a small-scale armed fight, Xiao Ran's space gate is the most powerful weapon. A barrage of bullets will come out, and I will ask who can block it? The 4 women gnawed the watermelon cleanly, basically invisible red color, with a look of unfulfilled intention. It wasn't that Xiao Ran was stingy, but by letting them eat to their fulfillment in one go, they wouldn't feel precious. Now, eating is something to eat, but each time they can only eat some, they will naturally feel even more precious, and will also be more pleasing to Xiao Ran. The so-called rice grace, rice hatred was exactly the reason. After eating the watermelon, Xiao Ran sent the reluctant 4 women out. In the afternoon, many households were cursing. Because those old farts at the door had killed and frozen to death several on the spot in order to compete for the instant noodles. After Xiao Ran found out, he just smiled faintly. As long as he didn't provoke him, he was simply too lazy to make a move, but if he had to go against him, you all go to hell. My life is the most important. However, Xiao Ran looked at the direction of Building 4, the people in this building are starting to eat up people. Once this bottom line is broken, naturally anything can be done, it is necessary to be on guard. He is not afraid of the open, but afraid of the dark. Time came to evening. Suddenly, a large number of fog do not know where to come out, instantly shrouded the entire city. Visibility immediately narrowed from 20 meters to 10 meters, 5 meters, and ultimately became the same as the other day, can only see within 1 meter. Now, those who ventured out to gather supplies were in a miserable state. Those who came back early were fine, but those who were still out there now definitely couldn't come back. The weather is so cold, if they don't find shelter in time, the possibility of freezing to death is too great. Xiao Ran could not help but tsk. Fortunately, he was not greedy and came back early, otherwise he would have to spend this evening outside. Although the car had been modified, the warmth effect was top-notch, and he had the best punching bag, but sleeping in the car was uncomfortable on the one hand, and unsafe on the other, so maybe something unexpected would happen in the middle of the night? People in the post-apocalyptic world, everything must be careful themselves, safety first. Building 4. In a room, 7 men are drinking soup, each person is a big bowl, 7 people eat wolf, even the forehead is sweating. They were the organizers and managers of Building 4, which nowadays was so tightly united that they even all lived together, so as to maximize the effect of keeping warm. Sun Wentao was the first to finish eating. He put down his chopsticks and said, "Now we don't have to worry about food, but the fresh water is almost used up, so there won't be enough for the next meal." Lu Yang was the second one to finish eating. He wiped his mouth with a paper towel while saying, "This is simple, there should be quite a few people out gathering supplies today, let's pick a random building to raid. Not only can we get enough clean water, but we can also get some extra supplies. This is a good idea, eating meat every day, old me is getting tired of it." Lu Wei said. "Alright, let's wait for the time to be a bit later and head out. Whether or not we can get our wives, children, and parents to eat something good depends on our harvest tonight." Lu Yang said. "Which building to choose?" "We're on the 4th floor, the closest to us are buildings 3 and 5, which one do you guys want to pick?" "Number 3. Number 3. Number 5. Okay, most of you picked building 3, we'll attack building 3 tonight." "Actually, that villa is the best target," Ma Junkai suddenly said. The others thought about it and nodded their heads. "It's just that Xiao Ran is not easy to deal with." "Yeah, I don't know if he was lucky or what, he actually got so many people killed just by relying on a toy water gun." "Forget about it, don't care if he's really capable or just lucky, let's not mess with him for now." This person is quite evil." Midnight. Lu Yang's group totaling 30 people set off in full gear, first came to the underground garage, then entered building 3, bang, with a heavy hammer, the door was smashed open raw, a group of big men poured in, who could stop them? At once, miserable screams came out. Not long after, Lu Yang's group retreated out, toward the second household, bang, as usual, a hammer smashed the door open, a group of people surged in. Only this time they stayed for a much longer period of time. While inside the room there was always the sound of a woman's screams coming out, stopping for a while and continuing for a while. It was only after a full 2 hours that they walked out one after another. "I didn't expect Zhao Jiai's wife to be quite pretty. Let the brothers be gentle, don't play with people badly and play with them to death, bring them back to play slowly, Yes, brothers in the back endure it first, there must be other beauties in this third building, don't be in a hurry." They continued to smash the door. Chapter 72, Relax a bit. Doomsday entered the 18th day. Early in the morning, there were people running around, accusing Building 4 of yesterday's atrocities. They raided Building 3, attacking half of the building's residents in one night, killing almost all of them, with only a limited number of beautiful women being spared and brought back to Building 4 by them. In their patronized households, some people in a hurry to escape, hiding in the underground garage, the use of the garage in the darkness and cold so that the pursuers do not care to look for, so as to escape. Even so, most of these survivors were dead by the morning of the next day. It was from their mouths that the news came out. Upon learning this news, the entire neighborhood was shocked, and countless people launched condemnations. And under the mobilization of the building managers of each building, most of the owners of the district also came to the garage for a meeting. Of course, there was no one from Building 4 involved, because today's topic was how to deal with Building 4. It was too much. Previously, Xiaoran had also killed people, however, as long as one was not a fool, one could see clearly that it was others who first went to provoke Xiaoran and then Xiaoran counterattacked. On the contrary, who was bullied if they didn't provoke Xiaoran? Who died again? No one. Therefore, everyone was naturally afraid of Xiaoran. After all, he had killed people, and quite a few of them. However, everyone would not feel fear because as long as they did not go to provoke Xiaoran, then there would definitely be no danger. But Building 4 was different. If you don't mess with them, they will still come to you. Eat your meat, drink your blood, and play with your wives and daughters. This is simply a group of cultists who can't be afraid. So, everyone had to discuss a countermeasure out. Xiaoran naturally would not participate. The first thing he did when he woke up was to look out the window, only to see that the fog had actually dispersed quite a bit again. The visibility was not as high as it was yesterday, but he could still see about 15 meters. It was still possible to go out and look for supplies. He had just collected 3 large cans of gasoline and diesel yesterday, so he was in no hurry to go out again today. By noon, Han Yun's 4 girls came over and told Xiaoran what Building 4 had done, and then each of them had a worried look on their faces. Because the devil knows if the gang from Building 4 will break down their door at night and break in to do whatever they want. Among them, even Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei, who have inferior posture, are at least 70 points beauties, while Han Yun and Wang Lulu are even more extreme products with more than 90 points, and if they fall into the hands of those people in Building 4, the end will be incomparably tragic. Although they are now also selling, but Xiaoran is very reasonable and is not whoring them for nothing. On the contrary, they can be big fish and meat, and there is also heating, there is also a hot shower can be washed. Equivalent to the previous was a rich man adopted, although the name is difficult to listen to a little bit, but in fact, living the life of a human being. What about going into Building 4? It would be ravaged, it would be abused, and in the end it would even become food. With such worries, could the girls not be willowy and preoccupied? Xiaoran listened to them talk about the atrocities in Building 4, and although the entire community also organized a meeting, but in the end, the hearts were not united, and did not discuss a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so this meeting was actually in vain, and everyone was just freezing in the garage for nothing. Sure enough, human flesh are eaten. These people have completely abandoned any morality, no longer bound by any social order. In the eyes of the eyes has been completely no right and wrong. There is only survival. As a matter of fact, such a cognizance does allow for a better chance of living in the end times. However, with a group of beasts and ferocious animals that had already tasted blood living beside him, even Xiaoran felt as if his back was broken. It was true that he did not need to be afraid of this group of thugs, but if Han Yun and the girls were targeted by Building 4, none of them would be spared. Xiaoran wasn't tired of playing with them yet, so he naturally didn't want them to be captured by Building 4's gang and become their playthings. Moreover, when Building 4 wipes out the people in the neighborhood one by one, the fire will eventually burn into his head. Since they were destined to be enemies, why not take the initiative and eliminate them before it was too late? Xiaoran was calculating in his mind. His main focus was the word stability, so even if he took the initiative, he had to ensure that he was 100% safe. 99% would be irresponsible of himself. Well, there it is. He secretly nodded his head, although this couldn't guarantee to get all the people in Building 4 dead, but at least it could make them unable to do evil in a short period of time, and eventually more than half of them had to die. Thus, he said, you all stay here for the last few days, and when the problems in Building 4 are resolved, you can go back again. The 4 women were naturally overjoyed. However, Wang Lulu hurriedly asked, then can I bring my son here? Xiaoran shook his head. This was naturally impossible. Wang Lulu could not help but be disappointed. She froze there and hesitated. Whether to come over by herself or accompany her son to stay at home made her very torn. In the end, she decided to come over by herself, and then entrusted her son to the care of her neighbor. The neighbor was an old couple who were both very nice, so she just needed to give some food, and believed that the old couple would take care of their son. It was a desperate move. After all, it wasn't as if she loved her son much, he was just a tool used to get to the top, and once she compared him to herself, that trade-off was still fairly easy. After eating, she left first with some food and came back an hour later. Toward evening, the fog struck again. The visibility had dropped to about 1 meter again, which made Xiao Ran speculate if in the future it would always be the case that the fog would disperse a bit during the day and coalesce again at night. In that case, if he could not return in time before evening, he would have to stay out overnight and wait for the next morning when the fog lifted before making his move or returning home. Xiao Ran looked at the time and decided to act. Chapter 73: Sealing the Building. First, he looked through the surveillance, then, he walked out. Han Yun's 4 girls were sleeping strangely heavy and none of them woke up. This was because Xiao Ran had added some sleeping pills to their dinner to make them sleep soundly, lest they find out that he had gone out in the middle of the night. A strong chill hit Xiao Ran, causing him to jolt his spirit. It was really cold. Even though he had already done full armoring, he still felt a bone-dipping chill. At night, it was estimated that the temperature further dropped to -30 degrees or lower. Xiao Ran used a flashlight to illuminate himself and quickly arrived at Building 4. He followed the steps up to the second floor. The first floor of each building in this neighborhood was basically elevated, which meant that there were no occupants on the first floor. It was all set up for electric cars and placed for beehives and food rows of fresh food. Xiao Ran stood right behind the fire door, and with a thought, a large 4-square block of ice was released by him. Why would he prepare ice cubes? It was clearly an ice age now. Because Xiao Ran is worried about the weather abnormality, this year is still extremely cold. Don't become extremely hot next year. Anyway, the foreign space is big enough, and the ice is not worth money. Besides, the ice is also water. Melted the same can be used to drink and used for bathing. Soon, he laid a thick layer, about 1 meter high. He took out the steel bar, inserted it between the ice cubes, propped it up to a position close to the roof. Then he poured water to fill the gap between the ice cubes and the ice cubes and the steel bar. How cold is it now? It's 30 to 40 degrees below zero, and the water just poured down and froze right away. So, the ice cubes and steel bars are completely fused together. He laid more ice up to the roof. This is a little more difficult. He took out the ladder and climbed up, continued to pour water to the ice, and now, a wall of ice fused with rebar is completely built. The security door is open toward the ice wall, but now, can still open it? You have to push the whole wall. Even if you use an axe to split the fire safety door, facing such a thick layer of ice wall, and inside the reinforced steel, need to spend how much effort, how long to split? Maybe 10 days and half a month. Oh, starving them for so long, I guess most of them are going to hang up. Xiao Ran ran to the other unit building, and as he did, blocked the security door here as well, and even, he let out a few cars in the hallway, further jamming the access for the people in the building to come out. Oh, and the elevator shaft. Xiao Ran came to the first floor, pried open the elevator door, and directly threw ice cubes and then filled it with water, completely scrapping the elevator shaft. This time, for the people in the building wanted to leave the building, then there was only one way. Jumping. It is not high, just from the second floor to jump down well, the probability is not fall dead, and even will not suffer serious injuries, and, with a sheet or something hanging down, the person then climbed out alone, can further reduce the possibility of injury. But, what kind of weather is it now? In such a situation of extreme cold, and also poisonous hailstone smashing, how many people can run out unharmed? There were certainly some, but the odds were bound to be extremely low. That's enough. If Building 4 is weakened by such a wave, the other people in the neighborhood still can't fight them. Oh, you also don't deserve to live. Xiao Ran was satisfied with his masterpiece. The point was, he didn't need to take any risks at all. Withdrawal. He returned to the villa and closed the iron door. Han Yun's 4 girls were still sleeping extremely soundly. The effect of the sleeping pills was still very powerful. When he came to the first floor again, the leopard greeted him with a wagging tail. Xiao Ran smiled. When it came to loyalty, naturally only the leopard. Han Yun and the girls? It was only because he could provide such good conditions that they would follow him and obey him. If he was penniless, you would then see their attitude. But Xiao Ran believed that the leopard was absolutely unfailingly devoted to him. The one that can share your poverty with you, this is the one that is truly worth cherishing. One night passes, and the end of the world enters the 19th day. The sky hasn't even dawned yet, and Building 4 here is blowing up. The security door leading to the first floor wouldn't open. At first, no one cared about it. Maybe the weather was too cold, and the security door was stained with some water, which formed ice, so the door was frozen. Just need to hit it hard, the door will surely open. But one by one, two by two, all of them couldn't open the door, and eventually, the whole building was alarmed. Thus, a few strong men took turns slamming against the security door, but it was as useless as an ant trying to shake a tree. Get out of the way. Lu Yan came over with a fire axe and hacked at the security door. At once, wood shavings flew. After chopping for a while, Lu Yan got tired and gave the axe to someone else to continue chopping. After an hour or so of hard work, they finally hacked the safety door open. They thought that there was no problem, but when they saw the thick layer of ice wall behind the security door, they were collectively dumbfounded. What's the situation? Why was there a wall of ice inside the hallway on the second floor? Moreover, one can vaguely see that there is a pillar inside. Is that steel? The hell ah! Wasn't it fine during the day yesterday? Who blocked off the building in the middle of the night? Did the whole neighborhood do it together? Otherwise, it would have been impossible for one person or even a few people to accomplish such a project. They haven't seen the car behind the ice wall yet, or else it would be even more numbing, like in a dream. And how did the car move up? Even the most tigerish female driver didn't have such skills, right? Take the elevator passage. Someone had a sudden inspiration. So, a group of people went to the elevator shaft again, peeled the elevator door open, and as a result, when they used a flashlight, they couldn't help but all be dumbfounded. The place was also sealed off with thick ice there on the first floor. What to do? They were actually trapped in this building. Climb out through the window. Another big smart said. The crowd's eyes lit up. The second floor to the first floor was only about 3 meters. Even if they jumped directly, it wouldn't kill them, not to mention the fact that they could tie a rope and climb down, or even throw the bedding and other things out first before jumping to cushion themselves. But the problem is, there is still poisonous hail outside. Is that a joke? And, while adults can jump, what about the elderly and children? Damn, who's so unethical? The people in Building 4 were all cursing. They could take the risk of jumping to try it out, but it's not like they're at the end of the mountain now. They're all unwilling to take the risk. For the time being. Let it be like this. And this news also spread quickly after dawn in the neighborhood. Many people still do not believe, have run to Building 4 to check, and then every one of them claimed to be surprised. It is really so Which great god did it, actually do good deeds without leaving a name? The people are incredibly curious. Can be completed in one night such a project? It is absolutely impossible to be a person to do, especially the few cars stuck in the staircase. It is even more mind-boggling However, this question was destined to never be answered. Chapter 74: The Missing Incident. The entire neighborhood met again. This time, the topic was how to prevent the people in Building 4 from running out, to completely lock them up in this building. Yesterday's meeting was unable to reach a consensus because everyone was unwilling to face a group of vicious people, and they all had the mentality of letting others go first and watching the show from the back, so their hearts weren't united, and they couldn't discuss a result at all. But today is different. What threat do the people in Building 4 still have? No. More. If they wanted to come out now, they could only climb or jump from the second floor, and the number of people was naturally limited to the limit. So, how to block this path as well? People have been offering ideas. There was talk of digging up the dirt in the circle under the windows of Building 4, artificially turning the second floor into the third floor, which could make it more difficult for the people in Building 4 to come down and raise the casualty rate. However, this is a huge amount of work. But it involves everyone's safety, just a little bit of effort, everyone is naturally still willing to do it. The labor was divided by building number, and every day, people from one building came out to do the work. In addition, people were sent to monitor the movements of Building 4 24 hours a day, and as long as they dared to come out through the window, they immediately sounded the alarm, and we all came out together to beat the people who came downstairs to death. Now, it's either you die or I die. Building 4 slaughtered almost half of the people in Building 3 the night before last, who would still have sympathy for them. No matter if you are an old man or a woman or a child, all of them are classified as enemies. Xiaoran naturally will not participate in this kind of activity, which also met with some people's insults, saying that he can be safe to live entirely thanks to the blessings of everyone, but is not willing to give anything, is really shameless. It is said that if you have the money to pay, but not the money to pay, if you don't want to work, then you can always take some supplies out. But Xiaoran is like an iron rooster, stingy. Despise him. As if afraid that Xiaoran could not hear them, some people even held up their loudspeakers and shouted at the passageway of the underground garage. Xiao Ran naturally heard them. He had gone out in the middle of the night and locked up Building 4, and had even given Han Yun and the girl sleeping pills, just because he didn't want to reveal that it was him who did it, and now certain people's reactions were not unexpected. "Just you guys forget who I am?" The dead ones were quiet, and the injured ones were lying on the ground grunting, but it didn't take long for them to freeze to death. Xiao Ran laughed coldly. It wasn't like he sealed off Building 4 and was overflowing with a motherly heart to save the entire neighborhood, but he felt that they might affect his life. After all, he would have to go out to look for energy later, so don't give him a whole ambush or something on the way back. Of course, Building 4 might do that, and so might the people in the other buildings. He could never trust any of them. It was only at around 10 o'clock that Han Yun's 4 girls woke up one after another, realizing that it was actually already this time of the day, and they were all surprised, but they didn't suspect in the slightest that it was because of the sleeping pills they had taken, but instead assumed that it was too warm in here to be able to sleep so soundly. This was also very much in line with reality. Xiao Ran also did not immediately rush them away, even though the trouble in Building 4 had basically been resolved. Breakfast was hot soybean milk donuts and dumplings that could be picked at will, which naturally made the 4 girls excited again and even more curious if Xiao Ran had prepared a house full of food. After the meal and a bit of morning exercise, the time is already noon. The 5 people first took a bath, and then eat. After eating, Wang Lulu left first, because she wanted to give the food to her son, but also to give a portion to the neighbor's old couple, in order to thank them for bringing up the child for them. However, not long after Wang Lulu went back, she came back again, her face terrified. "Xiao Ran, my son is missing," she said immediately. The matter was like this. She returned home only to find that the door of her neighbor's house was ajar. She boldly went in and found blood everywhere. The old couple had both fallen in a pool of blood, long dead, and her son was missing. What could she do but come to Xiao Ran? Would Xiao Ran help her find her son? First of all, he would not. Other people's sons were none of his business. He only made a deal with Wang Lulu: you pay for the body and I pay for the food. What does he have to do with anything else? Secondly, even if he was willing to help, how would he find him? Ask from door to door? Who knows whether he will be greeted by a chopper or a stick when the door opens? It was a matter of his own safety. How could Xiao Ran take the risk? Chapter 75: Unexpected Guests. Therefore, Xiao Ran just comforted Wang Lulu and analyzed the difficulty of searching for her. The rest? Can't help. Regarding Xiao Ran's decision, Han Yun's 3 girls naturally agreed. For one thing, what did Wang Lulu's son have to do with them? At most, they would just say a few words of sympathy based on a humanitarian stance. However, if Xiao Ran agreed to go and find Wang Lulu's son, they would definitely advise. What if something happened to Xiao Ran? It wasn't that they had deep feelings for Xiao Ran, but the villa's gates were all with passwords, fingerprints, and either opened with a remote control, but Xiao Ran hadn't given them any access. So, once something happened to Xiao Ran, they would be trapped in the basement. Think about it, no one is going to add firewood to the fireplace, so once it burns out, how are they going to keep out the cold? Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Compared to that, their own lives are of course the most important. What kind of noble realization do they need to have to let their own survival be threatened to help others? Sorry, impossible. What could Wang Lulu do? Her son didn't know where he was, and in this cold weather, even if she was willing to search from door to door, how long would it take for her to freeze to death? She could only resign herself to her fate. From this we can see that this woman is also selfish. In her view, it was obvious that her own safety was more important. Xiao Ran just smiled. He did not need Wang Lulu to follow him for the rest of his life. Did it matter to him whether this person was good or evil? If he dared to betray himself, a bullet would be the solution. It is like going to a club to find a technician. Do you still want to assess the character and morality of the other party? Oh. Of course, Wang Lulu is still very concerned about her son, and the whole afternoon has been soulful and confused. Just when Xiao Ran thought that this day was going to pass like this, he heard a big crash coming out, and then there was a loud whimpering siren. It was indeed the sound of a siren, not the car's anti-theft alarm. Huh, could there be a police car coming? Xiao Ran came to the 3rd floor and looked out. But it was already past 5 p.m., the fog had regrouped again and visibility had dropped to about 2 meters, so what could he see? Nothing could be seen. He couldn't help but be a little tickled, but to go out just for this tiny bit of curiosity? How could it be? As far as the current conditions were concerned, there was zero chance of attacking his safe house. Unless the army was deployed, or the weapons in the army. Xiaoran went downstairs and prepared dinner for Panther first, then came to the basement and greeted Hanyun's for dinner. After dinner and some fruit, Xiaoran took out his mobile hard disk and plugged it into the TV, allowing the four women to brush up on their dramas to pass the time. And unlike the oozing spring in the middle of the villa, a certain family was suffering from misfortune. Time dialed back slightly. A car rushed into the neighborhood, askew, as if it was a drunk driving, but in fact, it was because the ground was so slippery that the driver was unable to stabilize the car at all. Boom! The car crashed heavily into the cell block of Building 5, and because of the impact, the equipment in the car malfunctioned, and the police lights on the top immediately flashed, while emitting a whimpering siren. This is a police car, to be exact. This is a prison car used by the prison to escort the prisoners. A few minutes later, a door was pulled open, only to see a woman stumbling out. However, it was the third. Walked out after the ninth person, then no one came down again. These 9 people are all women, with different ages and different body sizes. The young ones are only in their 20s, and the older ones are in their 30s, and it is the woman in her 30s who has an extremely fat body, coupled with her thick clothes. She really looks like a ball. Although they came down from the prison van, the clothes they wore were so ordinary that it was impossible to tell whether they were prison guards or prisoners. The car accident wasn't serious, but the 9 women all suffered some bruises. They rested a little, then the woman who was the fattest said, "The car is wrecked, and the fog is so heavy, it's impossible to continue walking, so we can only spend the night here today. Let's find a place to stay first, it's freezing outside, and we need to get something to eat." A woman with a tattoo in her neck said, "Go." They came to the second floor and went to knock on 201's door, but after knocking for a while but no one answered, they went to knock on 202's door. Who? Now there was an immediate answer. Inside the house, a bald man was looking out through the cat's eye, and in his hand was holding a kitchen knife. The tattooed woman walked up and laughed. "Big brother, open the door. We sisters want to find a place to escape the cold. As long as Big brother can let us have a shelter. How Big brother wants to play, we will accompany Big brother how to play." Inside the house, the bald big man swept a glance. After confirming that there were only 9 women outside, he couldn't help but reveal a touch of morose cold smile, first hiding his right hand holding the chopper behind his back, then opening the lock. The 9 women hurriedly squeezed in. It was really too cold outside. When all 9 women came in, the bald big man closed the door, then flashed the chopper out, his face showing a ferocious color, and drank, "All give me a good time to go into the house, which one dares to disobey, I'll chop her to death." Inside the room there is a rope, he will force 9 women to tie each other's hands. By then, the ugly directly hacked to death, beautiful, hey, naturally, for his lust. But never thought, 9 women actually did not show a color of fear. This scene made him look a little dumbfounded. But in the next moment, he waved the kitchen knife in his hand. "You guys have to have lousy hack a few to death to set you up before you'll be obedient, don't you?" He took a step forward, and where the blade went, a cold aura was revealed. It was scary. What he didn't expect was that 3 of the 9 women actually advanced instead of retreating, all of them looking at him with vicious gazes. One was a fat woman, one was a tattooed woman, and there was also a woman whose hair covered half of her face, but it was still possible to see that she was absolutely beautiful and moving, and her eyes were resolute, as if she was a wounded lone wolf. Chapter 76: The 9 Flowers of Escape from Prison. The bald, burly man first froze, then grinned. 3 women also want to compete with him? Oh, I'll get this fat girl killed first, let's see if you guys still dare to be horizontal. He was about to raise his sword, but he saw the 3 women raise their hands at the same time, while there was an extra gun in their hands, and the black hole of the gun was facing him. Grass! The bald man couldn't help but let go of his hand. With a clang, the chopper fell to the ground, while he put his hands up. "Don't be impulsive. Never be impulsive. I'm messing with you guys, ha ha." He laughed dryly. "Little Green, tie him up," the fat woman said. "Okay." A woman stepped forward and directly yanked the bra out of her clothes, and using that as a rope, she tied up the burly man's hands. The bald man began to think nothing of it, thinking that just a bra, he must have broken it, but when the woman tied it, he quietly struggled hard, and found that he could not break free at all. His face immediately became unsightly. Now, he completely became a fish on the chopping board. The tattooed woman put away her gun, picked up the kitchen knife on the ground, and then gestured on the bald man's neck. This made the bald burly man all scared shitless, and hurriedly said, "Have a word, never dash." "Shut up." The tattooed woman put the knife in the bald burly man's neck. There's something to ask you, say it properly. Yes, yes. The bald burly man felt the coldness in his neck and agreed with a cold sweat. These women were so ruthless. What kind of people were they in the end? What is the current situation in this neighborhood? The tattooed woman asked. The bald burly man then spoke honestly. He mentioned the ferocity of Building 4, but was sealed in the building by a group of people who didn't know where, and mentioned Xiao Ran's wealth, often offering bounties, and also being a ruthless man, with at least 30 people having died in his hands. Hearing him finish, the 9 women looked at each other, all looking a little surprised. It hadn't even been 20 days since the natural disaster started, and the outside had actually become like this? What were the 9 of them? Prisoners. The fat woman is called Mei Ting, known as Sister Mei, a human trafficker, sentenced to 20 years in prison. The tattooed woman is called Zhou Yalan, known as Sister Zhou, a D-trafficker, with a human life in her hands, originally sentenced to death because of pregnancy, suspended for 2 years. The beautiful woman with hair covering her face is called Su Qingmei, over defense murder, sentenced to 9 years. The 3 of them are the 9 people to speak in the main. After the natural disaster, riots in prison, they seized the gun and the prison guards against several days, and finally took advantage of the opportunity of the fog dispersed on the prison car to escape. As a result, they still couldn't see the road because of the fog and crashed headlong into the neighborhood. The world outside is so chaotic too. It's normal, the fact that the prison riot has been going on for almost 10 days without any reinforcement from outside forces shows that the social order has completely collapsed. So, we are all free now. None of the 9 women showed excitement. Escaping from prison was an added offense. They escaped, yes, but which one of them wasn't afraid? In front of the state apparatus, they were as small as ants. But now? What army, what police, none of them existed anymore. Who will come after them? Even in this world of power outages, who would know their identities unless they knew them from before? The one called Xiao Ran seems to possess quite a few supplies. There's even heating and electricity. Is it a good idea to take down his villa? A few women said excitedly. Don't look at them as women, but the crimes they had committed were not minor, plus this world was already so chaotic now, what did they have to be afraid of? The fat woman Mei Ting pondered for a moment and laughed. What that Xiao Ran can rely on is just a higher grade toy gun that can spray venom, but we have a real gun in our hands. Is it the bullets that can hit farther or the water gun that can spray farther? The other women were nodding. Mei Ting's analysis was very reasonable. With the sturdiness of the villa and the toy guns, Xiao Ran could indeed attack and defend, but they had real guns in their hands. Since they were here, Xiao Ran's position as the Earth Bully could not be kept. This guy's biggest problem is that he's horny, and we happen to be women, so as long as we can trick him into opening the door, he'll just be at our mercy. Zhou Yalan said, slashing violently. Put. The bald strong man's throat then began to spray blood furiously. He struggled violently, but his hands were tied, but he could only be like a dehydrated fish, flopping around on the ground, but not for a few seconds he couldn't do it, lying motionless in a pool of blood. His eyes were glaring round, his face was full of fear and unwillingness, as if he couldn't accept that he actually died in the hands of a group of women. Let's go to the villa. Zhou Yalan said, casually dropping the kitchen knife. Mei Ting nodded her head. Although this house was a good 10 degrees higher than outside, it had already entered the night and the temperature was rapidly dropping. Even the temperature in the house was below 0 and it was continuing to drop. So the fact that the villa was actually heated was too appealing. I'm not going, so I'll part ways with you guys here. Su Qingmei suddenly said. Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan looked towards her at the same time, a fierce light flashing in their eyes. While playing with her gun, Su Qingmei said, this world is already so chaotic, even if we separate, no one needs to worry about who will rat us out. Killing is simply trivial now. Who cares about the identity of our prisoners? Previously, the 9 women were on the same page, as any one of them who was caught would easily give up where the others were, so whoever wanted to break away from the group, they would deal with it together. But now the situation was different. Who would hold on to a crime you once committed? Even the killings are being staged constantly. Building 4 even slaughtered half the building in one night. In the old days, it would have taken the fucking army to suppress it. Now, who cares? Compared to that, what were the evil deeds they had done? Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan exchanged glances, both nodding slightly. Alright, then this is the breakup. Su Qingmei, since you took the initiative to break away from us, then the next time we meet again, hey, watch out for yourself. Bye. Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting went out of the house. The remaining 6 women looked at each other and hurriedly followed, leaving only Su Qingmei alone in the house. She walked over and closed the gate, then walked to the bedroom door and opened it, only to see a woman standing in the doorway. Seeing Su Qingmei suddenly open the door, she was so scared that she backed away, and hurriedly said, "I'm also a victim. I'm from the house next door, snatched by the man outside. My husband was also killed by him." Su Qingmei's expression remained unchanged as she coldly said, "Go back to your own home." "Oh, yes. Yes." The woman in the house hurriedly ran to the front door, opened the door and went out, returning to her own home next door. Su Qingmei closed the door and sat down, a look of relaxation finally appearing on her face. She took out a photo. There were 2 people on it, looking at what should be a pair of sisters. The older one was her, but at most 20 years old. It seemed to have been taken a few years ago. The other one was a young girl around 16 years old. Both women were smiling, sweet and moving. She put the photo to her chest. "Little sister, you have to hold on, I will find you." Chapter 77, Turning Hands into Clouds. On the other side, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting brought the 6 women to the underground garage and shined their flashlights before heading towards Building 8. "It's so damn cold," someone complained. Mei Ting laughed. "You don't have to be afraid of the cold once you enter the villa." "Aha!" The women all nodded their heads vigorously. It was too longing. The garage was that big, and even though they weren't familiar with it and it was dark down there, they still arrived at the aisle leading to the villa after a few minutes. They had been prepared and had their umbrellas up. The heart of prevention is not to be forgotten, not to mention that they were originally here to harm people. Naturally, they were even more careful. Boom, 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 they knocked on the door. The woman who stood at the front was called Ingzi, and she was also the prettiest among the 8 women. Lu Xiao ran to open the door. Of course, the most beautiful girl was pushed out. Unfortunately, Su Qingmei had withdrawn from the group. Otherwise, if she came over, TSK, I don't believe that any man could endure it. "Do what?" A man's voice came out from the loudspeaker. Ingzi wiggled her but squeezed a smile on her face and whined, "Big brother, didn't you say that as long as you're willing to sleep with you, you'll give food?" "Hee, several of our sisters want to sleep with you." Xiao Ran could see clearly through the surveillance. There were a total of 8 people in this line. Although all of them were female, there were a few whose quality was really hard to describe. Especially that fat woman. "Are you serious? If you are standing on the street, pouring money, and someone will find you? And what?" Xiao Ran saw the gun that the fat woman had hidden behind her. They only thought that Xiao Ran had installed a surveillance camera, but they didn't know that there were a total of 3, and they were installed in different locations, or infrared imaging. "So, this is coming over to rob my villa? Just how did such a troop of women suddenly appear in the neighborhood? Could it be?" His heart moved, and he could not help but think of the previous crash and the sound of the siren. "Is it these 8 women? Good since you guys sent yourselves to the door, then I will solve you all at once. Otherwise, 8 women scattered into the neighborhood, he still has some trouble finding them. You guys come over." Xiao Ran first turned off the surveillance and then asked Han Yun's 4 women to come over. He didn't want the 4 women to see the picture of him using the 4 in space. Han Yun had some bad taste and said, "What, with new people, are you going to cast us old people aside?" Xiao Ran laughed. "These newcomers are not oil lamps, they still have guns." "Guns!" Han Yun's 4 girls couldn't help but be creeped out, and Zhang Jingya was the first to say, "Then just ignore them, they can't get in anyway." Right. Han Yun's 3 girls concurred at the same time. The villa had everything they needed and was incredibly safe, so why bother opening the door to get into a conflict with a group of people with guns? Xiao Ran ignored them and just told them to hide behind the screen. Then, he turned off the lights. With a click of the remote control, the iron door slowly opened in the direction of the passage with a click. Outside, the 8 women looked at the dark interior of the house and suddenly hesitated a bit. Why was it pitch black? Xiao Ran was already guarding against them? However, as soon as the door opened, warm air overflowed out, allowing them to feel a strong warmth, a comfort that could not be described in words. They couldn't help but step inside. Then, one by one, the people disappeared into thin air without a single sound. Because it was too dark, the people behind them did not even realize that the people in front of them had disappeared, until 5 people had disappeared, and Zhou Yalan just happened to use a flashlight to shine, and couldn't help but stop in horror. Where are the people? Where are the people in front? How come the ghost shadows are gone? Ingzi! Little Green! She shouted, not realizing that her voice was trembling a little. As soon as she called out, Mei Ting and the other woman also stopped in their tracks, simultaneously shining their flashlights all over the house, searching for any sign of the 5 companions. But nothing was found. This time, the 3 women were all in a panic. The darkness, coupled with the unknown, created an intense fear. Just at this moment, a silhouette stepped out from the darkness, and was illuminated by the flashlight. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting raised their guns and pulled the trigger on the silhouette. Bang bang bang! In the midst of the darkness, the pistol exploded with a flash of bright light with every bullet fired. However, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting fired several shots in a row, only to be horrified to find that the silhouette was actually still standing. What a lousy shot! Xiao Ran laughed. Was it really that Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan's marksmanship was so lousy that it was depicted? Of course not, it was because he had opened the space door on the iron gate, and all the bullets that were shot over were collected into the alien space. Therefore, it would be strange to be able to have a single bullet hit Xiao Ran. It didn't even reach the house, otherwise the bullets would have definitely made a sound when they hit the wall or the table. However, Zhou Yalan's 3 girls could no longer think about this because of their intense fear. They were shivering and only felt that breathing had become difficult. Xiao Ran could not possibly take the slightest risk, seeing that the 3 girls were not moving forward and the bullets in the gun were not known to be finished. Of course he could not continue to move forward, but instead opened the strong flashlight in his hand and shone it towards the 3 girls. The distance between the door of space and the 3 women would not be more than 1 meter, so Xiao Ran's accuracy certainly went without saying. Boom boom boom, the 3 women were hit in the forehead at the same time and fell down on their backs. At this point, all 8 people were killed. Xiao Ran walked over and collected the people with their guns before coming outside the passageway and throwing out all the bodies of the 8 women. He went back to the villa, closed the door and turned the lights back on. Only then did Han Yun's 4 girls poke their heads out from behind the screen, their faces filled with fear. Gun ah! Who wasn't afraid of it? So what if you're fierce, you're a fragile baby in front of a gun? Then, where are those people? Han Yun asked in a trembling voice. Resolved, the bodies were moved outside. Xiao Ran casually replied, however, his brows furrowed. He had checked that 4 out of the 8 women had tattoos on their bodies, so they could never be police officers. That, coupled with the sound of the sirens, naturally made him guess that the 8 women had gotten their guns and police cars from the police station. It was a pity that he didn't see the cars, otherwise he would have known that he had guessed wrong. The 8 women's guns weren't found from the police station, they were robbed from the prison robbery. That meant that guns were now completely and easily available to ordinary people. This was a big trouble. Xiao Ran had mastered the alien space, and with the bullets inside, he was absolutely invincible in the front. But what if he was shot in the back? There was no defense against it. In the future, we must be careful when we go out. Fortunately, the car is bulletproof. Next time, I have to go to the police station to get bulletproof vests and riot helmets. Xiao Ran gave himself a wake-up call. He must not be careless, he just has an alien space, it's not like he has become Superman. Don't want to think so much, the night is late, sleep. Chapter 78, Going Out Again, Extra. Another night passed, the end times entered the 20th day. 20 days. Xiao Ran looked at the window that was gradually turning white, and couldn't help but both TSK. The resilience of human beings is really powerful. 20 days but the whole neighborhood seems to have half or even more people alive, and, if not for the human beings killing each other, in fact, the survivors have to be more, which had to let Xiao Ran marvel. He climbed up after staying in bed for a while, and came to the first floor. The leopard greeted him with a wagging tail. Xiao Ran smiled and threw it 2 meat buns, then opened the basement door and went down with his breakfast. Of course, he had confirmed the safety through the surveillance. No matter what, the only thing he trusted was himself. All 4 of Han Yun slept exceptionally well. Compared to the bitter cold of their own home, it was far too warm here. Lying under the covers, they were simply too warm to be bothered with. The only drawback was that it was a bit cramped. There was only 1 bed, but 4 people had to sleep in it, so it was definitely crowded. But compared to the warmth, this drawback was completely negligible. The 4 women got up and prepared to wash up for breakfast. After eating breakfast, Xiaoran let the 4 girls brush the drama or read novels and so on, and he himself came to the second floor. Can't always stay with the 4 girls, because there is nothing to do now, so what else can a man and a woman do together? The temperature seemed to have lowered again. Xiaoran looked at the thermometer. The temperature in the room had dropped to 15 degrees, but before it was 23 or 24 degrees. He added more firewood, then opened the window and measured the temperature to the outside. Good lord, 41 degrees below zero. This daytime had dropped to such a low temperature. What about the night? Xiaoran looked at those residential buildings outside. It was not easy for those who were able to survive until now, but it would become less and less easy for those who wanted to continue living. There is no air conditioning, no floor heating, and even less fireplaces. Only people can lean on each other to give each other warmth, and this is just a drop in the bucket. So today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the next day, there should be people freezing to death every day, right? Xiaoran was overwhelmed with emotion, but it was only emotion. He is not the savior, also did not want to be the savior, just want to be alone, at most, taken some beautiful women. After all, a person is really too boring. After a year and a half, it is estimated that all have to go crazy. Based on such thoughts, Xiaoran did not drive the 4 Hanyin back to his residence. They definitely wouldn't last more than 2 days. Although they did not meet Xiaoran's definition of extremely good, there was no other choice now. When there was no choice, then the standard would naturally have to be lowered. However, the 4 girls could only stay in the basement. There was no way Xiaoran would let them come upstairs. During the day, the fog still dispersed a lot, and the visibility reached about 20 meters. Should we go out and search for energy today? Xiaoran thought. It was so cold, of course fewer people were able to go out. Exposed to such extreme cold, a person staying for about 20 minutes would definitely damage their lungs and even lead to necrosis of the internal organs. Of course, staying in the car would be fine. Xiaoran calculated that after his car had been modified, keeping warm was definitely not a problem, so he just had to make sure that he stayed outside for no more than 20 minutes at a time. No, to be safe, it would be better to keep it under 15 minutes. Well, there was still the matter of going to the police to pick up his body armor and helmet. Xiaoran decided to go out. Another reason is that if he stays in the villa, he will always think of the fact that there are still 4 goblins down there that he can play with. Xiaoran is worried that he will die young. Why are so many ancient emperors short-lived? A large part of it is the indulgence to play themselves to death. Forewarned. Since he was going out, it was natural to be well prepared. Xiaoran not only put on the warmest winter clothes, but also with a warm body patch. After all, today's temperature is 20 degrees colder than the last time he went out, which is not a joke. After thinking about it, he still prepared 3 days' worth of food and clean water in the basement, so that he wouldn't be delayed by something outside and come back to see 4 corpses, or only 3 people left behind. This situation is even more horrifying. Since he had taken the 4 women home temporarily, Xiaoran naturally did not want them to die of hunger and thirst. However, he still locked the door. So, in case he really had to hang out, then Han Yun and the girls would have to accompany him. I raised you all, and when I die, it's only fair that you be buried with me. This was true for Han Yun and the girls, so it naturally wouldn't be bad for the leopard. Xiaoran similarly prepared a large amount of dog food and water, and instructed the leopard to only eat 1 serving every day. The leopard, after his many days of training, still understood such simple instructions, and it bit Xiaoran's pants while desperately wagging its tail, as if urging Xiaoran not to go out. Xiaoran smiled and patted the leopard's head, still breaking free of the leopard and walking out. Getting on the car and opening the door, only to see that the hail outside had almost stopped, not a single one smashed down in half a day, Xiaoran started the engine and drove out, immediately feeling that the car was a bit floating. The road was too slippery. Now the ground is full of hail formed by the ice layer, very thick, but also incomparably smooth, people or cars walking on it with the skating like, and this is still because the Big G has been modified. The tires have a strong anti-skid function, the weight of the car is also enough to maintain enough stability, otherwise the car is now do not know to slip into the whereabouts of the estimated already a few consecutive collisions. The whole city has become a large skating rink. Just this ice skating rink is too cold. Even if you are fully armed, it can only stay outside for 15 to 20 minutes, otherwise the lungs will absolutely die. Xiaoran controlled the car and went out of the neighborhood. This scene was naturally watched by so many people, all of whom were surprised and envious. The good news is that the fog has dispersed and the poisonous hail is almost stopped, but the bad news is that the temperature has plummeted again, and Sioux City has never experienced extreme temperatures below -10 degrees, so whose winter clothes can withstand it? A few extra pieces? Not to mention the question of whether or not you can wear them, and even if you could, how bloated would you have to be? It's so slippery out there, and the ice is poisonous, so what if you fall and let your skin graze a bit? The last time they went out looking for supplies, but most of them didn't make it back. Now that the temperature is even lower and the road is even more slippery, how many people still dare to go out? Chapter 79, Unknown Beast. Xiao Ran had checked the map in advance and knew where the nearest police station was. It was the bureau, not the institute. The institute was too small and might not be able to find what he needed. The nearest police station was about 5 kilometers away from him. Xiao Ran maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour traveling. It was only 5 kilometers anyway. Is it worth racing that fast? Now that the visibility was 15 to 20 meters, he could still recognize the road if he drove slowly. Turn left at the next intersection. Go straight at the next intersection. Xiao Ran muttered in his mouth. Look at the temperature display in the car, actually only 0 degrees. He then put all the glass except the front block raised a heat insulation layer. At once, can obviously feel the temperature is rising. The front glass can't be covered, there's no way, when driving naturally need vision. Look at the temperature, it has climbed to 10 degrees. Well, turn on the electric blanket again, then it really won't be cold. It's just that this consumes too much gas. Xiao Ran smiled. Did he still need to worry about gas? Today, he would find a few more gas stations to move, although emptying one gas station would allow him to use it for a long time, but who would have too much? With his prudence, how could he not be prepared for an amount that could last for hundreds of lifetimes? With both food and fresh water, he couldn't afford to drag his feet when it came to energy. Still, he arrived at the police station first. Coming out of the car, holding grass, Xiao Ran couldn't help but shiver, as if he had suddenly entered an ice cave during summer. The key is, the wind is still blowing outside, and the wind is still very strong, whistling, and it is even more piercing and icy cold. Xiao Ran hurriedly walked inside the police station. The road was slippery and he almost fell. Fortunately, he stabilized. And he was also wearing thick gloves, so even if he propped himself up on the ice, he would be fine and wouldn't get his skin burned by the poison. The main door was hidden. Xiao Ran pushed it and actually failed to push it, because the door was completely frozen by the ice. He used all his strength to push again, and the door was finally pushed by him. Of course, Xiao Ran was not trying to open the door completely, but to close it. When it was closed, a howling cold wind could not blow in. At once, it was warm for a cut. Just a cut, without air conditioning or underfloor heating. Under such bitter cold, the indoor temperature was at most 30 degrees below zero. Luckily, Xiao Ran had done a good enough job of protecting himself from the cold, and under such temperatures, it shouldn't be a problem for him to hold out for 20 or even 30 minutes. He began to look from room to room. Empty offices, empty reception rooms, empty. Xiao Ran froze violently, because this room was not empty. There was a corpse. A gnawed human corpse, to be exact. The face had been gnawed off, so it was impossible to see what it looked like, and the chest had been hollowed out, so again, the gender could not be discerned by this, but, seeing the waist and hip curves, and a long floral dress, it was still certain that this was a woman. People eating each other? This was Xiao Ran's first reaction, but immediately shook his head in the negative. If a person eats a person, would they hold the other person's face and gnaw on it? Also, the chest seems to have been hollowed out by sharp claws. Because of the cold weather, the skin and flesh even remained in its original state, definitely not cut out with knives, but a wild beast, or a fierce beast did it. Xiao Ran simulated the scene in his mind. A huge beast pounced on a woman in one go, tearing at the other's face with a big mouth, and then peeled open the woman's chest, gnawing the internal organs inside cleanly. Why internal organs? First, the viscera contain more water, and second, the viscera are hot, both of which are in line with current eating habits. Cold weather, no clean water. So, the beasts gutted the corpse and abandoned it to the side. In the middle of the city, prey like humans are at their fingertips. With tools in hand, humans were the overlords of this world, but with bare hands, there were too many beasts that could easily kill a human. Could it be that the northeast tiger from the zoo has escaped? Xiao Ran mused. Or perhaps a Siberian wolf? Why was it such a guess? Because other beasts, such as lions and leopards, could likewise kill and cannibalize like this, but they lived in the tropics and would first freeze to death when they encountered such extreme cold themselves. Snow leopards are possible. But are there snow leopards in zoos? No. So, the biggest possibility is that northeast tigers and polar bears did it. Just how is this place more than 10 kilometers away from the zoo, and how did this beast run over against the poisonous hail? Xiao Ran found it unbelievable, but to say that someone in the neighborhood had raised a fierce beast, that would be even more impossible. This is not the Middle East, there are earth trenches that can raise a lion and tiger at home. So, it was strange. Or maybe, I'm thinking about this the wrong way. It's not one beast, but multiple? Then the beast could be much smaller. But again, that wasn't right, because this corpse had only been gutted except for its face, and if a group of beasts went to gnaw on it, how would they manage to do so without going for the limbs? One by one in line? Xiao Ran exited this room with doubts, and at the same time, his vigilance was raised to the extreme. Step by step, carefully. Perhaps. That head, that group of beasts has not left and is lurking in the police station. Never be careless. He had come to collect bulletproof vests, riot helmets, and so on, in order to enhance security, not to put himself into danger. In such a state, Xiao Ran only felt that his adrenaline was secreting rapidly, and his entire body was in a state of exuberance, as if something was about to be birthed from within. He continued his search. 2 rooms away, Xiao Ran once again saw bodies lying across the floor. This time it was 2 males, and it was still a police officer, but like the female victim before, they were similarly gutted, but their faces were not gnawed off, and it could be seen clearly that their necks were twisted raw. It could be imagined that they had encountered that fierce beast and were slapped in the face, directly snapping their neck bones, killing them instantly. Both male corpses died in the same way. This made Xiao Ran sure that it shouldn't be a group of beasts that did this, it was just one, and it was the super powerful kind that could break a person's neck bone with a slap. Xiao Ran's heartbeat accelerated even more, tom-tom-tom, he could clearly hear it. If this beast attacked from the front, then Xiao Ran would naturally not be afraid. Whether he used the gate of space to collect it or fired bullets from an alien space, he believed that even if an elephant came, he could handle it with ease. However, the enemy did not know where it was lurking, and might even be right behind him, which naturally made one nervous and fearful. Fear was not a bad thing at certain times, it would make one more careful, and the desire for life would explode into endless potential. Xiao Ran did not want to die. Therefore, this beast wants to attack him and eat his words. He will use all his strength to kill back. Tom-tom-tom-tom, his heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Xiao Ran seemed to have suddenly entered a marvelous realm.